at him, I'm back strong. 2 days into an epic Overwatch League Playoffs that started with an absolute bang. We return to lovely downtown Toronto today. And once again, I have the utmost pleasure to welcome you all back inside this arena. We hope you got some rest because today is Elimination Day.
Let's go!
What's up, Toronto? I'm Zoe Schwind, and with me here to bear witness to the glory, to the carnage, and the nail-biting excitement are, of course, once again, my trusted analysts, Danny, Jake, and Johnny. It's day number 2. Are you guys ready for this?
I felt like yesterday was a bit of a warm-up. There was, you wanted to advance, of course, you wanted to win, but now teams are fighting for elimination. If you lose, you're out. Yep. You're done. You're done.
And
done.
Likewise, we'll be sending teams on to that final bracket, right? Teams really vying for the championship. It's part of what we do here. I mean, teams have to go home for us to crown a champion. And so I agree with you guys. We got to see some blood today. Well, we saw some yesterday, but...
I love those words. Elimination, blood, and carnage. We're ready for it.
Okay, Danny.
Danny, spreading the good vibes on the desk. You love to
Really
see
chill,
it.
Danny.
Well, okay, here's the thing. In case anyone missed all the action yesterday, first of all, what were you doing with your day? But let me catch you up on all things that transpired on this very stage. So we give you the TLD. Too long didn't watch. Dallas stomped Infernal pretty handedly. Boston beat Atlanta once again. It was a rematch from the play-ins, and it looked pretty much the same. Houston actually fell to to Florida, excuse me. And I think the biggest surprise of them all in bracket 1 was, of course, Hangzhou Spark taking the W away from the Atlanta Reign, which was one of the favorites heading into this very playoffs.
And we all got that right?
Yeah, we definitely know brackets have been busted that day. But so here is the bracket number 1. So let's chat a little bit about this. Starting here, of course, with the Atlanta Reign. It was a big surprise that they fell. It was a very close match, though. So it's not like it was an absolute stomp. It came down to the wire. Atlanta Reign, they did this to the Shock in 2019, actually. Shock made the salty run back. Is this in the cards for Atlanta based on what we saw from them yesterday?
I feel like we might get a different Atlanta Reign today because, okay, you got your loss out of the way, You're allowed to lose one match here in the first bracket stage, right? But now, if you want to become the champion, you have to win 4 matches in a row. Your back is against the wall. And look, I think the Atlanta Reign, perhaps they weren't quite ready to deal with Hangzhou Spark coming out with a Tracer with a Sojourn and dealing with Lip or Leave and Shy. But now, you get a day's rest. Okay, we're in the right mindset. I think Lip is gonna come out today and just be ferocious. It's gonna get angry today. And I do not want to stand in Atlanta Reign's way.
Oh, an angry Lip? That sounds scary. Even happy Lip sounds scary to me. So I don't even want to know what angry Lip looks like. If we're looking at the other side here, though, Hangzhou Spark, of course, they outperformed our expectations for them. Was this just a very good matchup, would you say? Or do you think that they will have the same kind of dominance against other teams in other styles?
I will say I think this is a great confidence builder for the Spark because they're a team that has wanted to play dive from the beginning. We heard rumblings they would, and they delivered in that match against Atlanta, who were arguably the favorites of the tournament in a dive meta. That's where they dominated the first half of the season, but it was Spark who was able to take the lead, and I think crucially, Atlanta felt that limit. They felt we have to match Shy's Sojourn. We just can't win with the Sombra. And so already I think that's when Spark took the mental advantage, and they could run away with this, but there's been so many different matchups, so many different comps. I think a lot of teams are going to have different, unique takes on how to beat the Spark. And the Spark, they're going to have to answer every single one of those if they want to be the champion here.
But most crucially, this is now Hangzhou Spark in their comfort zone. They're saying, okay, we're going to play the Winston, we're going to play the Sojourn, and now I suspect other teams might be open to matching this. We already saw Atlanta Reign, like you said, Jake. They were open to matching the Sojourn and Tracer, but they're playing Boston Uprising today. Are you telling me that a lineup with Smurf, Birdring, Decay, they're not like, maybe we'll play Winston, Sojourn, Tracer.
Winston,
and
Sojourn,
suddenly,
Tracer. Oh.
Hangzhou Spark has everyone playing their game. So this is Hangzhou Spark with a very realistic road towards the semifinals now.
I don't want to say you called it, but you did call it day 1 of the season.
Well, okay, no, we're not quite there. Okay, they won one match.
I'm
don't
just
want to call it
saying,
early, so
I don't want to gas you up. Maybe you were onto something. But it is performances like what we saw from the individuals of the Hangzhou Spark yesterday, which, you know, that's what gets those players those accolades. That's when we hand out those MVP trophies. And of course, also the Roll Stars. We talked about the Tank Roll Stars yesterday, and today we have the utmost honor to present to you more Roll Stars. Starting with the DPS Roll Stars for 2023. Danny, take it away.
Do you guys have any guesses?
I have a lot of guesses. Lots of them.
You have guesses? I mean, we're seeing the first one right here, right now. It is a staple DPS making a name for himself. It was Zest from Soul Infernal.
And Zest has been such a crucial player for this team. When you got Soul Infernal, who likes to play all these different compositions, with the Reinhardt composition, for example, you got Zest on the Mei. Some pretty good stats here. Second in elimination, second in final blows. And I mean, this is a really versatile player who can fill in. When you have M3 on the team, for example, playing the hit scan role, you got Zest, he can mantle the Mei, he can mantle the Tracer, the Genji. A really solid player for the Soul Infernal and much deserved Roll Star this year.
All right. I mean, talking about solid DPS, our second 2023 DPS Roll Star is also very solid, to say the least. It is Stalker from Atlanta Reign.
I feel like I've been cheering this guy on all season, and I think for very good reason. Tracer has been a hotly contested hero in the entire history of the Overwatch League.
Oh my
God. I dare say, no one has done it like this before. Stalker has transcended. He is clearly the best right now. And in a meta, the first half of the season in which that Tracer individual play, those pulse bombs were defining, Stalker was the best of the best. You wouldn't have rather had anyone in this position, and he very much deserves the Roll Star. Huge impact in a team full of Titans.
I mean, look at those stats. I think it's safe to say that he is the best Tracer that we have in the league.
I mean, come on.
This year. It's
ridiculous.
You can't even argue with that.
You don't need stats. Watch this guy play. Watch him for one life on his POV. He's different. He's so consistent and so solid.
Talking about the best, our next 2023 DPS Roll Star is also the best. In many ways, he was 2021 MVP. He is an amazing flex DPS player. Yes, it is Leave from Hangzhou Spark.
And he gave a lot of fans here in the building reason to cheer yesterday when they reverse swept the Atlanta Reign. Super versatile player once more. Take a look at these Echo stats. I mean, first in final blows, first in stick bomb kills. Can mantle the Tracer and match the very best, and a big reason why they had such a good chance against the Atlanta Reign yesterday, but also can play the Echo, can play the Genji if need be. And Leave is gonna have to be really good this playoffs if Hangzhou Spark wants to advance.
I mean, Hangzhou Spark is looking really scary with not only Shy, but as Leave as well. And Leave, congratulations on getting the 2023 DPS Roll Star. Finally, last but not least, our DPS Roll Star goes to the best Sombra, best hit scan as well, 8'9" gaming warlord. Yes, it's Lip from Atlanta Reign.
This guy, he's been an innovator since the beginning. One of the players who brought Sombra into the mainstream in competitive Overwatch. His style influenced, I would dare say, every professional player right now who plays Sombra. We talk about the Lip style, right? It's this incredible amount of damage he puts out, farming up so many ultimates, and also having that intelligence to bring the team play as well. Like, what I want to see, though, is, yes, his Sombra is tactical. He's a very smart player. He brings that heat. Put this guy on hit scan. We saw a taste yesterday, but that was not his final form. It's when Lip's back is against the wall that he will give us something I don't know if any other player can match. And that's why I'm not going to give up faith in the Atlanta Reign, because this guy on hit scan is a monster.
Couldn't agree more. So once more, please give it up for your Roll Stars in the damage roll for the Overwatch League season 2023. Zest, Stalker, Leave, and Lip. A well-earned accolade for all of them. Of course, we still have the support Roll Stars we will be handing out. But first things first, you do not want to miss any of the matches these incredible players will be playing throughout the playoffs. So make sure to sync your calendars right now with the QR code you're seeing on your screens right there. Now, we talked about the bracket number 1 already, so let's head into bracket number 2. Starting with a little discussion here about the Dallas Fuel. They won their match and it was very convincing, 3-0 in the end. But were they tested? Yeah, they look good on the Zarya comp, which is what we expected. We wanted to see that Hanbin in a Zarya meta shine. But will this look as convincingly and as dominant against other teams and other styles?
I feel like Soul Infernal maybe wasn't the tough opponents. We feel like Soul Infernal were struggling a little bit going into this playoffs, but Dallas Fuel looking clean with the 3-0. I'm really curious what the matchup is going to look like the Florida Mayhem, because Florida Mayhem, they showed they want to play the Sigma composition, and they looked really crisp on that, especially with the Brig and the BAP. If you're playing Zarya against that, it's going to be really hard. How do you deal with Sigma's shield, for example? You need to surpass that Sigma shield and really get into the backline. And so that's going to push this Zarya composition to the limits. Dallas Fuel looked really clean against the Soul Infernal, but can they replicate that against the Florida Mayhem? I think we're going to learn more about this team later today.
I think those Merit on the Bastion with an Amp Matrix.
It's a lot of damage.
In front of him. I
lot
mean,
of damage.
Hanbin is a very good player, but that is just so difficult to deal with on the Zarya. You don't have any of that pure damage mitigation in the way Sigma can offer it. So I'm scared, honestly. I think Dallas, they had the Sombra in their lineup last time. Maybe they can work a new comp that's better against Florida, but Florida is so hard to beat in these comp matchups.
Yeah, speaking of Florida, they are the team which defeated Houston Outlaws, much to your dismay. But I know if there's one thing Houston Outlaws players and fans have most of all, it is hope. Lots of it, so much of it. So, Jake, tell us why we should have even more of it. What good things did you see from the Houston Outlaws in their match yesterday against the Florida Mayhem?
I think Houston showed a lot of things we can still be excited about, especially in that Doom comp, where I think their players are so skilled. They're going to be able to make that work against a lot of teams. And I want to just dive into an example and sort of look at something we can hope to see more of out of the Outlaws here. This was from map 1 in their match yesterday against the Florida Mayhem. And we can see Houston is already in trouble in this fight, right? You've lost Shu and Happy, crucial support and damage dealer. Pelican's low on the copy. So resources are in a tough spot here for Outlaws. And Florida, even without Checkmate, they're looking scary with this Deathball comp. Crucially, you see Sound Barrier here almost available. So let's see how Houston clutches out this fight with this incredible team play. They get the flip, which is so crucial, starting to capture the objective. And then they work so well as a unit. We can pause here to right now, Florida, total control of this point, right? Not a Houston player in sight, but Violet, he's going to come in, threaten the point from this angle. Pelican out here on the coast, poking in as the Echo, and Fearless is going to be coming back in on the Doomfist. So even though there are only 3 players, by splitting the attention of Florida and not letting them catch any individuals, they're able to stall this point and clutch it out with some incredible team play. So we can just watch the clip and see how they make it happen. I think plays like these are something that Houston's going to have to replicate consistently, which is very hard to do, I want to emphasize. But if they can continue to play this well, I think there is potential to beat a lot of teams in this tournament. Florida is an exception, and so I don't give up faith in either. Quite a few teams, I think, that lost yesterday, I think can still definitely do well in this tournament.
That was some expert cope there, Jake. I'm glad you blessed the
I was just about to ask for maybe an opinion which bleeds a little less green. No, but would you be on board with that? Like, do you think all hope is lost for Houston?
No,
Surely
no.
not.
I definitely think that this could have been a preview of the grand finals. I do think that Florida Mayhem looks so strong that if you go up against the Mayhem, that could have been any team there in Outlaw's position and been 3-1 like that. And it looked pretty one-sided for most of the time. I think that speaks to Mayhem's strength rather than the Outlaws' weakness. So I am not too unsure about the Houston Outlaws. I think they're going to be a really tough opponent for the rest of the playoffs.
True that. But what do we know? We got everything wrong yesterday. Well, not everything, but we certainly got that first match woefully wrong. But I think that was maybe just because we didn't have the inside scoop. Luckily for us, Golden Boy is a real homie, and he's going to hook us up with all the things we need to know because he's standing by with an expert down on the floor.
Oh, boy. No one told me I had to do the segment. It was my bad. I got caught and I was talking to people. It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault. All right? So, Ben, if you're listening to me, you can go ahead and fire me later on. In any case, so I'm here with Avril, who, you guys know Avril, right? Familiar with him? It's one of the good noodles. And we're going to talk about some East action. Now, it's been quite interesting over these last few, I would say, weeks, and of course, obviously for this one, especially with the Spark, they have shocked everyone. It feels like we're seeing this team really coming alive at this event. Do you think they have what it takes to go all the way?
Man, I had some belief, but they really blew the doors open, man. Map 3, I'm thinking, this is looking okay. Map 4, it's looking possible. Map 5, I'm getting ready to show up behind Jake. That's what was happening back then. So, yeah. What a day. What a start. A dream start for Hangzhou. Dream start for the East.
Yeah, and I mean, what? Any Hangzhou fans any Spark fans here? There it is. But yeah, I see you, though. You're trying to be a rebel. Don't worry. We'll get to them in a little bit. Now, let's go ahead, though, and talk about these differences, right? There's been a lot of conversation about stylistic differences that I've seen, but obviously, you know, that was when the breakup happened. You started to see, like, influences from the East and the West regions. What can you tell people who are watching this for the first time that are tuning into the biggest Overwatch event of the year that they should be expecting from these East and West teams?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally, East have played a lot more dive. They play a lot more of the Winston, a lot more of the Doomfist. West, they play a lot more of the Rush kind of stuff. They play a lot more of the Rhine. I think over the past year, with players moving across regions, you had a bunch of the APAC players from last year going to teams like the Atlanta Reign. They're playing a lot more of that dive style now. They introduced the Sombra. You had Dallas, they're moving over towards the East. They brought a lot more of that Rush style over. Now you're seeing sort of Harbin and playing that Zarya.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there's been a lot more of a mix this year, honestly.
Yeah, and I think that also just creates a very interesting league, as we have been treated to here. But that also takes us to the final two teams we got to talk about in the East. You got Dallas, as well as can I get this for a minute? Soul Infernal. Look at this. Look at this beautiful artwork, by the way. Very well done. Give her a round of applause. Unbelievable. Good stuff. Fist bump. Well played. Let's talk about Fuel and Infernal, because Fuel, they look great. Infernal, little rocky. I'm sorry, I have to be the bearer of bad news. What do you make of them?
Yeah, rough start for Infernal on day number 1. I think Dallas, they played where you'd expect them to be. They're coming into a really big high, riding a wave of momentum with the patch changes. Zarya's looking pretty decent at the moment as well. And
put that sign down, you coward! Boo this man! Boo him! Aggressively boo! Boo him too! Oh yeah, but obviously though, jokes aside though, yeah, Infernal's certainly going to have a bit of an uphill battle. Do you think they have what it takes to be able to pull it off?
I think they still got a couple looks to go through. I mean, Mag hasn't played the Ryan yet. We know that there's a lot more in the main tank pool. There's a Arista in there for Mag as well. There are some issues with the Infernal. They've had to make a last-minute roster change and a couple things to work through on that side, but we haven't seen all the different looks from Infernal yet. I think they got cards still left to play.
All right, well, I'm excited for it, and it's going to be awesome. Guys, give it up for Avril giving us the update. You'll hear him cast a little later on, but for now, though, we're going to send it right back over to Zoe in the desk, and I think I have resignation papers to put forward.
Thank you guys so much. Back here on the desk, anything you want to say? What's going on?
Can we have that guy who said Hardy is mid on the desk? I wanna
yeah,
hear
we want to chat. We want to chat with you.
Don't dish it out if you can't take it, Danny.
All right, bro. I need some answers from you, brother.
London talks infinite smack. You have to be able to take it. If you're gonna dish it out like that on a regular basis, you gotta. It's coming right back.
Maybe it's a super fan. Maybe he knows that this just fuels Hardy's swag and anger and the vibes. Maybe he's working with him rather than against him.
Maybe.
Some people are just built that way. You never know. You never know. Don't have a good transition to this one, but I do want you all to know that not only can you talk smack on the signs, you can also support players, and you can do that via team jerseys. So grab yours now. They have them on sale in our online shop, but also, of course, we have a shop right here. That's right. Get all decked out. Support your teams from the East and from the West.
Gladiators jerseys.
Yeah.
A Valiant? I might pick up a Valiant one.
Cop them all. And whilst you're at it, just throw a party wearing it as well. You can host watch parties now. Head on over to overwatchleague.com/co-streaming and figure out what you got to do to get your communities involved. There's a lot of great things you can chat about with them, such as, for example, a special announcement we have that is going to happen on Sunday. We're going to have a deep dive on Samoa, the new map, with Jared and Aaron. Of course, it's going to be super excited to hear their insight on the making of this absolutely gorgeous map. We've seen basically just one screenshot of thus far. So I'm super excited to hear more about it. And of course, we have a show match. So lots of reasons to watch. And if that's not enough, no, we also have drops.
Still need that spray.
For sure.
I'm a Weaver believer, guys.
You're a
I'm
Weaver
changed
believer?
man.
You're a changed man.
I'm a changed man.
What happened?
We're Weaver.
That tree goes crazy.
That tree goes crazy. Put it on a t-shirt. That's right. I know who else goes crazy. Almost all players we have on the server, but if there's one thing which was really deadly this season, it wasn't the DPS players or the tanks. We had our eyes on our supports. All season long, they've been fragging out. They've been putting up those highlight reels. So it is now time to honor their performances with the support role stars of our 2023 season. Danny, go for it.
All right. Our first role star goes to this person. Pelican and someone might not agree, but we all know how scary Chio is. on that main support. It is Chio from Atlanta Reign.
He's been so just hailed this season as the best main support player in the game. If you speak to any Overwatch League player, they'll go, the Atlanta Reign backline is impossible to kill because Chio has just been so consistent on the Lucio. You can see the stats, and he's so, like you mentioned, Zoe, first in aerial damage per 10 minutes on Lucio, but also the break has just been phenomenal from Chio. And a big reason why Atlanta Reign has been so successful, the armor packs to the flankers, taking care of Fielder on the on-off course. This guy is just like a protector of the team, and it sets a great precedent for the entire Atlanta Reign. Big reason for their success this season.
Right. Next up, this player has his team always on his back. It is Skewed from Seoul Infernal.
Skewed has been a really crucial player for the Infernal success this season, having great performances across the flex support role, really showing why I think a lot of teams do still want this dedicated flex support player who, remember, Skewed used to play break too, so he's got so much depth as a player. He offers that to his team. I think that's been one of those huge assets for a lot of teams this season, being able to utilize players in many different ways, keep your opponents guessing, and Skewed's able to do that while still delivering incredibly great performances throughout the season.
All right, our next 2023 support role star goes to Chio's other half, another deadly support. It is Fielder from Atlanta Reign.
A sweep for the backline of the Atlanta Reign. Both of their support players being nominated role stars this year. And the biotic grenades from Fielder on the Ana this year has just been sensational. We talk a lot about Twilight from Boston Uprising, for example. Fielder, especially in the mid-season madness, the way he just turned these fights around for his team, the way he anti-nated the enemy team and set up the rest for his team for success. Fielder has been outstanding, and once more wins Role Star, we have to say. This is not his first. This is one of many for Fielder. He's been so good for so long, the reigning champion.
Both Chio and Fielder, I mean, they just make a great duo, and that's what
they're unkillable.
Yeah, it's just, they're unkillable.
It's an unkillable duo. They're fantastic together.
Talking about unkillable, you know, if we have Chio in the west, we got this guy in the east. Another deadly main support, it is Fixa from Seoul Infernal.
You know, Fixa, it's really tough for the Infernal to play without him. You can feel how much of the heart and soul of this team that he is. Unfortunately, with the wrist injury, not able to compete in playoffs, they are feeling his loss because he's been such a consistent contributor in the East region. A part of the success of Infernal's ability, they can run the rush comp, especially with the Lucio. I mean, come on, look at these stats. So much aggression coming out of Fixa. That's exactly what you want out of your support. I mean, when you have low healing stats like this and high damage, high aggressive stats, that means your team is dominating. They don't need heals, they need speed. And so, you know, honestly, you love to see that as a Seoul Infernal player. It's tough to see what they can do without him, but you want to see him back in the lineup as soon as possible.
What is the thing that we always say? I mean, it's why do you need to heal if you could just kill everyone?
No one ever said that. No one ever said that. But what we do say is congratulations. Please put your hands together one more time for our role stars in the support role for the Overwatch League 2023 season. Chio, Scoot, Fielder, and Fixa. And if you want to see these fine gentlemen playing it out on the server today, well, you will be in for a treat because some of these teams will be playing for elimination. They're playing for their lives. Our first one, or rather our first two matches are in fact elimination matches. London Spitfire will have to go up against the Atlanta Reign, and the Houston Outlaws will face off against the Seoul Infernal. Afterwards, we're going to find out which are the two teams which will punch their tickets to our semis. First, Spark will take on the Uprising, and the last match of the day will be fought out between the Dallas Fuel and the Florida Mayhem. So a lot of exciting matches coming our way. And another thing I'm always excited about is fan art. And we have plenty of that on hand, of course, not just in the arena here. Golden Boy just got to showcase some of it on one of those beautiful cheerboards you guys are doing. But also fan art has been submitted all year long in our fan art gallery. So we once more want to take a quick minute to thank you guys so much because you're really brighten our days with all of that. So we thought it is time to repay the favor, but I'm not sure if we're actually doing that.
Confidence.
We thought we're gonna make some merch for all of you. That's right. So we drew some t-shirts, and on those t-shirts, I asked the team to please put down what they think, what they are expecting to see from today.
Oh, this is.
So these are our day 2 expectation shirts, or maybe the playoffs expectation shirts. Should we really show these? I think we have to. It's in the rundown. We have to show
what you've done.
Let's just go down the list. What you got for us?
Okay, well, lead us off.
He's an artiste.
Would you please?
Jake, you know, I figured I'd do this one for you and the boys.
Yeah.
You know, what am I expecting
Jake, do you want to hold his mic?
Johnny, do you want me to hold your mic?
Okay, cute.
Get the cow. What are these sounds?
Cut
I
that,
thought
cut
that was
that.
pretty good. Come on,
looks
this is not half bad.
That is better than I thought you would do.
Someone would wear this.
My
Someone out there would
expectations
wear
were
this.
even lower than this.
I need to find the one person in this audience who would wear this.
I'm sure we find some takers to that one. What you got for? What
It's a
is that?
tongue.
Blood
It's a
on their
tongue.
tongue?
It's tongue.
Tongues are red.
Just
Did you not
cheeky.
know?
It's a cheeky cowboy. Don't
Okay.
judge, Danny. Don't judge until we see yours. Jake,
All
what you
right,
got
my
for
turn,
us?
my turn. Okay.
The support coming
A little
through.
teamwork action here.
Uh-oh,
So I've got,
uh-oh.
one thing I expect is that brackets will be boomed today. We've got no
Whoa.
predictions. None of them are going to last. We don't know what's going to happen. We threw out the script. The players are writing it.
It feels like every day.
Asylum.
These brackets are forks, pitchforks, kind of.
No,
brackets.
I
thought you
saw
liked
it. I
American
immediately
football, Johnny.
recognized what this is.
I thought this was a mushroom first. I mean, boys.
It is a...
Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah,
Wow.
but this is great work,
Thank you.
Jake.
Thank you.
8+.
Great job.
Danny, what you got?
All right, for me, I wanted to just express how I felt about the day, or how I'm going to be feeling about the day. You know, with all those carnage, elimination, blood that's about to be
Joy,
spilled
so
on
just
stage.
joy,
So it's just
you're
me.
ecstatic.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic.
It's beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is cute.
Yeah.
This is terrifying.
I'm looking
I can't
forward
tell
to
if it's
this.
happy or sad.
It's a little terrifying. Why was there a buzzer sound? Okay, our production is out for blood today. What's going on? All right, this is more like a Santa wish list than a prediction. Okay. This is the Atlanta Rain
too
Salty
good.
Run Back.
It's too good.
Let's go. That's
Mine is
too
like
good.
Atlanta.
the same.
This isn't fair.
This is the
So he's
Salty
an
Run
artist
Back.
when
You
we're
Just
not.
as good
gotta
as
bring
mine.
it back. It's
Too
happening.
talented. Like, we stand no chance. What are we
I mean-
supposed to do?
No, honestly, I think
Take
my
the
drawing's
compliments
better.
on it. It's expressive. Look, these are so good that we just don't want to keep them to ourselves. So we're gonna throw them in the audience. Any takers? Anyone need a shirt?
Wow. People want him. People actually want our drawings.
I don't know why.
I feel
but-
special. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Well, now, who of us is the biggest thrower? It's not
that's
Johnny,
Danny.
that's for sure, because that went like half a meter.
Well,
Danny,
I
how
gave it to
far
an
can you
Outlaws
throw?
fan.
Alright,
I
let me
gave
see.
the Outlaws shirts to an Outlaws fan.
just
I
gonna
think
throw mine.
that's well done. You're gonna
And he
you
immediately
put
puts this in his
together.
bag and hides
For the
it.
people. Who
Crumble them
wants it? Who
together
wants
to
it?
get
Raise
more
your hand.
range.
All right.
That was a
Okay.
good toss right there.
All right,
Oh, nice
all
pick,
right.
nice pick.
Good. Danny
You know
next.
Overwatch games like that?
No. Sometimes.
Any takers? Happy face? All right, I'm gonna go over
Oh,
there.
everyone wants Danny's.
I don't even know if I can throw that far.
You threw
Sorry,
it
guys.
into the ground.
I threw it into the ground.
All right, so let's see it. Who's getting the salt?
Sorry.
There's quite a lot of Atlanta fans here.
All right.
You got to cheer for it. if
I
you
put
want it,
this
guys.
together real tight. Like I
Oh, man.
gotta aim for an Atlanta
It looks
fan
like
too.
all of our shirts are
Ah.
equally good.
Help!
Let's see it.
All right. I want people down there to get something. You guys are too close. You guys already got something.
Yeah.
Here, you hold this.
Go.
Mine is already getting worn, guys. This proud Outlaws fan is wearing my Outlaws jersey.
Come on, show me your arm.
Oh,
It's fine.
I fumbled.
It happened to me. It's fine.
Can you pass it on to down there? I want them to get something.
you just
It slipped my hand. It was trapped.
pathetic.
Okay, listen.
That was pathetic.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know if that's my mic or
I'm just not good at throwing. That's my takeaway.
Do you want to re-go?
I
Can we ask for it
do.
back?
I want to redeem myself.
I think that's
Hey, no, it already happened. It already
No,
happened.
I can't do a redo. I can't redeem myself, but the Atlanta Rain can. And they have the opportunity. That was a perfect segue. Thank you very much. I'm very good at my job. They have the opportunity to do so going up against London Spitfire. This is our first match of the day. It's an elimination match. London Spitfire will undoubtedly roll up once again with their Reinhardt composition.
No matter what.
But will it work? Will it work against the Atlanta Rain?
I mean, look, this is a hard composition to beat. Make no mistake about it. Yes, the Boston Uprising, they have this composition that they know how to beat the London Spitfire. But don't take it for granted that all these other teams in the playoffs are just going to come out here and steamroll the London Spitfire because they looked pretty meh yesterday. They are extremely efficient at Symmetra teleporting around the map, Sparker on the Bastion. That is such high damage output that it's really hard to avoid the London Spitfire. They can teleport around the map. Hadi charging at your face, dropping Earth Shatters. This is a really good team, and for the Atlanta Reign, it's going to be difficult for them to overcome the London Spitfire. Make no mistake about it.
I think you're right. I think the big question for Atlanta is right here in the middle of your screen. It's this rookie tank Donghak who I really have my eyes on because I know Stalker and Lip, these guys are really strong. I think they can definitely handle whether it's Bastion Genji or Sojourn Genji. I'm not worried about them. I think Donghak, the question is, can he match up with Smurf's veterancy? I think Smurf from the Uprising on the Orisa is a crucial component to how you deal with the London Spitfire. So far, no other team has been able to replicate Boston's success, even with Boston having good performances. You got to remember, though, if anybody can do it, it would be Atlanta, right? All season long, we would have thought of them as a stronger rush team and a stronger dive team than Boston Uprising. So I think for London, you've got to be scared. You've got to have some kind of answer for that Orisa Genji comp. It's going to come fast and furious. I'd be surprised to see Atlanta run something else.
Well, it is time for predictions. I'm getting London vibes from this side, but I'm wondering where we're heading over here.
Danny just emanates London vibes.
I mean, I know London, they got the audience at their back, but if Atlanta Reign has something, it's me. All right, and no matter what, I won't.
Are you playing today? Are you playing today?
I don't know if they sub me in. Maybe they should.
If you get subbed in, I might update my brand.
Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that. No, but honestly, Atlanta Reign, I mean, they've been so dominant. They have seen and played against this Reinhardt composition. I don't think they're going to struggle.
Let's go, London! To rebuild our legacy, we spit fire. It's gonna be hard, but hey, we vibe in London. Let's go.
Leg days on your side as well. Looking very
threatening, isn't it? It's very honestly.
Guys,
scared.
It's not coming home. Atlanta, they're taking this. They're too good. They're too strong on every single level. The Lip hitscan demon has been awoken.
Thank you.
I think Chio in particular is going to have a highlight reel of the game. He's a very aggressive Lucio, and this is the matchup in which you let him out of his cage. He doesn't have to sit by fielder all game and just support. He's going to be in that back line. Admiral, you better watch out. You come to drop the beat, you might find yourself having a bad day.
The Toronto crowd is just mean. Like, we're just getting booed, Jake. I got Atlanta too. Why are we getting booed like this?
McGlutton for punishment.
Look, Atlanta Reign are the favorites. You gotta.
You low-key asked for
Danny's just egging him on. Come on, Danny.
I don't feel like I was booed for my prediction. Like, I don't know why it always happens to you.
Jake.
Maybe it seems like a you problem.
I can take it. I've been playing online PvP video games since I was 12, man. I can take it all. I don't care.
I mean, hey, you guys are talking about angry Atlanta. Who says that London's not angry? They lost their match yesterday. They're gonna be coming in pretty angry as well.
They just vibe and they're just here to have a good time, honestly.
They could have a good time and be angry. Have you ever seen Hottie angry? We're gonna see him right now. Yeah, it's gonna happen.
We're not gonna see him angry. But maybe we do. Maybe we do, because we are about to see those players take their seats and battle it out. It is everything on the line for London Spitfire and Atlanta Reign, because one of those two teams will be going home after this match. We can't wait to get things started, so we're gonna head into a very quick break, and then we're back with the first match of the day.
On the path to glory, all roads lead north, but the journey ahead is unclear. The best of the best face off for the right to call themselves champions. Every move, every shot brings them one step closer to immortality.
One by one, the dominoes fall.
And they're just built different. Oh my God! Feel the energy of the arenas beating hard. The stage is set. The battle lines are drawn. It's now or never. Day 2 of the Overwatch League Playoffs starts now.
Welcome to day 2 of the Overwatch League Playoffs, live from Toronto, Canada. I'm Golden Boy, your host, and it's been an absolute blast here. You guys have been amazing all day long. Give yourself a round of applause. Incredible stuff. Now, here's the thing. We had a shocking start to this competition. A lot of wild things happen. And if there's one thing that I know for certain is that all of our teams are hungry, because this is Elimination Day. Everything is on the line here. Your journey to the championship could end here and now. And with these boys being hungry, I think they gotta eat. So let's go ahead and bring them out. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage, the London Spitfire!
London Spitfire, your inaugural season franchise champions. They had a tough first half of the season, but when they found their groove on the Reinhardt composition, they have been on fire. Running through the Western play-ins, they took down the teams like the San Francisco Shock, the Vancouver Titans, the Toronto Defiant. None of them could deal with Hadi's signature Reinhardt, and now they're fighting for survival against their fearful opponents.
And their opponents, the Atlanta Reign!
These guys, you might think they're villains, but they're coming to take it all. I don't think they care much about how anyone else feels. They're here to win like they were able to do in the mid-season madness. Top to bottom, stacked with stars. This team's been the favorite from the beginning for a reason. And even though their backs are against the wall, they've been in situations like this before. You cannot count them out. I think this is going to be a very good match for the Atlanta Reign.
All right. The stage is set. We're ready to go. What do you think, Toronto? How you feeling right now? Oh, guys, it's the first match of the day. Toronto, how we feeling right now? That's what I love to hear. Now let's get ready and send this banger matchup back to your casters. It's Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. The dawn of the second day, and the Gear team shudders with anticipation. We're sending 2 teams home today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously yesterday a big shocking loss there for the Atlanta Reign. They don't seem to be the crowd favorites here in Toronto. And I think they're in a little bit of a dangerous matchup here. London, we know what they're going to do. They're going to play Reinhardt comps. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, they're going to keep playing it.
Always the dangerous matchup, right?
Because it's like, you're Symmetra TPing around, you got the Bastion. Not any other team plays like this, right? So hard to, get some good game plans against it. Boston Uprising has been really good against the London Spitfire as of late. Pretty good matchup for them early on, but maybe not as good for the Reign.
That is a game plan you can replicate to some degree, though. We saw the Atlanta Reign take on the Spitfire right at the start of the summer stage, and London were playing a similar style. You have to think it was foreshadowed a little bit on the desk that these Genji compositions can run rings around that less mobile outside of TP use composition of the Spitfire. We're going to be starting on Ilios, everybody, and expect much the same from this London squad. At times, We have seen Hardy try D.Va, try Winston on Lighthouse, but I think London are pretty much stuck in their ways from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, that's not happening here, right? For me, what's scary is London comes in, you're kind of playing with house money. Like, nobody expected them to be here, right? They get through the LCQ. They play a weird style compared to everybody else. This Atlanta Reign team, since the beginning of the season, has been expected to win everything. To be in this type of situation, there is a ton of pressure on them.
Starting things off with a loss down to our lower bracket. Not what the Atlanta Reign expected to find themselves. Every player on this team, with the exception of Donghak, of course, a role star this year.
Why'd you have to do my boy Donghak like that?
Worth pointing out, I thought. Do it for Danny.
Do it for Danny.
Out of the gates we come, everybody. It all starts here on Lighthouse, and the Atlanta Reign a little bit quicker off the mark here. It'll be Donghak on the Doomfist against Hardy's signature Ryan.
You guys should have saw Danny's first t-shirt drawing. That one would have been a crowd favorite. We get a TP here from London, straight to the point. They want to play this bunker style, especially with the Mei.
Donghak already comes calling here. A little bit of a mutual knockdown between him and Hardy, straight into power block as Hardy sleeps. Fielder able to connect the dart from across the map here as Donghak wants to get a bit of space. Immortality Field already deployed here, and a lot of pressure on Lantern already. Fielder follows up again, first the sleep, then the bio.
Yeah, and the Doomfist is like one of the only tanks, really the only tank that can get in and get out. So try and play this here against this composition, especially when you have the Genji and the Echo in the mist, really just trying to burst some of these targets down.
Fielder taken down eventually. He was such a problem at the start of this fight, and things are going from bad to worse already for Atlanta. Donghak is healthy on the point. Worth pointing out that Chio is here on the Mercy. Stunned up, is going to have to use a Meteor Strike to get out, but meanwhile Stalker's brought back into the fray. Another short punch on Hardy now. The pressure is on. Immortality Field deployed here with a Spitfire been in control this whole time. Landon foul lips somehow, and although Donghak's able to find this elimination here, it's still the Spitfire ticking it up.
And look at how annoying Backbone is being, just Mei walls and ice blocks in the corner there. They end up getting the point right off the rip, and you still can't get Backbone out of this corner. I mean, off of this first fight, one in which like they're just trading back and forth, the Spitfire are almost going to get 50% off of this. That's awesome. I mean, look at this. They end up with double support ult here. You have your Blizzard. I mean, they had to invest just nothing really outside of the survivability. And there was a really good immortality field there from Landon that kept Hottie and Backbone alive for a period of time, allowed Backbone to cycle through the ice block and the wall and the point.
Oh! Okay, take the back door, apparently. Blizzard also thrown down to cover the Spitfire's advance.
Zoning Blizzard.
Nobody from Atlanta dares step inside of that here. Fielder desperately trying to keep Lip up from the high ground, but it's not going to be enough here. Immortality Field down, it's going to be a Nano Doomfist going in. Landon is the target, and they get him. But a sound barrier comes a little bit too late to save the Baptiste. Donghak takes a moment here, but Chio's been taken out. This is getting dangerous. The pin is perfect. Hardy was lying in wait. Donghak now scrambling away, but the Ryan is in hot pursuit, and Donghak's in trouble.
And being able to get these first picks there for London are massive, right? Being able to get to the point, get that first pick, Donghak gets quite low. And there's that slow from like the Symmetra turrets. Like, it's not like one of the key features of it, right? It's the damage, stacking them up, but that slow allows Hottie to get some extra damage as he's trying to get away. And you get that kill on the Donghak. You're at a point where this might be last fight.
Stalker's close to duplication here, but his Spitfire holding on to some big ultimates. That Bite Grenade could not be followed up upon, but it's going to be a blade coming out from Lip. Can he make the difference? There's no Nano to mix with this. Lip can only peer in from the extremities. Can't get too close. Trying to backstab a bit of damage on Atlanta, but the Immortality Field is in play now. Lip knocked away for the time being. It's Donghak taken down by the Mei, and this is trouble for the Reign. They bring the Doomfist back in for another bite of the apple, and Donghak is hungry. It's Landon falling first now. Sound barrier comes out again, belatedly, not enough to save the Baptiste once more, and Donghak deals with Sparker. Now to Sim Slow, less of an issue. Fielder from the high ground though, but the Blizzard could be good, and Lip's already been taken down. Donghak set off the map! It's both of us, buddy! And the London Spitfire open up with a big round win!
Yeah, by the crowd, you'd think we were in London. We got a Spitfire chant going on here. I mean, this is about as bad as you can get here for the Reign off the start. I mean, they did not look good. We had a little bit of a pause here. Damn, is that a Hottie? Hottie is mid-sign? Damn, that's tough. Wait. Hey, that's Photoshop right there. That's Photoshop.
That is to scale.
Hey, do we got people confiscating signs? What's going on?
I don't think so, yeah. I think this one gets to stay. I might veto that one, Matthew.
Come on, man.
Hardy calls for a pause there. Said, yo, you better give the Reign some time to catch their breath here.
Yeah, Hadi was like you with the chair, and Donghak was like me in the corner.
So that round starts off with a really long fight in which the Spitfire gain like 40 to 50% of that capture progress. Yeah. And we saw how difficult it is for Donghak to put real pressure on Hadi. There's a lot of displacement, there's a decent amount of crowd control, but in terms of getting rid of the Ryan, it seemed like it took so long.
But it almost feels he even got baited there at the start, right? Because it wasn't really about Hadi. I mean, Landon was able to live forever, with the immortality field right on Baptiste, and then also Backbone was able to just ice block, Maywall, ice block, Maywall. Just nobody was like doing anything to him in the corner, and he's also like, I don't know if you caught it, but he's playing in the corner if you're on Lighthouse, like when you enter towards like one of the sides. And he's got the Symmetra turrets above him as well. So if anybody gets close to him, you got a little bit of the car wash going, and then he just puts a Maywall up, and nobody can do any damage to him.
We saw Donghak push that corner once, knocking both players up, but eventually had to pull back because the turrets.
Well, the second time we saw it, he ended up dying to Hadi, right? So, I mean, not a great start. I will say that's probably the best Reinhardt point you have here on Ilios. So, if that is the worst case scenario for the Reign, you think now, as we move into some of the other points here, we take a look at a replay here. This is going to be Hadi with this charge. Well,
no cancel, because he knows Donghak can get back onto the platform.
And Hadi's not a coward. He's willing to go for the ride.
He knew there was no choice. Cancels that charge, seismic slam that puts Donghak back in play and invalidates that attempt. Ruins is next, everybody. Out the gates we go.
I mean, this is like full circle here. I mean, we got a Wrecking Ball composition here for the Reign. So, like, Wrecking Ball, this means you basically have no front line, but it doesn't really matter because they're going to play the Ashe at a distance with the Mercy pocket, and then kind of like Tracer and the Karika can play on their own. But
you do in the sense that you can create this spacing here from Donghak. He's just being like an interstitial element, giving Lip a bit of room here.
Because of this high ground as well, it's really difficult for the Spitfire to access this, right? Like, they have no, I mean, you can have like Admiral kind of like go and make a play for it, right? But you're really relying on those like sim TPs to get some of these characters who don't have, verticality, built into their kits up on that high ground.
We're going to pocketed Ashe in play. That is extremely threatening to Backbone and Sparker. They have to play around this Rhine shield, but Donghak's going to make that hard. Where is Hadi coming from? Heads to the mid pillar, stops himself. Glancing blow of the Fire Strike as it went in Fielder's direction, but Landon's fallen. Stalker's able to find purchase in the back line, and Chio brings Lip back into the fray. Can he get far enough from the action to be effective? It looks like the coach gun sends him to safety.
But how do you get the May off of the point? Like, I think this is actually pretty good here for the Reign. Like, I think this comp makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think they're just not able to keep it going for long. So Atlanta will get control of the point here. And typically you would say, like, do you expect to see some changes from London? I don't know. I mean, you can probably swap the May out for something else, but it seems unlikely they're going to deviate from this. They're going to try and figure out a way to maybe access to where Lip is playing from.
This is a very curated composition from the Atlanta Reign. We've seen Donghak's legendary ball on occasion this season already. Lip under pressure, Bob to step in. Contest the point, make it hard to step up here. Lip needs to be careful. Backbone playing awfully close to that choke. He has a Blizzard available, so wants to be in position to really cut off any reinforcements. An Immortality Field already has to be used here, and an Ant Matrix almost cost Stalker his life there. Backbone not able to connect with that Icicle. It's going to be a sound barrier now. Kitsune rush here from Fielder. We'll see the Reign drop to the point for the time being as Chio tries to get a read on things. The Spitfire are no closer to Assault in this point than they were earlier as the Reign sidestepped them.
No, it's just, both teams just kind of trading ultimates and just staying alive. Now, this is going to be the Spitfire's opportunity to push in.
Lips has to get on the high ground here. The Maywall stymieing him from a moment. It's going to be a catch on the Backbone with the Dynamite. A Blizzard thrown out here. The Spitfire not too perturbed for the time being as Stalker misses that Pulse Bomb. There wasn't an ice block up for Backbone there. Stalker under pressure. Chio steps in, tries to heal up the Tracer. They're going to be able to get him away. But the Spitfire flipped the point.
Can they hold it, though? So you're going to have Soccer Ball. I mean, that
is... Do you want fries with that?
So I think the hardest part will be getting the hold, right? Because Atlanta can play so split, can try and isolate players, and there's nobody really to collapse on. Like, you think the Ashe is the most likely target, but from these areas that the Ashe is playing, you have to commit a lot, right? You have to TP multiple players in, up on a high ground, difficult to get them out. Curious how London approached this.
Fielder looks to clear the turrets here as Donghak is causing problems elsewhere. Lip Boosted in damage, finds Backbone now, and Hardy wants to surge forward here. Lip able to play away from that Earth Shadow, and here comes Bob inside a small room. A scary prospect. The immortality field of Landon is down, and so the Spitfire have to huddle. The Rain are not attempting to capture right now, so this gives some time for the Spitfire. What a dynamite connection though. Admiral burnt to a crisp, and back to the low ground go the Spitfire. Donghak now wants to make this even worse, and it's a minefield in the small room. You're not getting out of this one with limbs intact. It's Hardy, surges forward though. Lip is down, Chio under pressure, but Hardy eventually is brought to heel.
And I think you needed this Genji switch like 2 fights ago. I think if you're London, I think it may just be a little bit too late here on this point. The Genji gives you the verticality, you know, to be able to actually go and put pressure on that Ashe without committing the whole team.
Backbone low, he's in trouble. It's going to have to be a sound barrier preemptively now. Stalker playing from the periphery with a pulse bomb to deliver. Not a stick, but it's on the pillar, and Admiral stumbles into it. Now Stalker can continue to go to work here. Sparker clinging to life. The immortality field prolongs it, but not for long enough. Backbone still in the mix on the Genji here, but nowhere near that blade. And Stalker slaps him senseless. Now it's Hardy, full surround here for the Atlanta Rain to push the right heart off. Overtime ticks down and he cannot touch. It's an even game on Ilios.
As we knew, that Lighthouse would be probably the best case scenario there for London Spitfire in terms of drawing that point early. Ruins heavily favors the Atlanta Rain and what they want to play. I actually think if you're the Spitfire, you probably come out and play this Genji here. I think that the Mei on well, you know, you can take a lot of the high ground. You can play an Echo here, right? I think the Genji gives you a little bit more kill potential, especially on a backline that may include, you know, on a brick.
Soldier 76 here from Lip. Starting to see him emerge more, especially with his potency on those flashpoint maps. But even here, being a constant thorn, Lip likely will switch to him and use them very weathered legs to get back into the fray quickly. No, the Lip Tracer here.
Yeah, and you're playing the Winston, right? So you're going to play an Ana in the mix. You have a few good nano boost targets here for the Rain. And actually, Backbone plays the Mei, so they're going to commit to the Mei here. A lot like the last round, though, there's not, I mean, who are you collapsing on? Really, it's about probably trying to catch Fielder out.
Backbone will not give that high ground up. Chio doesn't have any healing presently from Fielder until he backs up. Backbone immovable from this high ground position. I like that. Sticky bombs on Backbone. He's forced to ice block and drop.
That's the wall and ice block out already, though.
Stalker now looking for Backbone once more. He knows those defensive cooldowns aren't available, but Landon clips Stalker's wings. Lip a threat, but now without Echo in the mix here, Hardy can get more aggressive. There's no focusing beam to punish him, and he found Fielder. Beelines towards Adana's position.
And interesting enough, you're going to have them play Genji now. So we're going to see a Genji Tracer dive here against the Mei Reinhardt Rush comp, which I feel like London's had good success against teams who have done this to them or tried to do this to them. Really, you know, Boston able to, you know, do nice things, but they have like Bash in the mix and other, right? So, I mean, this is tough.
Landon, can he pressure out the immortality field? That's the objective there for Lip. Pulse bomb available, would like to hold that for after that cooldown's used. Sim TP, Lip opts to clear it now. Donghak charged here. Nano Doers could be a scary prospect. Hardy quickly pulls the plug, but Backbone is left in the wake of his teammates. Stalker will pounce. Here's Atlanta beginning the cap now, but it's unlikely the Spitfire will give it up so easily. An amplification matrix in play with the Rain and playing around it. They're far too mobile to be subject to that. Pulse dropped in. Hardy takes a bit of damage, but had that sound barrier ticking as Admiral lets it go. Primal for Donghak, hoping for environmentals, but nobody serving themselves up on the Spitfire side. He'll settle for the disruption, but eventually he's brought down. It's a trade of tanks. Stalker with the deflect. Now the wall comes up, but he's on the right side of it.
But the longer this fight drags out, it's better for the Spitfire, right? And now you lose Fielder, large source of healing. This is a Blizzard.
Chio can't back away. Frozen solid. And Sparker finishes the job. Donghak returns here on the Doom Fist, but the Rain still haven't had their time in the sun. There's no cap for Atlanta. And Donghak makes a swift exit too.
I mean, we didn't love the Doom look on Lighthouse if we were going to get it here, maybe for the map. London, you're okay if these fights go longer, right? With the Rain's comp, they want to just get in there, blow up targets, finish these fights quick. You start to ramp that sim damage over time, you know, you get the immortality field out, and that's fine for the Spitfire. They're totally fine playing in this back corner around these turrets.
Expect this one to be a long fight as well. Stalker has that blade, wants to get it out before the sound barrier is used, but will have to contend again with the lamp. Pulse Bomb, not enough to put the pressure on the Spitfire. Here comes the Ant Matrix and Stalker. It's his time to go. Simtara's cutting him. It's going to be a sound barrier. Admiral got it in time. Shuts down that offensive ultimate. Hardy trying to be immovable here and sends Geo packing. That Spitfire starts with a win.
Oh, that is a big yikes if you're an Atlanta Reign fan. I mean, that is not what you want to see here to kick things off. As clearly the Doom was just not super effective against those Reinhardt-based compositions that they were bringing in. And Stalker has that blade, waiting for the right time, maybe trying to go in. Doghack is dead basically instantly. And then when he pops that blade, they have Sound Barrier back already. They have an Amp Matrix going as well. It's man, it's a rough look from the Reign. So I'm interested because going into map number 2, it obviously their map selection, the Spitfire are not going to move off of these comps. It's going to be, Sim Mei, Sim Genji, Reinhardt, Lucio, Baptiste. And they're going to say, beat it. We saw them do it with the ball, but every other look did not fare out well. Maybe you start to go towards some maps where you can play like Orisa-based compositions, and that's kind of how you think you get through it, but this series may be a bit rougher than we thought.
The blueprint is supposed to be there to handle this Reinhardt-based composition, but the Spitfire do it like nobody else. The Atlanta Reign select Blizzard World for our hybrid map of this series. And just as you hinted, perhaps an opportunity to lead into some of their strengths.
I mean, you have Hawk obviously on the roster as well. Like, do you maybe see him come in?
Donghack standing up
a little bit different. Yeah, I mean, do you try and play, like, if you're going to do Blizzard World, do you say, yeah, like you can play D.Va, you can play Sigma.
Oh.
Maybe that's a little bit of the angle we're going to get here.
Can you handle the Hawk? That's the question for the London Spitfire heading into this next map. It'll be Blizzard World coming up in our first elimination match of the tournament. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back live from the Mattamy Athletic Center. immovable, unshakable, implacable. Your London Spitfire refuse to be moved. Metagame after metagame we've seen come over the last few months, and they have stayed the course. Reinhardt, Sim, May as their core, and they have carved out win after win, and they're looking for the biggest one of the year right here.
I love it. They're like, you know what? We're not that great at all this other stuff. Let's just play Reinhardt. And we do have a sub coming in, so we were talking a little bit about it, before we went to the break, but they actually are going to bring Hawk in here for Blizzard World. Hawk, I feel like it's like, oh, hey, we're down, in elimination. Oh, yeah, let's just bring in Hawk off the bench. I mean, it's like such one of the hardest things to do.
The Operation Get Hawky a dub, volume 5.
He always plays well. It's just, I feel like they put him in some rough spots.
He would only get subbed in for push maps historically.
Yeah.
That's that map 3.
So this tells you it's like either like Diva, Sigma. Do you somehow believe that like Zarya is better than the Reinhardt comps, right? Because if you believe that, right, then you also believe you can continue to play like the Genji, right? And you play around like maybe it's like Bastion with those types of things. But I think that's a little bit of a risky game to play, especially when you're down 1-0.
Much of the discussion has been about how the Orisa Genji comps might feature and have a chance of dismantling this Spitfire setup here. In fact, we came into this weekend feeling like, as strong as the Reinhardt composition was, it was just as fallible.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Donghak play almost like every main tank at map number 1, right? So kind of saw what all those are going to look like. See what Hawk is able to do here, where, no, Hawk, you think about even like last year, his Doom was really solid. Obviously he's a big, wants to slow back on Doom, not going to happen. But he was really good at the Doomfist, so maybe they actually see that as the way forward, and maybe they think that he's a little bit better at it than Donghak.
Atlanta really making DPS selections to try and punish the more short-ranged Mei, and of course that's Symmetra.
I just don't think they care. Like, they have so much experience going against comps that do this to them. London, I just don't think they care at all. Like,
Landon also is sneakily a huge threat to an Echo, especially unpocketed.
I also think that like Hawk as well, maybe see this, we've seen the
little platform.
Yep. And now we can run the stat that Lifeweaver was played in the playoffs.
Yep, thank you very much.
Yep, that gets a round of applause from the Weaver mains out there.
Back to business. So far, business has been pretty darn good.
I think also that Hawk coming in gives you like more flexibility, right? Like if you were gonna, have Donghak in,
where'd they go?
It's gonna go straight up top, yeah. So they're gonna try and dislodge from this high ground. I think probably like either wrap around the back. Yeah, they're gonna go like loop all the way around here, come towards this choke.
Can they storm that high ground position that Fielder and Chio are occupying?
Well, with a teleporter, you can get there.
They have to be ready for this. It's about time to go. Fielder setting himself up as to not be in line of sight here, but it looks like the Spitfire are just going to walk it for now. You can see the pressure on the Atlanta Reign. They look a little bit unsure about where to position themselves now. The Spitfire are probing. Backbone has the high ground for free. Nice ice wall to peel Hawk off of him. Give him some time to heal back up. Meanwhile, Liv taking an off angle pretty wide. Stalker also overlooking the action on this Echo.
It's just, where do you find the first pick here for the Spitfire? It's got to be Hawk.
Backbone's seen better days here. A lot of damage taken by the Spitfire. A little tickle on the point, but not much to write home about. Here's Landon looking upwards towards the Echo. Air Matrix in play, and Hawk could be in trouble quickly. He jumps away.
You can already tell already, Hawk just doing a tremendous job playing his life, right? A lot of times you're seeing Donghak getting punished. Hawk able to get in and out pretty easily right now.
Nano boost available here. It's going to be Hawk going in with the Nano. Takes a bit of damage, a mutual knockdown, and Hardy is removed. Fielder finds the damage from the periphery. Hawk looks to advance further, but his health pool isn't looking great. So he'll take the kill on Hardy and then look to pressure later. He has a Meteor Strike. Does he want this TP? No, back to safety.
And back to the high ground, maybe another seismic slam. Yeah, he still wants to go on in. These players are in a pretty bad spot.
Immortality field forced. It's been taken down. The Blizzard now, maybe just to catch the one player. It's Chio quite inside of it. Backbone brings him down. The Atlanta Reign push off the point defensively and get caught.
A sound barrier as well here for the Spitfire as they want to keep going.
This is bad.
The Reign are so split, and like they're getting damage but not really finishing players off. And they come right back in and take the point. Bro, what?
They get the first kill on Hardy. A pretty comfortable elimination on the Rhine, and then they start scrambling for more. Backbone getting a free kill on Geo with the Blizzard clearly feels like it was worth it.
But the longer these fights get drawn out, the messier they become, right? And players get split, the sim starts to ramp, there's a TP Blizzard in the mix, right? You don't expect it to come. And then all of a sudden now here comes Hadi just charging in off the back. And you take that first point with a good amount of time.
Stalker here's been quiet. Held onto that duplicate from the previous engagement. Even against Mei Sim. Can't get too risky here. Trying to occupy Landon as much as possible. Hardy takes some stickies on the way through, but Hawk is also struggling. Okay, Stalker committing now. The Mei wall thrown up. Hardy under pressure. He can't get away. Hawk will finish the job with a punch. TP is up there, but Hawk's going to step ahead of it now. And the Spitfire will finally be brought to heel.
Yeah, the Immortality field was actually like thrown around the corner, and Hadi actually had no chance to make it towards it. I think maybe he thought that the Immortality field was going to be thrown like right under him, and he was going to be able to play around some of those pillars inside of it, but it was thrown back by Admiral and Landon, and he had no chance to make it back to it, and he was...
Stalker threw up a wall straight away. It was actually colored blue, but it was his because he duplicated that Mei. And Hardy had nowhere to go at that point. Okay, TP thrown up, no good. Hardy going to go the old-fashioned route.
So one way to get space, charge directly at them and have everybody split.
No one on the Atlanta rank can really stand to fight him. That sim wall buys the Spitfire this positioning, but what can they do with it? It's time to capitalize. Hawk's in trouble, doesn't want to get stunned because he won't be able to get out with that ultimate. To the high ground here. He'll need to be attended to pretty quickly because there's a fight brewing.
But you don't want to fight in there if you're Atlanta, right? I was going to say, Stalker's closer to the ground, easier to take out. I mean, the Doom benefits being inside of there, but nobody really else.
Backbone's done. Hardy eventually will be brought down. This is a completely different strategy from what we saw from the Atlanta raid on Ilios, right?
Yeah.
It's not full commit. Hawk is never going all in. And when he does, he has a Meteor Strike to get him out.
Yeah, I'll take a look at this from Hawk's POV. Nice. Just seems he's playing a little bit more patient, just like playing around maybe a little bit more defensively, trying to live where, you know, Donghack was really all in on a lot of those early on.
In his defense, on a map like this, you have better sort of defensive neutral high ground to retreat to. When an Ilios, if you're on the point, you're probably staying. Shadow here for Hardy.
And London is okay with these fights in these close rooms, right? It's just, can Atlanta not get baited into going full in on it? He had a rally as well.
Geo, for the second time in a row, dying with rally up. First time it was in a Blizzard, so can't blame him for that. But he just wanted to see the fire strike coming. Blizzard going to be thrown down on the point. How are you going to touch this? Hawk! It's a doomsicle. Stalker going to dupe the Mei. Ice block now. Geo finally gets a chance to use that rally. Shadow comes in, but the shield was there. Now Hardy's going to charge it, and he found Fielder. Still, Fielder going to bionate himself and sleep the ride. He's actually going to win out here. Hawk comes to his rescue, and the Atlanta Reign are back in it.
Hey, that rally's quite strong, right? It's, you know, Fielder able to stay alive through all of that. It looks like they were going to get the cart over the line, but Stalker comes out really nice dupe, and then you get all the reinforcements out of spawn.
Great cooldowns from Fielder there.
Yeah.
Could have been very dangerous going down to the Rhine in that situation, but he had bio, he had sleep, and he had backup. 16 seconds left on this attacking push for London. Fielder set up in a safe spot. Oh, is it safe anymore? Backbone's coming his way. Fielder looking to try and hop, skip, and jump away, but the Mei could be a problem. He hits the sleep. But elsewhere, it's Flip and Hawk already having fallen now. The London Spitfire break through. Hardy the only casualty for them here. Stalker, the wall, it's in his way. And Sparker out foxes him.
Even with Fielder, you know, getting that nano off, and like I think Backbone ends up dying there, that's still so much value to just get him out of the fight, right? To push him all the way back basically into spawn. Nobody else needs to be committed to it. Backbone just goes in, puts some damage down, forces him out. I mean, that takes Fielder basically completely out of that fight.
That really encapsulates Hawk's play style on this map so far. In for a bit, then getting back out, has that Meteor Strike available. Oh, see what I mean? Even if you're playing with Mei and Sim, Landon is such a laser. And Matrix Hawk gets out with his life, but only just. This is going to buy you some more free push.
Yeah, you're starting to loosen. Oh, dude, you're getting these support picks early on. I mean, that is bad stuff.
I'd love to know what happened there. You're not going to get that one back as the Immortality Field now thrown down for the Spitfire. Cleared by Stalker. Teleport now to that side hallway, but Rain weren't waiting for them.
Yeah, dodged the Meteor Strike there with a TP, but that was 2 fights in a row.
23.
You're able to get the supports out early. The Atlanta Rain just with the duplicate to work with here. Hottie's not really been able to land some of these big shatters, but with Sound Barrier here, maybe going to get quite a bit aggressive.
Another May dupe, but Stalker's going to get caught in a Blizzard instantly. Into Ice Block.
Beat.
Hardy, Shatter available now. Stalker going to be knocked out. A dupe looking for Hawk. He has to get away. There's nothing here except Attack Fighter for Lip coming up, trying to get into a flanking position. Stalker's down. Hardy Shatter. Massive! You're not coming back from that one. Lip trying to period off the point, but the Rain are reeling.
To just get a map completion is huge, especially after, the second point, right? They're down to really going in that last part of the map, 45 seconds. And Atlanta gets one fight, right? You lose Fielder, you back up, they use Beat, they use that Reinhardt charge to just scare them a little bit, push them back. And you get one right around the corner, and it's just a shatter, man. I believe they get Chio right off the rip there as well, so you get another support kill. I mean, really nice stuff from the Spitfire where they have to feel pretty comfortable. I don't think this defense is going to be as easy as the offensive side here. Take a look here. Just a right click.
This is just a random amped right click. You've got to be kidding! Cool guys don't look at support eliminations, I guess.
I mean,
where has Lip been so far this series?
I mean, nowhere, really. I mean, no. Had some moments in map number 1. This round, though, I mean, not really able to put down, you're doing damage on the 76, but it's not turning into final blows, not turning into kills. I mean, it's just damage that ultimately ends up getting healed up by Landon, right? I mean, Landon, you look at some of the support stats right now. I mean, healing done across the board. You're at 7K for Fielder, 6K for Chio, 6K for Admiral, and then Landon, the standout, 12K, right?
Keeping that Hardy alive.
But what does Lip play? What do you do, right?
Oh! Will this be the answer? Sombra Echo.
Well, you haven't found the answer this far, so you may as well try it.
The legendary Lip Sombra now comes out after a lackluster Soldier 76
I just don't know if they're going to care about, the hacks. I could totally see the Spitfire, getting hacked like that. Sure, turn around and then just play the front line.
He's so low. Oh, he dances Hardy's shield perfectly. Lip got spotted again by the turrets placed behind the Spitfire. They were ready for a flank. Hardy's low, but Landon, he's on the scene. Bio there, pulls up a little bit short. Fielder using it defensively. Hawk trying to get away from that Ryan knockdown. He was slept.
Yeah, Matrix.
Hawk jumps right into it there, and Stalker goes down. Landon gets him again. Lip with a hack from the back line, but there's not much more than that. Sparker are able to find Fielder, and the Rain are running on fumes.
I mean, are you just going to play around EMP? Is that the play here? I mean, I just don't think you're going to have enough damage to blow through some of these characters.
If your strategy against the London Spitfire team you beat time and time again is to play around EMP, you might want to pack up and head home.
Well, especially because they got a full map completion, right? So you just play the clock and, you play the length of the map, and you feel like there's enough fights and enough drawn-out fights that you can get it to a scenario where you get one fight at the end and you're good.
Backbone going low, but Hawk doesn't have the ability to finish the job. Stalker, though, does. Sparker laying prone while sleeping, and this Meteor Strike could be devastating. Admiral takes the hit. Hawk looking for Landon still. Where is the Baptiste? Landon able to juke him there with the exo boots and head back up to the high ground, but Hardy is down now. The Atlanta Rain have finally broken through.
This will be Stalker with just a victory blizzard there towards the end.
And they're not just playing around the EMP crucially, right?
I mean, it's a nice biotic grenade, I believe, from Fielder that sets up that first kill. So now you have EMP here as the Spitfire. You probably know that. I think you probably want to take a fight fast, get that over with, and then be set up to get a string of holds.
Hawk, that's dangerous. Hardy was waiting for him. Mutual knockdown between the tanks, but definitely favored London there. Shatter in hand. Chio will not hang around to see.
But this is good though for London. Play the choke, right? Force this EMP out here at the choke. Don't allow them to get some payload progress with enough progress to end up taking the second point.
You gonna EMP here? Hack. Okay, teleport out. Stalker though removed by Backbone. Somehow this Echo is not getting the value when Hawk was in power block, but he's knocked to the ground. And Landon's there with the damage as always. Chio forced back here. A charge doesn't quite connect, but Hardy will walk the extra meter.
So that's the Nano for the Rain. So you traded your Nano for Shatter. That's probably something you're okay with if you're the Spitfire. And you have this Rally here, you know, Rally plus your EMP, right? You don't want to probably layer those. Those are like your two big fight winners. It looks like Landon's trying to break LOS to potentially if that EMP comes through.
There it is, it's on 4. Perfect
Good,
timing. Came after that Immortality Field as well, so no chance for the Spitfire to recover there. Sound Barrier never got used.
But if you're going to lose the fight, if you're the Spitfire, just chucking your Amp Matrix out there and then having them use Rally and EMP when you know they just used Nano the previous fight, it doesn't feel that bad. I think now you're in a spot where Atlanta, how do you win another fight? They're going to have beat on the other side.
Spitfire eat the sticky bombs as they head to the high ground, and Stalker with a duplication available. Hawk also can play that extra bit more aggressive with a Meteor Strike in the back pocket. Upstairs he goes, Sparky with a body grenade as well. He has to throw the wall up here. The Atlanta Rain are going to try and back away, but the Sound Barrier is going to propel the Spitfire forward. They're out for blood. The Rain don't have enough left to give. Here's Hawk again.
He gets some ultimates out here, and the Rain are so close. Oh, that is...
Meteor Strike.
Yeah, he's going to be here. He's going to get out.
Here's a Blizzard on the point though. It had to be Ice Block used by Stalker in that duplicated mate form. Hawk's back to safety, but can he get healed quickly enough? Slowly but surely there'll be a Nano Boost available here for Fielder as the Atlanta Rain are verging on this next checkpoint. Hawk's looking at the TP, wants to get it out of the way. The Spitfire gets split. They can't get through the teleporter. Stalker's been taken down again, but Admiral's out of the mix here. And one by one these teams trade players. Hawk to safety, back at point, knocking Hardy away from the carpet. Now will be under pressure. It's Fielder with a body grenade in 1 second. It's gonna be a big one. Spark is an issue. Hawk, he doesn't get bioed here. Hardy charging in. Fielder having to back away. The sleep is good, and the Fire Strike will go missing. But Fielder eventually gets chased down. And that cart is still waiting to touch the goal.
The main issue is we take a look from the top-down map. Landon is actually playing this archway around the corner the entire time. Hawk is never able to get around there and take Landon out, so you're able to keep Hardy alive, Spark are alive on that payload the entire time.
1 minute remaining for the Atlanta Rain. Failure to get this checkpoint would send the Spitfire to a, I can't believe I'm saying it, match point. Landon drops down here. Very canny with those Exo boots. Now we can reposition in a pinch. Hacks though from the backside. It's looking at pressure. Build up another EMP for what may be the last real fight here. Still harassing. Now at 90. Amp Matrix up for Landon. It could be an insta-kill if he's able to get something through this. Hardy's not in position to fire strike through it, but now he backs up. Sends one in. The Rain waited out. No! Hardy's able to find Stalker! It's a disaster! No Echo to work with now, and the Rain are going to face some music with 4. Stalker will switch over to the Genji. There's an EMP available at least.
An EMP for who? You see Sparker just trying to check, and he found them.
5 seconds left. There's got to be a touch, and then a cobbled together fight attempt
Shatter.
to follow. That sleep is good. Hardy was on the flank, and now they've spotted that out, but they've got to act quick. The Shatter could come from the rear and be devastating.
The EMP only gets 2.
Can they follow up on it? Spark is stunned down. There's the Shatter. Stalker is out of the game, but Hawk's able to find backbone here with the Meteor Strike and Fielder trades. It's Hardy down. Sound Barrier now for 3 for the London Spitfire. They've got to hold on. They've got Landon and Admiral both, but the ladder is removed. Fielder finds the body grenade connection now, and Chio wants to push up. Here's the TP. It gets taken down. The Spitfire have to walk back to the car, and they can't get there. The Rain lives still.
I mean, bro, they are so fortunate they have Fielder back there, man. I mean, the sleeps on the Hardy, the biotic grenades, being able to get that Nano off at the end. I mean, they are, if he does not make that whole sequence of plays, they are staring down their tournament lives in this next map coming up.
Stalker dying to that Fire Strike. I thought that was it. He's on the Genji now, maybe less than ideal. They're on the Orisa-based composition here. Maywall thrown up.
And they're going to bring the Bastion into the mix. So the Bastion is able to do just tons of frontline damage. But the Spitfire, at this point of the map, give up the TP. They don't need that mobility. 50 seconds on the clock. They're playing for 2-3 fights here. You can bring that Bastion in.
Yeah, back in Bastion land now. We know the Spitfire are comfortable here. Hawk is riddled with bullets. And the Orisa is already down. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is super smart here from London, where the time left in the map and where you are, there is no need for that mobility. You're not doing TP tricks all over the place, right? So bring in the damage and just punish that front line. You need to win 2 fights pretty much here. The Reign are gonna have to rattle off like 2-3 fights in a row here to get this. And you can just play this end game for the Spitfire with these ultimates, but Sparker with this artillery, I mean, you could just zone off the payload.
Iceblock forced early here on Backbone, that could be critical. He does not have Blizzard up here.
Artillery.
Mortar strike from Sparker. Backbone is down to the bouncing grenade here. Was able to get rid of the immortality field, but Stalker cuts through London's as well. It's a whole team effort from Atlanta. They're in overtime now. They must finish the map.
So if you're the Reign, you're going to have that beat coming up here. Surely Backbone on the Widow.
Just for a moment.
I think probably just to see if you can get a pick, right? See if like somebody pushes up a little bit too far.
Like
you get a headshot. Yeah. Are we about to see like a hottie like try to game end or shatter here? Is that kind of what we're playing towards?
Here comes the mortar strike now. Carpeting the points. Hawk very low here. You can see just how charged up Backbone is. Behind the card, it's inch by inch that Hawk is trying to advance here.
OT.
Oh no! They got him, and the sound barrier was too late. Hardy TP's now back to safety. Charge to the point. Hard to keep track of his Reinhardt right now. And Sparker pummels Lip.
Bro.
Stalker is down. And map by map, there's a legacy in the remaking. The London Spitfire take this to match points.
I mean, you are so boomed at this point if you're the Reign. I mean, the sound barrier just a second late, not able to save Hawk. Some nice comp switches there towards the end there for the Spitfire. And what, I mean, yesterday it was like a reverse sweep, right? So, yes. I mean, what, you've lost now 5 straight maps for the Atlanta Reign. How many maps did this team lose all year? I mean, like, not many. I mean, this is, and hey, time starts to move real slow up on that stage, especially right now, knowing that you have to reverse sweep just to give yourself a chance to play tomorrow.
Some moments here from Blizzard World. It was Hawk starting on this Doomfist. Again, we kind of praised him, right? Being pretty safe, being careful taking these fights. I mean, things like this, amped Firestrike kills on Stalker. London Spitfire feels like the planets aligned for them at quite a few moments here. But hey, you know what they say? You make your own luck.
Hey, you know what's so interesting? Atlanta, you're doing Doomfist, you're Orisa, you have all these different DPS in the mix. London will play Rein, Baptiste, and the Lucio. Everything else is fair game, right? They will throw other things in the mix. It's a Sim, it's a Bastion. I mean, dude, this, especially going to Flashpoint, I mean, this is so dicey for the Reign.
The most dominant franchise of the year are teetering on the edge of utter destruction. Surabasa will be the map choice for our third, and hopefully not final if you're a Reign fan stage. Stick around. The London Spitfire are not playing around. the most hyped team of the preseason. The most dominant team at mid-season. And now the Atlanta Reign are threatening to be the fastest team to exit our 2023 playoffs. It's time to face the music.
This team's lost 12 maps in the year. They've lost 5 straight in the span of 24 hours. I mean, not many, people, teams are equipped for that type of fall. And now you are forced to battle all the way back. I actually think London has played obviously tremendous today. I think the Reign, for the most part, have played quite well. They are a different team when Sombra is not king, and that's where they're so good throughout the year. I mean, Lip is unquestionably the best at that hero. They play the best around that hero. They have a tremendous support line. A lot of those things still reign true. You don't have the Sombra in the mix though, and I think you see where they kind of struggle after that.
With Sombra so ubiquitous in the meta, we forgot that Lip is truly a specialist. A couple of heroes where he is truly incredible. We've seen him play, look, Soldier 76. Ashe looked very good, I might say,
yes,
on Ruins, but he had the space. The Wrecking Ball really opened the way past the pocketing from Chio. In a situation where he doesn't have that level of resource invested in him.
Well, and also when they play Sombra comps and when Lip plays Sombra, he is getting EMP so fast compared to other players in the league that you are playing around that ultimate way more than everybody else. You don't have that here. So let's see what they decide to do. So 76, we've seen Hydron and the Defiant do really nice things here with 76 on this map in particular, taking these off angles.
London don't necessarily have an answer to that flanking ability, but outside of Admiral and a DPS.
Every map we could say London doesn't have an answer for this, and they just keep playing this, and it ends up working.
Because they're the one asking the questions.
Yeah.
And the question is, do you want to play any more Overwatch Atlanta this weekend?
This first point is so huge. I mean, if you lose this first point, if you're the Atlanta, Reign, where is your mental headspace at?
Backbone shut off the flanking angle just now for Lip, and there's a teleporter. Sparker looks to try and take the fight. Lip's under pressure! He's already down! 5 versus 4, no flanker up. How do you get out of this?
And I don't think they really care to push it. If you're the Spitfire, sit back, and eventually you believe you're going to take out Hawk, or you're going to get a TP follow-up. Look at this.
He's in trouble. Chio to the rescue with a swift step and a Suzu, but Field is still caught there. Oh my! They trade at the very least. You can't complain about that, but there's a point that's got to be capped here. Stall for Backbone. Eventually, he's taken down.
Oh man, the supports for Atlanta are unreal. I mean, if this team has, league average supports, we're probably watching the Outlaws play at this point. This series is probably done. I mean, Fielder and Chio there, just the ability for Chio to get that TP, the Suzu being able to keep Fielder alive, pick up kills, to be that.
Allowing Fielder to trade there,
yeah,
is unbelievable and huge for the Atlanta Reign's chances of recapping. But now, which angle, which access do the Spitfire take this fight on? It's a fake TP. They might look to try and wrap around. Maybe Sparker just doing that so he can go and answer Lip. Here's another Amp Matrix. You need to fear these right clicks from Sparker in this instance. Stalker. Oh, he had to dupe the Ryan there. He was very low. He got to wrap around.
He got slept, so I think, or he got knocked down, so he wasn't able to contest the point.
Miss me with that. That's not enough. The Reign just get mulched.
Yes, I know with how fast these points tick up on Flashpoint. You got to think, if you're the Atlanta Reign, do you get in here and maybe get another fight Lip coming from that outside? But as that point's ticking up, do you even consider just forcing to give this one up?
Who would win? One cybernetically enhanced soldier or one Wally boy? Because it comes down now. Sparker gets that ultimate set up here, and Fielder's already MIA. Hawk was at least able to find Admiral here, but Hardy's working with a shatter and the comfort of playing from behind this sim wall. Somebody's got to come and challenge the point. Somebody's got to step up. It'll be Hawk in the end as Hardy looks to charge forward, and there's not a thing he can do. That's first cap, London Spitfire.
I mean, they used Meteor Strike, Duplicate, Rush there. As look at this, Spitfire, you're going to have your sound barrier here for this next point. I mean, you are in a prime position to get control of this first.
Atlanta approach this fight now, switching to the Sojourn for Lip. Another powerful pick in his hands, but nothing has worked so far in this series for Lip. Stalker hardly outperforming him either. Echo is under constant poke pressure, never at more than half health. Hardy is threatening. T-posing from the sideline. Backbone waiting for a wall. Shio should be able to switch step out of it. It's going to be a nano boost to Doom is coming in, but Hawk has to back away instantly. There's a Blizzard in play. Railgun's getting fired off by Lip here, but how do you get value out of the nano? Hawk just had to leave the fight. Backbone pushes out, but Stalker gets an Iceborne lobotomy.
Bro, I mean, they have been able, I feel like, to find picks on Stalker pretty much at will at the beginning of these fights. As soon as he gets low to the ground, it is either Backbone or Landon finding those first bloods.
Hardy without Shattuck here. Atlanta Reign, though, already used that nano. A long way from Kitsune Rush here, and there is an Amp Matrix ready to go. Look at all the turrets just tickling Hawk. He's not a fan.
Somewhere my prediction king Danny
Landon, what a save.
And I told you so. You're gonna get, I mean, this is like close with how fast he's tick up. I mean, bro, this is not.
You are not prepared.
This is like not becoming not close.
Stalker has to back away here. Another dupe, so perhaps can play somewhat more aggressively. Does get Sparker there.
That's a huge pick. You think you can go in on that? So you have basically everybody there because Hawk just came back.
But it's got to be now. It's got to be now. Stalker's going to make his way in from the side. Is it a support dupe? Does he try and get the Reinhardt copied? Admiral wards him off with the boop. Stalker takes his time. 99-0 here. The Atlanta Reign have to make the move, and so they do. It's Landon cut down by the focusing beam. Hardy will trade blows with Hawk on the point here. But the Spitfire don't have a great reason to stall unless they think they can win the fight. And it looks like that's out of the question.
You get 99, you get sound barrier again, you back up, you do another fight as the one thing that changes there for the Reign, right? It's something they really haven't done all series. It's like they're able to get Landon really early on. I mean, Landon has been able to stay alive in these fights. Think back to Blizzard World, right? You know, they've had a really tough time punishing him. He's doing a great job staying alive. In that time, they're actually able to get Hawk into the back lane. They deal with the Immortality Field and get the kill on the Baptiste.
Here's the Spitfire now. It's a wall thrown up on the point. Shio trying to play from the off angle here. There's a main wall in play. It's going to be Hawk with that uppercut. Going to come down with that meteor strike. It's a sound barrier in play. For the Spitfire though, Admiral fights the timing, but Lip finds the headshot. Backbone goes down to the railgun, but Hawk wants a bit more. He'll force the Spitfire to wake here, and this should be enough to have them reset.
Yeah, so what? You have overclock for this next fight. You ended up using a ton there for the Reign. Nano, Kitsune Rush, Duplicate, Meteor Strike. London, what do? Amp Matrix, you kind of force them into one area. You could Blizzard that area, you could TP Blizzard. You know, there's a lot of different variation they could use off of this.
They wrap around, it's going to be an Amp Matrix in the window now. Railgun skittering past them, but the Spitfire are unperturbed. Has to be an early Immortality Field here for Landon, and Lip ain't missing right now. Hardy though in his face. Obscures much of his vision for the rest of the Spitfire team. And Lip sitting on a big rail here. 99 plays 99, but Stalker is brought down by Landon.
And they flip the point.
Now it's on the Reign. What can they do here? A fielder out of the picture. Shatter for Hardy. He wants to close on the back line here. Maybe bait Hawk's movement out a little bit more. It's Lip finding a rail kill, but it's far, far from enough.
I mean, it's Hawk and
Shio later.
Dude, they just bullied them off of the point. Back into that choke just by Hardy at that central pillar. Nice Amp Matrix up on that high ground. I really like the use, you know, Landon when he saw the overclock come out. They get that Immortality Field around the corner. They actually almost got, I don't know if you saw, but like Hawk actually punched a few players from the side out into the open past the Immortality Field. Lip was not able to hit any of the shots and able to get right back in there and play behind that Amp Matrix.
Hardy's eyebrows there at risk of disappearing into his hairline if he had one after that fight. You're a little surprised that the Spitfire able to take that so comfortably. London moving in position to try and capture Shatter. Hawk wasn't ready for that one. Blink and you miss it. He's knocked down, but the follow-up though, not enough. Durable as Hawk was, eventually he'll be carved out of formation. And now guess what? There's another Amp Matrix and Landon, he's got an itchy trigger finger.
And I think if you're the Spitfire, you have so much confidence at this point. You have seen the Atlanta Reign play just about everything and it not work. That you feel like you are in prime position to take this series. I'm sure the rest of the team still in it are also pretty happy, like, oh man, are they gonna really do it?
Stalker instantly goes into Ice Block here. The Maywall's going to come down. He's going to be caught in the Blizzard. Tries to pop up over it, but it's knocked down a duplicate almost instantly. Lip can only play from the periphery here, and Spark is able to find him. How? Through the air matrix with a right click, I think. Immortality Field in play, and he is that sound barrier. Oh, you've got everything you need and more. The Atlanta Reign are being torn limb from limb.
You have one more fight for the Atlanta Reign potentially in their season. Stalker over to the Genji just to get back.
Oh, he's stuck. He can't get to the point. It's going to be Lip. Oh, it's not enough. They came from Ash, and to Ash they return. The Atlanta Reign have been slain. The echoes of glory, no longer just a whisper for the Spitfire. They will advance in your lower brackets.
And you don't get 3-0'd by accident or by chance or by luck. I mean, that was a team who came in prepared, knew exactly how they were going to play against a team that looked like they were searching for answers the entire time. Probably still a little bit shocked after their loss to Spark the other day, but they come in and lose 3-0. I mean, that is something nobody expected.
The Atlanta Reign sat out of the play-ins. They'd already qualified.
Yeah.
They had the time to sit, strategize, practice, and watch the rest of the field vie for a chance to be here. And after one of the most dominant years we've ever seen from an Overwatch League franchise, they are headed home.
And as the London Spitfire, through the LCQ, through the play-ins, they make it on through past the Atlanta Reign. This team, the Atlanta Reign, lost 12 games all year. They just lost 6 straight to go home. I mean, that is something I don't think anyone would have predicted. I mean, that is just, hey, like you get these games, people turn up on a weekend, you got to play good for 4 days, right? I mean, London could be a team. I don't think anyone wants to play them now. Maybe the Boston Uprising. The Boston Uprising seem to have their number, but nobody else, I think, wants to see this Spitfire team.
And there's a good chance that Boston don't have to worry about him for the time being. They've kind of gotten that one out of the way already. What a team. What a run that is beginning here. Your player of the match, presented by Toronto Defiant AMD, is Hardy.
I mean, look, had a really good series on the Reinhardt, where they're using the charge to actually just create space for separation, you know, just cause a little bit of chaos. I thought Hadi played great. I actually think, you know, the supports on the Atlanta Reign are so good. I thought Landit was massive in this series on the Baptiste. I thought he had a tremendous game. But man, you see some of these big shatters at the biggest moment. Hadi able to stay alive, knows how to play against all these different tanks in this meta.
The Spitfire really breaking the core tenets about how so many teams approach competitive Overwatch. It's all about being flexible, having a deep roster, being able to adjust to metagames as they change. The Spitfire buck that trend and say, no, we have one style. We're going to do one thing. It's telegraphed. You're going to see it coming, and you're not going to be able to do a thing about it.
And I mean, you see like not many teams, I mean, think about this series. How many different heroes do we see Lit and Stalker try and play? It felt like they played like the whole roster in terms of DPS. You know, you got Donghagen playing Ball and Winston and all these different heroes. And nothing worked. They were never able to find a solution that worked to beat the London Spitfire, which is just crazy to say. I mean, London's a fantastic team, but Atlanta is the team we expected to be there, you know, in the finals at least. I think a bunch of us have kind of like been on the Mayhem bandwagon coming up, but man, that is a series I don't think anyone would have predicted going that way.
There's something magic about being here at our playoffs, something a little bit different. The London Spitfire look ready to capitalize on just that feeling. Don't go too far, we're gonna head down and have Golden Boy on the stage give us a post-match interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Give it up for the London Spitfire. Oh my word. Unbelievable stuff. And I'm, of course, here with the man of the hour, Hadi. What an incredible run you guys are going on right now. Firstly, how does it feel to come to this event knowing that the odds were definitely stacked against you, and yet you just came out here and decided to do it your way?
We're really happy about that. The whole play-ins run, now in playoffs, everything's just amazing for us. We're just happy to be here, honestly, and we're just having fun. We're just having fun.
Hey, I think it looks like it. It looks like it. Now, obviously, as we look at the series and things started off, obviously on Control, we were seeing you really do the thing that we know you could do on map 1. But then we go over to Blizzard World, and it really did feel as if this was like you guys coming alive, realizing not only can we beat them in this map, but we can beat them in this series. Is that kind of the vibe that you guys got after map 2?
Yeah, I think too. We load into map 1 and we all just see we're all playing really well. Like everyone individually, like Backbone is hitting insane amount of shots.
Yeah.
Everyone is hitting crazy shots. Landon, best Baptiste in the world. Everyone's hitting the shots. So we just knew we could win for sure. But then I think Blizzard World, a lot of our strategy comes in because of Coach Christopher and Coach Commander X as well, all our coaching staff. We have such amazing strategy. We have everything planned out for every map. And I think there just comes that coach gap into effect, really.
Yeah, well, I think y'all definitely did it for Danny. That's number one.
Of course we did for Danny. Danny's the only believer.
I don't know, though. You got a couple believers out here, right?
We have a couple real ones.
Except that guy over there. That guy. Oh, man, that guy.
The thing is, I'm playing, right? I'm playing, and I see two signs full flaming me. And it's just like, I'm just trying my best over here. Like.
He's trying his best, man. Come on. Boo this man. Hey, man, Hadi, before I let you go celebrate with your team. A huge accomplishment here today. But is this it? Is this London Spitfire finally, like, hitting not just a level you knew you were capable of going, but just going even further than that and potentially even winning a world championship?
I really think so. I really think we can do it. It's like versus Boston, I think we underperform. We play bad. I shatter some walls. So,
you did shatter a few walls. And some wind.
And shatter the air molecules, then it's hard to win. But if we all play better, if I play better, like if we play like we played here, I think we can really go far.
Hey, man. I think a lot of people want to see that as well. Hadi, appreciate you, my brother. Always a pleasure. We're going to send it back over to the desk as we break down this epic matchup. But guys, give it up one more time for the Spitfire.
Thank you.
Dagger.
Yeah. Second up.
They're on Tracer now.
Yeah, Tracer to top.
What the half, guys?
Tracer to top.
Okay, Doom's gonna touch it all, guys.
Yeah, Doom is ult, guys. We're gonna have
Let's
one
just play forward.
fight.
Spark, just have turrets on point. I'll play on point.
Yeah, I have 3 on point.
Doom is main.
Doom was main. It's alright. No, don't have.
Left.
No!
Here we go to rebuild our legacy. Guys, sing it with me. I don't know the lyrics after this. we spin fire.
Nailed it.
Let's go.
Absolutely nailed it, as well as your prediction. You were always a believer. You did it for Hadid. That's right.
Leg day. Leg day. We need you here.
We need you.
How do you feel?
God save the king.
But mainly that roster, honestly. I mean, incredible performance. You can stick around. You can, it's looking good.
Well, I'll take it.
I'm here to protect Danny from these bullies on the desk who don't think that fighting for London is appropriate.
Well, so Atlanta Reign didn't get their salty run back, but man, London Spitfire, what a story. We have to talk about how they got it done and recap that match in all its very short glory, actually, because it was a very convincing victory from the London Spitfire.
You know, I just think it was good, honest Overwatch, plus a little bit of spice as well. I mean, we all knew what London was going to go in with. It was the Ryan Rush, but I honestly think, you know, these are all great players, but on top of that, we've been highlighting London Spitfire's biggest strength. I think it was their teamwork really coming to shine. And, you know, Atlanta, like our casters were talking about, they just didn't have an answer for it. And I think London Spitfire really used that to their advantage.
It's starting to look more and more like only Boston has the answers, especially in a LAN environment. I can't help but feeling that today the crowd was so behind the London Spitfire. every time they get a play. I mean, the feeling that gives you as a player when you know the crowd is behind you cheering for you, it takes you to that next level. It lets you feel that, you know, we can do anything, we can win any situation. And London are playing that way. They never give up these fights. They battle back from impossible scenarios. And anybody playing against them has to be ready for that kind of clutch potential in this LAN environment with the crowd cheering them on.
Jay, can I once again present you with the thesis of good vibes? We're seeing the Hangzhou Spark vibing out with Shy playing the Soaker.
And they're vibing?
No, not on Spitfire. They're vibing. They're playing their own game. They're teleporting around the map. Hadi just having an absolute field day. And the Atlanta Reign, they didn't have the answer. We talked about Boston Uprising and the Orisa composition. Atlanta Reign, even though Hawk came in as a sub and had pretty good Doomfist play, this was all about the London Spitfire. Doing it for Danny.
I saw that right after, and then London, thank you so much. Keep doing it for me. I think this one worked, so just keep saying do it for Danny up until you guys win it all.
There we go. A true fan, a true believer, and why not? Let's take a look at the bracket to see what else will be standing in London's way in order to take it all. They are currently, of course, waiting for the loser of Uprising and Spark. If we're looking at those two teams, which of these would London rather face off against?
Well, probably not Bondon.
I know Spark, right?
Yeah, you don't want to play Boston.
I would say.
You don't want to
But
play
three times the charm.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think for me as a London fan, I would want them to go up against Boston again.
Oh, you're confident?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you guys,
London
beat Atlanta right now. Sure, I mean, they lost to Boston twice, but like Zoe said, there's third time's the charm.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have to face them anyways,
I feel like
even
Atlanta,
if they move on.
Atlanta played a great dive. It just didn't, like, London was so ready for a dive matchup. I feel like if Spark comes down to face London, they have to be worried. I mean, maybe they could write it off and say Atlanta messed up, but Atlanta's a great dive team. Spark is too. London wants that matchup again. I mean, what they just showed was incredibly dominant. They're like, yeah, give me a rematch. Like, try again, Spark. Maybe you guys can do it. I think they want that. I think it's the Smurf Orisa, it's the Decay Genji, the Lee Jae-gon Lucio. Those have been the tools so far, have been the only answers for London in the playoffs.
I will actually say because of the uniqueness of this meta and this playoffs, you don't need to defeat Boston Uprising. Let Florida Mayhem can take care of them. The Houston Outlaws, we don't gotta defeat Boston Uprising. We'd rather play the Hangzhou Spark and maybe Dallas Fuel, Houston Outlaws. Those are the kind of teams we want to face up against. We don't have to beat the Boston Uprising to win this championship.
I mean, one thing we know is that when we get to see London on that stage again, entertainment is guaranteed. The crowd is behind them, and for good reason. What characters we have there and what fantastic gameplay they've been showing us so far. But I do want to take a second here and also, of course, give a huge shout out to the Atlanta Reign, the entire team, that org, that squad. They have been looking as dominant as any team can throughout the regular season. They did not drop matches up until the very end on the hand of Florida Mayhem and Houston Outlaws, but they have been showcasing excellent Overwatch and only fall short right before the finish line.
They lost, what, 2 maps in the spring stage?
Which is incredible. That is incredible feats and nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, that's one of the most dominant, like, half seasons we've seen in the Overwatch League, right? And they experted the Sombra composition. It is the Reinhardt meta. You gotta beat this if you want to compete at the highest level. You need to have the answer, and Atlanta Reign didn't, but I don't think that negates how good they were when it came down to the Winston compositions this year.
Yeah, I want to see more from Atlanta Reign, but we won't. And that's how it has to be. That's how it has to be. We have to send these teams home for a champion to be crowned. And so, as sad as it is to see them go, we need...
You see me smiling?
Carnage.
We need to, because somebody's got to be the last man standing at the end of the day. And right now, I feel like London Spitfire, they look like a real contender.
They're vibing.
I doubted, but the proof is in the pudding. I can't argue anymore.
Well, then let's see where your Pred goes when they're up again. But for now, they get to rest, and so do we. We're heading into a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to break down the action of the next game. So stick around.
Party's up mid.
Welcome back, you beautiful people. We're here in Toronto, Canada, and we're ready to send another team packing. We just had to say goodbye to Atlanta Reign as they fell to the hands of the London Spitfire. Now our next elimination match will be fought out between the Houston Outlaw and the Seoul Infernal. Both find themselves in the lower bracket, and we hunger for the action, we hunger for the blood, but we also hunger for skins. That's right, and I got just the thing for you. The Chained King is on sale right now, so you want to grab him as right now as you can. And of course, while you're at it, might as well get the whole bundle. Why not? Why not? Here you can see it in all its glory, coming of course with the prideful Reinhardt skin and a weapon charm. So you can get yourself looking good and snazzy for your games, just like we dressed up for their games. Gotta look good to feel good.
Always.
Talk good? I don't know. Probably doesn't work, but maybe it works. But I do want to talk about these teams. They've been showcasing fantastic Overwatch all season long, finding themselves here in the playoffs, unfortunately in the lower bracket and on the brink of elimination. Let's chat Houston Outlaws first. They fell to the Florida Mayhem, and it was a convincing game.
That they did, but we've got an interesting shift in the lineup for the Houston Outlaws with Bernard coming in, potentially bringing a new look for the Houston Outlaws, but I think this is one that could be unexpected for their opponents in the Seoul Infernal. I mean, Seoul just got destroyed by a Zarya comp, so why not do it again? I think this is pretty scary to play against because Houston, yes, Mayhem took them down, but I think individually they look on form. As individuals, their playmaking is still strong, and they have incredibly highly skilled players. So put them in a comp where they can succeed to the fullest. I think any team has to be really scared of this Houston squad.
And this is a franchise that potentially could go very deep here in this playoffs. Yes, they took a loss early to the Florida Mayhem, but again, that just speaks to the strength of the Florida Mayhem. This roster is stacked. I mean, the backline of Shu and Violet, no Role Star nominees this year, but they very much deserve to be on there because they are that good.
Yeah, and they will be going up against the Seoul Infernal, a team which, I mean, they also suffered a pretty devastating loss at the hand of the Dallas Fuel. Now, the question is, were they bright spots? What did you see that they can use going up against the Houston Outlaws?
I mean, I think Seoul Infernal, they are the #1 seed coming out from the Eastern region, and that speaks to how good of a season they have had. Cest, a Role Star player for this team. On the Tracer, he can rock up and compete with some of the very best, right? It's also a really versatile team. We pretty much only saw Mag on the Doomfist yesterday because they thought that was the best answer for the Zarya composition. But we've seen Reinhardt come out from Mag. We've seen Wrecking Ball come out from Mag. So if they want to change something up into this matchup, they very much can do so. So another one of those dark horses that we're not quite sure what we're going to see. Maybe it is the Doomfist, but after getting dominated by Dallas Fuel yesterday, if Houston Outlaws bring out the Zarya, I have a feeling that the Seoul Infernal aren't going to be afraid to change things up.
You might be right. I think they need to change things up, but that's a scary position to be in because if I was Seoul Infernal coming in after day one, I would have said, yes, we lost to the Zarya comp, but we got to move on. We got to prep for Houston. We got to prep for the Doom matchup. If I'm the coach, that's what I would have been thinking about. But now Houston putting Bernard in, you have to wonder, like, what did they focus on, right? That's the trouble with a playoff environment. You just lost to a Zarya team. Did you choose to go try to figure out that comp? Or do you want to play against a Doomfist mirror? Like, what's your approach? And if Seoul Infernal guessed wrong, which I think is decently likely considering this is a switch up from Houston, could be scary, right? This could be a repeat of yesterday's match against Dallas.
Well, that being said, though, there's no guarantee that Houston Outlaws, with a newly picked up player in Bernard, is going to be as strong as the Dallas Fuel, right? So, yeah, we might see a Zarya composition coming out from the Houston Outlaws. But it's going to be as good as the Dallas Fuels? We don't know that.
Well, we're about to find out. That's good news. The thing is, of course, both of these teams have been playing in different regions throughout the season, so they're not as familiar with what can, come out of the gates here from both sides, and they only had limited time, of course, to prep for the teams. So it's going to be very interesting to see what their takeaway was from day #1. It is time to take a look at our prep. For this one, I had to go with what I know best, and that is the Houston Outlaws. That is a team I know what to expect from those players, and even though they throw one into the wrenches with Bernard in the starting roster, it's also just control. I kind of sometimes ignore that even exists and just move on if my pred isn't right. I have full faith in that roster that they can make it all the way to the actual finals. So I had to go with Houston Outlaws.
I'm on the same page as Zoe. I went for the Houston Outlaws. Seoul Inferno looked a little bit lost against Dallas Fuel, and looking at the roster right now for Houston, I feel like they're going to go with the same Zarya composition, which the Seoul Inferno was struggling against. And plus, Outlaws have, they're looking scary as ever right now. So I think I'm going to go with Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, big surprise, guys. I think the Outlaws got this. No question asked. I think there's just too much skill here on the Outlaws roster. The Infernal have looked like the weakest team so far in the tournament, and unless they can pull an incredible 180, this is Houston's game to lose.
So the entire desk went with the Houston Outlaws 3-0.
You go 3-0?
Nothing can go wrong. Surely nothing can go wrong.
Yeah.
Right? There's no upsets in the making
This is
here.
a great sign for the Houston Outlaws,
This is a great sign for the Houston
Historically
Outlaws.
great from us.
Yeah, thus far, that's always been working out for the teams we're playing. Well, let's find out if we're going to be on the right side or the wrong side of this one. We're going to head into a very quick break, and then we're back with our second elimination match of the day. Soul Infernal going up against the Houston Outlaws. Stick around.
The time has come to crown our next Overwatch League champion.
Are you guys ready? Let me hear you!
Let's recall our epic journey through Season 6.
Welcome back! Damn, it's good to be back! Let the games begin!
Welcome to Spring Stage Knockout.
The Soul Infernal. The Hangzhou Spark sweep their way into mid-season madness.
And that'll be it! Boston Uprising will be seeing you in the mid-season madness. The Florida Mayhem have booked their ticket to Seoul.
Let it go, Johnny. Let it go, Johnny. The stadium's loud. I'm feeling the crowd. No stopping me.
The ultimate challengers, the Houston Outlaws, the Atlanta Reign.
This is real deal. It's not an anime.
The Atlanta Reign ride it all the way to the throne. Your mid-season madness victors.
A successful defense here in front of point B. Hangzhou Spark win. Seoul Dynasty punch the ticket.
A collect call from Canada and Dallas Fuel.
The Boston Uprising.
London Spitfire.
They're going to accept the charges.
Overwatch League Grand Finals.
The moment you have been waiting for.
Grand Finals, September 28th to October 1st.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Playoffs here, Golden Boy. And, of course, this is going to be a good day because we already saw an incredible matchup to kick things off. Good news is we have 3 more matches to go, and this matchup is going to be an interesting one because we have the Houston Outlaws taking on the Soul Infernal. Infernal looking a little weak. Analyst that's picking 3-0 across the board. Let's go ahead and see what the peanut gallery thinks, shall we? What do y'all think? Infernal, yes, no, maybe so? We know you're all about the Infernal right here. Okay, how about the Houston Outlaws? Ay, santísimo Dios mío. Okay, let's try that again. Soul Infernal. She was I love that energy. All right, Houston Outlaws. Soul Infernal. Houston Outlaws. Well, I think people in Toronto might like themselves some ante up here. It's going to be an interesting one. We'll see what ends up happening. But of course, as we get ready for this matchup, one has to wonder whether or not the Soul Infernal can climb back into this competition. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and bring out your teams in just a little bit. But for now, though, we're going to send it back over to Zoe, give the players a little bit more time to get themselves ready to go.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. London Spitfire, they just did an absolute Cinderella story. Soul Infernal. Obviously, they're looking to actually repeat that as well and show everyone that maybe day one was just an off day, because there is a big difference playing in front of a crowd. Playing in front of a live crowd can be an absolute game changer. Some of the teams, they really benefit from it. Other teams, they crumble under the pressure.
I gotta say, so far at this tournament, the teams that the crowd has been cheering for have been looking good, and that effect is real. Get out there in front of the crowd, and they give you your energy. You can go to that next level, and I think Houston can very much capitalize on the support.
All right, and now it's time to welcome your first team to the stage, the Houston Outlaws!
The fans are supporting them, and you can see why this team has been fan favorites since their inception, and this is the strongest roster the organization has ever fielded, looking to do even better than last year, top that third place finish and win it all here. I'm really excited to see what the guys have in store, especially seeing Bernard come into the lineup, a new look for them here on day 2.
Good looking guys.
And their opponents, the Soul Inferno!
Soul Infernal, formerly the Philadelphia Fusion, once again field a very competitive roster here in the Overwatch League Playoffs. This year with 4 Roll Star members of their team. What is Mag going to play in this one? It's going to be the Wrecking Ball, the Winston, the Doomfist, the Reinhardt perhaps from the Soul Infernal. We don't know what to expect from this team, but it's going to be competitive.
And now it's time to jump into the action and send it over to your casters. You have Uber and Mr. X on the call.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. It's a pleasure to be back presiding over this, our second elimination match of the day. Again, 2 teams struggling to maintain a foothold. We're a little bit surprised to find the Outlaws in this position. It's a legendary roster, one with sky-high expectations in the West. And the Soul Infernal, of course, having such a great summer stage here, they need to shape up.
I mean, you put the Outlaws up there with the Atlanta Reign, which probably Outlaws fans don't want to hear that right now, considering how the Atlanta Reign went out. I think the more interesting thing is that we are going to get a look at Bernard here in game number 1 in the series. You know, we saw a lot of Doomfist obviously yesterday from Fearless. What do you see them do with Bernard? He's coming in on Ilios, which if you're like, hey, Diva, Zarya, like not the best map, potentially. Maybe we see some Doom and then some other tanks in the mix. I'm curious.
Stage dependent, man.
It's also like, look, I get you want to, you know, have the best roster you can for, you know, this moment, right? And adding players late, if you're able to do so, fantastic. But you got to this point, like with a roster, to kind of throw something in last minute is always so risky. And then I also think you kind of, you play into the other team. You bring in Bernard, it doesn't go well. You're bringing in Fearless. You had a strong message in the Soul Infernal camp of like, hey, they got no idea what the hell they're doing over there. And then you start to mount a series like we just saw. So you got to be pretty confident this is going to go right if you're the Outlaws.
I had to bring back the biased Philly caster from yesteryear to cover this one. Big fan of that. The Houston Outlaws and the Soul Infernal have burnt through their buffer, their extra chance. This is it.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to find yourself here in a... no, you're not even winning in. You're right, you're win and then have to win again to be in.
Here we go, everybody. Our second elimination match starts right now. Bernard on the Diva here, something we talked about a little bit, right? Seen this from a few teams in the past. Bernard, obviously, you know, they're quote-unquote off-tank specialist, finishing his season with the Hangzhou Spark in 2022.
And what, I mean, Diva here with an, I mean, this interesting style of play here as for the Soul Infernal. I know you'll have Zest on the Echo up there on the high ground.
Happy Rest here. They're dealing with the Winston from Mag, who's going to make the switch over to Doom here, realizing Winston maybe just not favored in that head-to-head. Zest not able to get the Hell Pact, trying to slip away, but Pelican is a little too canny for that. Mag upstairs here, but he's going to have to power block pretty darn quickly and drop to the low ground. It's a Dynamite over the top, and Soul Infernal already under the gun.
Yeah, I mean, MN3 did all he could trying to contest the point there, but got backed up a little bit. I mean, dude, the damage boost with whether it's the Ashe or the Echo is so strong here. Violet will pilot the Mercy.
Not an auspicious start here for the Soul Infernal. A very awkward attempt to take the high ground with the Winston comp. They switched out of it, but they've been staggered ever since that point. Already a 20% lead for Houston.
Yeah, and I mean, the Diva able to obviously use that defense matrix to peel for, really, it's the Ashe in this type of situation, as well as the Baptiste. And then, you know, once kind of everybody's all topped up, can go in and be a little bit of an offensive firepower.
Pelican with that duplicate up, Shu. Ant Matrix in the back pocket. What a legendary pick for a legendary player. Trying to help Bernard upstairs. A little bit too slow. He's going to be desuited at the start of the fight, and the pressure's already going to be on Shu. Sticky Bombs is going to have to be an immortality field to keep him standing. He is able to slip away. Bernard is desuited right now, so Pelican steps up and takes over tank duties with that duplicate. still playing pretty carefully here. Wants to stall, I think, and it's going to be Shu taken down by Mag. The Ant Matrix not lending too much to the Outlaws. It's going to be a Valkyrie here for Violets. Can he bring Shu back? Yes, Baptiste is back on the scene. Here comes the Bob.
Yeah, you don't have a tank though, so Bernard is just coming up the spawn now, but it may not matter. As the Bob gets on, he'll contest Happy, one of the more prolific hit scan players we've had in the history of the Overwatch League. Able to pick off one after that. Yeah, I mean, hey, these are like comfort picks for the Outlaws, right?
Tell that to Violet. Living the dream on the Mercy right now, and a key res to get Shu back into the fight previously. That bought the time for Bernard to rejoin, especially alongside the Bob. But Happy's going to switch to the Tracer. He wants to try and match MN3, who's got taken very low in that last engagement. Violet had laser limb reassignment by Zest's focusing beam here. And the Soul eventually leaning into the point.
Yeah, but the Outlaws, one good fight away from taking the first point here. And now Violet will actually go over and play the Brig. So I think this is like, you don't have the Ashe in the mix, right? You get like insane value out of the damage boost with two characters, right? Having the Ashe and the Echo. This, now the Tracer can get some help here from Violet on the Brig, one of the best Brigs of really all time.
MN3, that's dangerous, taking that many stickies. Bernard pushing back at him. Pelican looks low. MN3 sees an opportunity that it's going to force a duplicate out of Pelican. Two Tracers on the field for the Outlaws. That's a heck of a lot of pressure. MN3 removed there by the rocket boosters, and Skewed is also suffering. Junjay tries to step ahead of him with the shield, and Pelican gets a free pulse bomb. Both supports proving tough enough to crack here, but now attention turns in Mag's direction. He gets hit with the stickies. He doesn't have power block available, and he's run down. The Outlaws flip the point in their favor, and it's just overtime to contend with.
Yeah, and I mean, you see what D.Va can provide, right? The defense matrix, then the ability to close the distance, finish players off, as this just seems like a matter of time before the Outlaws take this first point.
What a way to make your debut for the Outlaws. Bernard with a resuit kill on a Tracer, no less. That's insult and injury.
Bernard looks like he's been playing with this team for years.
Homie be straight been chillin'.
Yeah, I mean, typically you say, I mean, look who we talked about with Hawk, right? Bringing him in is a very difficult situation, right? For the Atlanta Reign, yes. They always put him in an odd situation. How about this? Get signed recently and also just show up here and play for Fearless, right?
Get out!
That is sick stuff.
He'll take credit for that though, still.
Yeah.
What? No.
So we talked about this a little bit earlier in the green room, and I was wondering if we see some of the Sigma. I think if you were obviously looking at Fearless and Bernard, Bernard would have the stronger Sigma of the two.
Not only Sigma, but the Zenyatta here for Violet. A pick we've seen from the Outlaws at certain times this year against slow comps.
They do this on Circuit. When the Outlaws play Circuit, they would play Sigma with the Zen in the mix. So we've seen them do this before.
Very different map though. Not a lot of teams trying to play Sigma here. Mag has to be careful of that Discord orb. Look at how quickly that health bar drops. Zest has found Bernard though, so clearly a little bit hard for Bernard to navigate out of this center of the fight. Happy with a headshot on the Tracer.
Yeah, and I think you're just going to wait here for the Outlaws. Let Bernard get back into the fight and see if you can maybe find another pick. Oh, I mean, that's a lot of pressure on the Violet.
Yeah, he had nowhere to go there very quickly. Mag accosted him inside that small room. Skewed on the Iliari here. Getting Mag back up to full health. MN3 has got to be careful. Going to be outmatched at range against Happy.
The Iliari is an interesting pick, especially with a Wrecking Ball in the mix, right? I think
it's really there it is.
About just having that turret set up for your Ashe and the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer to work back towards, right? And then also the damage output of the Iliari.
Skewed. Healing pylon taken down now. Happy trying to keep tabs on Mag's position here. Pelican more than happy to keep harassing. I think he spotted Zest there briefly. He's pinged it out. He knows something is afoot, or underfoot as it may have been. MN3 switches over to the Widowmaker here, wants to match Happy at range.
Where Bernard is playing from though, I mean, how do you get him out of there?
And there it is, okay, Shu taken down, trying to go to the high ground. MN3 quickly tries to duck his hitbox. Stuck! Easy kill for Pelican now. Mag might be a little bit bogged down inside this small room here, but Pelican needs to watch his health pool. Mag should be able to get away. Topped up by Skewed, who does have Captive Sun online.
Yeah, right after that first death, they actually have Violet switch and play the Brig. It's just a bit of a safer setup. You're going to be able to protect Shu a little bit better as Happy trying to line a headshot up as doesn't miss those quite often.
He's got to be aware of MN3. Here comes the captive Sun. Skewed, to the high ground. Happy. Blown to smithereens by that one. So now you have a Widow advantage plus the stick. Zest keeps it spicy for us now as he descends to the point to go to work on Banar. 58%. A little more, and the Outlaws lose control.
And you wonder, Sigma comps, Sigma is very difficult to dislodge out of positions. He can survive for quite a long time on his own. You favor Sigma against things like the Reinhardt, probably even like Winston, right? Against the ball, it's quite interesting. There's lots of displacement. The ball doesn't really care for the Sigma. Let the Sigma play on the island, chase down everybody else, and then, Bernard's the last one standing.
Pile driver there from Mag was pretty good shoot. Looks like he was popped up and was made an easy target for Skewed. Hyunjae, pretty safe from this spot, able to keep Zest and Mag well and truly hale and hearty. Soul Infernal have just snuck into the lead here on Ruins.
No ultimates to work with though. Gravitic Flux, Amp Matrix here available.
You better believe it. What an angle.
This is also this is where at this point gets scary because you're going Widow versus Widow, right? One Widow is just finding constant picks, giving your team an advantage. And who cares if you have ultimates? There's nothing you really do.
Time's ticking down. The Outlaws need to figure this out and fast. All of them grouped up inside that left side room, and Pelican here forced into a bit of a duel, but Zest doesn't want to stick around. Goes for the Mega instead. Mag under pressure. Gets the Immortality field, but Hyunjae has that removed. Gravitic Flux, no capture there, but it's Happy finding Skew. The Ilauri is out of the picture now. Here's the pile driver. Immortality field not available presently here. The Outlaws don't see the need for it currently anyway. It's Happy taken down. Mag's able to find the Widowmaker now, and Pelican goes into the recall. Who gets this pulse bomb? Mag with a minefield here. This is dangerous stuff for Shu, but he's able to get away somehow. Avoids it. Who's hiding in the bushes? It's Violet. He's going to Suzu himself and get away. But the pile driver connects, and Violet gets brought down eventually. Hyunjae deals with Banar. Soul flipping back here, and the Outlaws are in trouble.
Yeah, and who can even get a touch here for the Outlaws? It looks like Happy maybe out of stealth at the final moment.
Instantly, though, he gets turned on. Can the Lucio touch? Shu got knocked up. He won't get there. Pelican arrives, recalls instantly. Happy coming in for that right-hand side, and Banar switched over towards the Doom. He's so low, and it's nothing but his lifeless corpse that hits the ground on the point. That won't do. Captive Sun up here, but MN3 has arrived.
I mean, dude, we know how sick that MN3 and Zest as a duo are. When look, you put him on the Widowmaker, and we're going to have a little bit of a Widowmaker showdown. He starts popping off. What do you do if you're the Outlaws? I'm more curious what the Outlaws play on this map. So this, maybe you were going to play Sigma, play Static on the point. I think they'll probably go back to D.Va.
I think so too. Banar making a number of switches here. The Sigma eventually just got exploited by a much more mobile composition. And frankly, Banar could not protect the rest of his team from the Widow after MN3 made that switch. He came out of the gates on Ashe, instantly realized he needed to be playing Widow.
So we will see them go back to that D.Va-based composition here. So kind of similar there towards point one. For Soul Infernal, they'll keep with the ball and the Widow here. So lots of pressure on Pelican.
Yeah, it might just be playing around a potential Widow out of the gates from the Outlaws, but they want none of it. Oh, Pelican didn't know what hit him. Happy's been tracked here, starting to converge upon MN3's location. He's got no way of doing this undetected. Now, free damage on Banar from that high ground, and MN3 has eyes already trained elsewhere. It's the Tracer. Happy slips through the net back to safety, but Soul have a significant advantage early.
Yeah, and Soul end up taking the point here early on, so that forces them to go right away from the Echo, where, hey, in this type of situation, right, you had Fearless in the game. Fearless loves playing Wrecking Ball and Winston, right? Wouldn't be the worst thing.
Not an option here. Having been denied this high ground purchase by Mag, who just won't be moved. MN3 eventually has to face the Tracer. He goes low. It's going to be a recall, though. We need to get up on this high ground, but catches him. Right. Now down to business for the Houston Outlaws as they slowly carve each element of Soul's lineup off them. Scoot will allow that to befall him now as Happy builds a pulse. 25 plays 5.
Yeah, and I think this will obviously be much more difficult for MN3 to like find angles and being able to take headshots where they switch right off of it. So interesting enough, they'll have the Baptiste in the mix versus on the other side an Ana, and then the D.Va versus a Wrecking Ball. Otherwise, we are in a Sombra Tracer dive mirror.
Unreal. Hyunja here, unlikely going to get out of this one alive.
He might.
Tough to kill, I guess. Get the brick backline really tough. You get so much free healing off a D.Va. Every whip shot is heals. Mag hacked here very low. Zest needs to find a way back in. The Outlaws have really got a significant lead now. It's going to be a nano boost on a Benar. He's looking for the backline. He's looking for Hyunja, but there is skewed once more. They're forcing back. Inspire procs are not enough. Ismail will not be denied. And the backline of the Soul Infernal is torn limb from limb.
Yeah, the nano is just so huge there. I mean, even like an Immortality field, you would have been with a Tracer there, be able to burn through that.
You can just stick around.
Yeah, and stick around, right? Just be sturdy. That's where I think, like, if you're Soul, right, like what value are you getting out of that Baptiste? Like the Immortality field is really about it. Like Amp Matrix here with this type of setup isn't contributing a lot.
It's hard to heal Mag, although he's pretty self-sufficient when it comes to the mobility to get him the health packs he needs. We have EMPs online for both teams here. Eventually, Soul has to make the gambit. It's going to be Hyunja for the high ground here with the Amp Matrix. Has to throw an Immortality field down instantly. He would have loved to have used that on his tanks in the fight, but instead it's forced. Skewed finds Pelican though. He never had a chance to EMP. Perhaps he was just holding on to it. Either way, the Infernal are forced to part with their ultimates in order to get back into the game.
Oh, and that was clean there from Zest. And I think there you see the power of the ball comps, right? Where some damage comes in there from Zest. That'll be the Outlaws getting to 98. Some damage comes in. Mag with a pile driver there over the top on the shoe, and there's nothing he can do. Where Bernard has a little bit more defensive capabilities, right? A little bit more potential to peel defense matrix to the back line, then go in. It's really all in on offense here for the Infernal.
The Outlaws just need one good fight, and Pelican has an inkling of how it might start. Hyunja spotted there. Pelican wants a bit of that Baptiste, and he'll have it. To the high ground he goes. There's a sense that Bernard maybe knew where the Sombra was headed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Now to the point, skewed, riddled with bullets. Mag trying to trade back here, but it's going to be a rally and play for Violet now. His shield bashes out of the way. Mag must get out. And the Infernal have to regroup here, man. But Zest flattened by the micro rockets.
It is a point flip, but you have Mag still in the mix. Oh, you lose.
For how much longer, Matt?
Yeah, it looks like you do have MN3 coming off a spawn, but this is not going to last for long.
Houston Outlaws here may see Skewed attempt to contest, but no chance. He would have jumped to MN3 if he wasn't already dead and buried.
It is a very close competitive map number one.
Extremely scrappy.
Extremely scrappy, but I think though if these teams both want to play these aggressive play styles, I think you're going to see this play out over the long haul of this series. I don't think you can play Widow on every map. You're not going to get like the opportunity for MN3 to just kind of like Widow diff happy on many points and many maps, but I think both of these teams want to play fast, want to play aggressive.
Soul Infernal, incredibly mechanically intense team. Mag, when he entered the league, hailed as an absolute god on tank, and to show us the Wrecking Ball prowess here. MN3 and Zest, no matter what pick it is, pretty frightening. But Houston Outlaws bring Benar in, show off this new acquisition to great effect.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was really strong on the D.Va. I think the Sigma will definitely, I think, see that as, if their tournament lives continue, right, and they move on, whether it's in this series or in another one. I think you will see that Sigma come into play as seen how Florida has used that hero. But against this ball comp, specifically on Ilios, it was not working.
We saw it all. We saw basically the Sombra Tracer dive as we headed into the later part here of Lighthouse. MN3 starting on the Widow. Beautiful shot to start things off, and eventually had to make the switch away. Here it was, and Soul Infernal just looked to lag a little bit. And we knew how good the West was in the Sombra Tracer meta here. Definitely favored Houston.
I also would say that not having the Ana, like playing the BAP there, maybe it's because you don't have the peel of the D.Va with the defense matrix, so you have that immortality field for yourself, but still, it didn't really feel like it provided as much as the Ana. So the next map will be Blizzard World. I would expect Bernard to stay in here because Blizzard World, you can play D.Va, you can play Sigma. So if that's kind of where they want to see him playing and slotting in, I expect Bernard to stay in the game here.
Gotta be earning his money, that much is for sure. Blizzard World is your second map in the series, so stick around as the Outlaws and the Infernal fight for survival.
radar. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up.
Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
That's right, everybody. It's a good old-fashioned throwdown between storied veterans, Shu, Violet, Happy, Pelican, Fearless, up against the plucky upstarts, your youngsters, MN3, Zest, Mag, Hyunjae. This is quite the matchup, and we've seen the Soul Infernal look to find glory over the last couple of years and have often fallen short. The Outlaws built a super team, no more messing about.
So they do bring Fearless in here for map number 2. So as we go to Blizzard World, curious, how maybe they saw what, Soul Infernal were running early on and said, hey, guess what? We're going to bring back Fearless to play the Doom, maybe some Winston-based compositions to see how they utilize both of these tanks now.
Utter haymakers being thrown in that first map, Matt. A very chaotic matchup on Ilios between these teams. A lot of hero switches, a lot of pivoting of strategy, and a lot of individual mechanics being put on display. Now things become a little bit more pitched in terms of the battles and where they occur. But then individual mechanics no less crucial on Blizzard World.
And even with the Outlaws finding themselves here, in the losers, I think after the last match, you have a strong conversation with this team of like, hey, the one team we were really concerned that could beat us at the end is gone. We get through this, who cares if we come out of, losers, winners, as long as you make it to the final day. You have some of the most storied players, the best roster, in terms of mechanical talent on paper. You feel pretty good about your chances if you can just get there at this point.
I mean, you're smarting, wearing the boot print that the Mayhem left on you after yesterday, a team you've really matched up against very competitively over the whole year. I think a 3-1 has to be a disappointing result for the Outlaws against as good a team as they are. They have to have hoped for more.
Well, you got to bank on. I mean, the talk has to be look, Atlanta's gone. Does anyone in this room believe Florida can beat us twice in a weekend? No? Okay, good. Let's get there and have that rematch. I mean,
maybe you should poll the crowd for that one. Here we go, Blizzard World is underway.
I'll have Jake do it. He'll just shout Outlaws and everybody go crazy.
Having a look there.
I love Danny's analysis as well. Those are some good-looking guys. Those are good-looking guys.
I thought we were on there. That's a fantastic
I thought we were on camera, and then I looked and I saw it was the Outlaws, like I said.
God, help me. The Winston for Fearless here. Up against the Wrecking Ball. Already Fearless hoping to try and find a way, or at least divine his route of approach. Being knocked around constantly by Mag, who's just waiting to again disrupt the Outlaws as they set up. Oh, okay.
I feel like, how wild is it from the series we just casted, right? Reinhardt-based compositions, Atlanta trying every tank in the book, and here we go with some Winston-based Tracer Sombra Dive and some Wrecking Ball on the other side. I mean, the meta has been completely wide open to this point. I think nobody has really figured it out.
Varied we've ever seen, especially in a playoff meta. And look, such a legendary pick, the Ashe for MN3, I feel. There's so many moments from it. Oh, he's not getting away from that one. What a bio-nade connection from Shu. Fearless here, ready to approach further. Now that long-range threat is off the table. It's a matter of dealing with his backline. Skew just throwing out these shots at Fearless, but he will occupy the choke for now.
Yeah, so that's the immortality field out. You see how low those players are on Soul Infernal.
Tick that box.
Yep. Just keep diving in. Nice biotic grenades from Shu, forces them back. There'll be Zest on the point just to contest.
Well, Violet's able to shield back away from that one. That was a crucial stick. It had to be there.
Happy with both supports.
Running rough shot over the backline of the Soul Infernal is Happy. Shu is fine here. Oh, no chance of Bionade. He had no idea where that damage was coming from. MN3 caught him as he got popped up by the pile driver. And that'll be a point take for the Outlaws.
Oh, but I mean, if you're an Outlaws fan or, any of the coaching staff, and you say, hey, guess what? You guys can play, Winston, Tracer, Sombra all weekend with Shu and Violet on the brig. I mean, you take that every single day. I mean, this is they're almost ideal comp, right? In terms of what you would want these players on. Maybe you would want Pelican on the Echo or something like that, right? But everybody else on these heroes that they piloted for years at like top of the league level.
Pelican's hoping to catch the healing pylon in an EMP potentially. It might be tough to do if he wants MN3. It seems like the target.
I think they're maybe like waiting for a dive to come in and like maybe the coach guns out and they set up a good setup as...
Pelican staying around, he stayed around! And he worked MN3 down, great dive timing there, no EMP required. The Outlaws are doing this for cheap. Thrifty as you like now, he on down to pressure. Fearless will be able to get back to safety here. Has to be wary of the minefield though, laid in his absence. Bubble up. He's topped up now. Captive Sun going to be thrown. Skewed hoping for some splash and he gets it. But it's going to be a rally.
Nice rally,
from
yeah.
Violet. The hack on Skewed now brought straight to the ground. Otherwise he would have been airborne the entire time.
But he's in a bad spot. I mean, he uses that Captive Sun, gets up in the sky, and probably expects some kills. That's an immortality field. That's really nice from Yunjay, keeping them alive.
Pulse is looking dangerous there as well. Happy Ops to hold on to for the time being. There's going to be MN3 down. Zest found Violet though. No supports up for the Outlaws here. Save your ultimates if you can, if you're Soul. The Pulse not required, most likely.
It looks like maybe Soul's able to just stop this for a period of time. I mean, you still have the supports here up on the high ground. It'll stop everything going on. You still have this EMP as well. As Pelican's gotten good value of just like hacking a target, right? And then, just being able to take that character out instead of having to burst that EMP. With Happy now on the Sojourn, I wonder if we're going to see a swap after this EMP though.
MN3 suffering the brunt of the damage here. He is 4 of the Soul Infernal's 7 deaths right now. That's where the focus is. Skewed is such a nuisance there with that damage from the high ground. The Pulse just evaded. Fearless though very quickly had to scramble to safety. 2:27 to play.
Like if you are the Outlaws here, right, and you get this good use of this EMP, maybe you think about even playing like a Genji after, right? Sojourn Genji with the Winston in the mix.
Jay, gonna be bypassed by Pelican. No immortality field available. He caught the Baptiste in that. That's a great result, but there might need to be more here. A lot of damage still coming in from the high ground from the Soul Infernal, and Fearless is looking to pick his spot. Upstairs we go. Hunjay already jumping away, but Pelican caught him on the way down. Happy now able to assume the high ground and the pressure is on.
I mean, like you mentioned, I mean, what? There are 9 total deaths here for the Soul Infernal, and MN3 is 5 of them. I mean, they are just diving right on top of him, but now he's going to go to the Sojourn. Gives him a little bit more damage up front, able to get away a little bit easier with the dash.
The most survivable of your hit scan options,
yeah.
But obviously has some weaknesses, doesn't have that dynamite effect, no bomb for stall. Gonna have to make it work anyway, make it 6. MN3 can't slide away from the pressure of Fearless. He sticks to him like moss. Hunjay will be able to get away. Fearless doesn't care. He just wants to buy space. That's 2 checkpoints now for Houston. Just shy of 3 minutes to work with.
And what do you think about the Alari Baptiste backline with like a ball in the mix? It seems like, obviously you're completely offensive in terms of, firepower, right? No support ultimate like a rally, sound barrier, anything like that. It feels like you're all in, and if you're not getting significant damage out of these supports, it feels like you are at a loss.
You really have to put Skewed in a position to succeed, but that puts him at grave danger up against this composition. The Sombra's so threatening.
Also, the only one they can directly keep alive outside, Zest and Mag work their way back to the team, sure, but is MN3, and they're just diving MN3 constantly and just bursting him down. You're not even able to really do that, yeah.
Also, Pelican picks his spots when Skewed tends to veer away from MN3's position. Still on the Ash, by the way.
Yeah, maybe went to the Sojourn, just try and make it back, and then went back to the Ash. There's some high ground here, though. Some nice, chokes for the Dynamite, so not
that big. A minefield here. No good, booped away. Captive Sun connects, and Skewed is going to be able to bring Shu down. He's caught him mid-air. Was that a tase at long range from Fearless? Happy he had that overclock. Checking his 6 constantly here, just in case Cess comes calling, but he's in the front line. Fearless is dragged off his horse.
Yeah, as he had Primal. I think maybe he was trying to get that one off and just mistimed it there, so not having that ultimate there to keep Fearless in the fights. Huge. You still have gotten a ton of payload progress, 1 minute and 28 plus was on the clock there. So you'll come back. Wait, you have a nano for Fearless here, then into the Primal with an EMP. You're set up in a really good spot to finish the map with some time.
Fearless is 6 and 3 right now. He is getting value on this Winston. He'll get nattered in the EMP follow-up. How do you get out of this one? Immortality field hastily going to be deployed. That's enough time for the Infernal's backline to get to safety. But now there's no one left to heal. Now they huddle together for warp inside the spawn. And Fearless goes for the Primal Rage. Can Mag intervene on this card's inexorable progress? He'll wrap around and have a chance to stall it here. Zest is low, Shu taken down. Skew was able to find him with the M-Matrix in play now. One more shot would deal with Violet, and eventually Zest finishes the job. Comes in with the melee. Immortality Field getting value there as well as Skewed is able to peel his assailants off.
Yeah, really nice use of the M-Matrix there, where they actually put it like in that choke sideways. And MN3 was on the backside of the choke and the other pillar, and he was able to shoot all the way through it. And Fearless is actually trying to primal him like back towards where the Amp Matrix was, but into like the spawn side, so like out of the line of sight.
Sombra, this is the counter Fearless here.
Yeah.
MN3 switches to it, and immediately Fearless is like, hey, hang on. I wasn't expecting this at all. He wants to try and push this card up, of course, but that healing pylon is going to get to work. Captive Sun, Skewed, fires it off. Pelican hit by it. No detonation just yet, but Happy has fallen. Outburst here, knocking Fearless off, and it looks like the Infernal can shore up this defense here in the final moments. Nothing left to be done with the Outlaws.
They give themselves a clear end to the map for themselves, where I think now they see, hey, if there's going to be Doom on the other side, we're going to play that Sombra, and maybe if they play that Winston again, I think we see them run with like the Ashe. You know, it's going to be a little bit more costly to kind of play this from the defensive side from the Outlaws.
A lot of switches there towards the end of the round. The response by MN3 coming off the Ashe as it was and getting the Sombra just to disrupt Fearless. They read that really effectively. Fearless very dangerous on that Winston for much of the round though, getting a lot of value. Pelican also at 5-0. Getting decent work done as a Sombra, and also just being an extra threat to that backline in any situation in which he can get an Immortality Field for free out of Hunjay. Seems very high value.
The healing numbers are heavily skewed in favor of the Outlaws, but you kind of expect that with the comp that they're playing, right? You know, having the Ana and the Brig in the mix, where if you look for Soul Infernal, it's actually like quite interesting in that their damage is like pretty even almost across the board. Like everybody is contributing almost like a DPS level damage. So
it's worth pointing out that, you know, Mag also, a lot of his durability comes from that adaptive shielding, and then he goes and picks up health packs. So that's why you have less healing on the Soul side. And Skewed obviously isn't going to have that big healing numbers anyway, much more middling.
No, and on the Baptiste, I mean, who are you? You know, you're healing maybe your other support, right? And you're healing your Ashe in that type of situation, right? So they're more focused on, hey, can we just burn targets down fast? Can we just be a team that is going to see a target, everybody focus fire, and you just have so many high damage output heroes that you're able to pick those. The healing wouldn't even matter at that point.
Pelican is going to have to respect MN3 here in a big way. Already, Shu spending much of his time tending to the Echo. The heal pressure has been immense from this comp, and that's what you expect from a Baptiste Ilaari setup. Oh, there it is, Skewed!
And you just see those shots from Skewed on the side. I mean, it's just another player you have to be scared about if you're Pelican or any of the supports up there on the high ground.
There is nowhere the Pelican can play from that's remotely safe. Skewed also throws the healing pylon forward, hoping maybe to swing around.
He's done that a few times we've seen it from his POV.
It's interesting. Fearless has to push. He's about 60% HP, but no one. Oh, they just give it up. The Outlaws just let it go.
That was Mag. Mag actually just swung right on through there as some players are walking up. Just displaced a bunch of them from coming through the choke.
I mean, yeah, you win a fight here for the Outlaws, that's fine, but man, you already lost the objective. That is gonna hurt. The Wrecking Ball still getting something done here. Mag heads up. Dynamite here, Happy got caught by that, so heal pressure again at a maximum. And Pelican gets brought down again, another Captive Sun! Shu has got to be scared. Not hit by the debuff though, and Skewed obviously using that flight effectively. Oh, he was, okay, gets the kill. Able to detonate it. Stunned up though as Violet comes forward.
I mean, that's ultimately the issue, right? It's like you see Soul Infernal, Skewed is able to get a pick off. No, if Hyungjay's not there with the Immortality Field or like a Regenerative Burst, like you're gonna lose that Ilaari as soon as a player or two come in.
The Infernal regroup now. The Outlaws have been more than happy to take their pound of flesh at the choke and now play towards this high ground. Primal Rage up for Fearless now. Happy has to slide away. That extra mobility of the Sojourn is absolutely paramount here. Primal popped there by Fearless. To what end, we have to wonder.
Well, just staying alive.
Okay, well, better than nothing. He goes in there, already down to 200 HP, has to play safe. Pelican on the Sombra hasn't quite been able to strike a lethal blow yet, but Skewed is very low. I think Happy gave him a glancing blow with one of those rails. Fearless finishes the job. Zest No way getting out of that one. And there goes MN3. Happy lines him up.
Yes, Pelican is just trying to find, like, hacks onto the Tracer, hacks onto the Illari, the ball. I mean, a lot of good targets here for that Sombra now for the Outlaws. As you're really looking at getting those hacks, Fearless following up, and Happy putting down that damage at range. I really also like how the Outlaws are playing close up. Do not let this composition get set up and let players be able to get on the flanks.
That minefield completely shut down, but Scooter's on the scene once more. Hunjo getting involved in the damage fight. Happy trying to head to the skies, but is caught by a railgun from MN3. The shooter comp, as it's been named. Now we know exactly why that's such an apt description. Soul, nasty on the M1.
Yeah, I mean, skewed right now with like 23% of the team's overall damage, with like Zest at 25, like just kind of like teetering back and forth. Where, yeah, you're just kind of playing this. It's like, oh, you know what, let's just throw out there 4 DPS and let's see if we can just out damage them.
At least someone's still carrying the torch for that Toronto Defiant composition here.
Yeah.
We got a hint of it. Saw just how devastating it could be in the right hands. Pelican here with an EMP needs to slow the bleed as the Infernal are encroaching now deep into Outlaws territory. Oh, that's a stick! Shu would sooner forget. Arna's out of the picture now, and he was so close to having an Animus, not an option. So here's the rally. Skew fires off the captive son, but won't be able to survive the onslaught of Fearless. It's back to the high ground now. A commanding view of the situation, but no inclination to engage with the rally in play. It's Fearless down. Violet now trying to assess the situation. He'll back up.
Yeah, and you have to wait here if you're the Soul Infernal. You just had, I know, Mag and Zest there alive towards the end, as now you're getting everybody off a spawn, but look at this, Pelican lurking on the supports.
Still holding that EMP from the last fight. Still 2 minutes to play here, so the Outlaws winning here would be great, but there's more that needs to be done. It's Zest ushering slowly the card forward. Mag in the backline slept here. There might be an opening for Houston. Zest again, testing the payload. Mag's able to get away. Oh my word! Pelican, nothing you do about that one. And Matrix from the high ground, and the shots from MN3 are good. That's another! Happy is down. Only a body shot required there, and now the primal rage Winston comes to collect. Skewed here looking at Violet, wants to push the brig off the cart here, but Fearless is having his way with your team. He'll chase Skewed down now as well. Zest able to find Shu, but that's not going to be enough here. The EMP finally comes out.
Man, I feel like
a sigh of relief from Fearless there. Can't blame the man.
I feel like those are fights you got to win, though. I mean, if you're going to get to the high ground, invest the Amp Matrix, and then MN3 is just going to turn around the corner, just take out 2 players, and then, I mean, what they have to, you had Mag was slept, he got out, right? Like everything was going right there for Soul Infernal, and they had to invest that Primal and the Nano up to the high ground to get him out of the way. But I feel like if you start off a fight that well, you got to win it.
Mag's starting to realize he needs just a little bit more than this disruption, this discord has been sowing. Hasn't converted into solid, consistent team fight wins for the Infernal, and they're running out of gas.
Well, this allows Mag to play a little bit more static on the objective, right? Not like they don't really need him kind of rolling around, displacing. They really need him to force fights on the objective, which that allows them to live.
They've got to get there first, though. Look at how slowly the Infernal are approaching this. Mag eventually will get there, yes.
Well, they have no speed, and they also have a few targets who are easily diveable. So as soon as they see that they're split, they're going to attack.
Skewed was out of the fight for a while there. Violet has rallied. Fearless to the high ground now, and Skewed has an opportunity to blow this right over. It's the Capture Sun getting launched here, but the shield instantly thrown up. Where does he fire this? He doesn't know. Happy looks like he's affected by it in the backline, but it has to be an outburst to get Skewed to safety. Now the pressure on Mag mounts. It's immense. It's Happy to find Hunjay. That's the Baptiste out of the picture. Fearless, he wants more. The man is hungry and won't be denied. It's MN3 chewed up, spit out, and boot off the map. Now it's Zest to fall, and the Houston Outlaws will stand strong on Blizzard World.
The Outlaws just take care of business there in map number 2. I think we've seen some good things from the Infernal. I think just sometimes their comp is like, I think right there they figured out kind of how to play it against the Outlaws. We saw it a little bit from the free cam POV, but when Skewed was up on that high ground as the Sojourn, on the Illari, pretty far away, Fearless is able to just get in his face, push him so far out of the fight. And you're able to do that with 2 different supports, right? Who don't have the speed to be able to get in or the ability to kind of get out on their own. And it makes it tough.
Skewed, very dangerous, right? MN3 and Zest both having really solid games. Fearless ends up with like 11 final blows. Happy with, I think, about 14 on that Sojourn. The Sojourn's so slippery, so hard to actually complete the kills onto it. Here, this was a left, right click on, skewed in. Captive Sun flight mode.
I mean, it's crazy stuff. I mean, Skewed had himself a very good map,
yes.
I thought, on the Alar, able to take out, some players at the beginning of fights, also some decent use of the ultimates. I mean, I meant 3 at moments. I think it's just like, the comp's just not built to win some of those like longer, drawn out, fights. I mean, I thought this is the one they had the opportunity to. Ant Matrix at the start, plus the kills from MN3, and you just kind of fumbled the bag there a little bit. So.
Yeah, turns like you need a little bit more than just pure damage to win here. And MN3, was delivering as well. Mac though is disruptive. He's annoying, but he's not lethal. One final blow from the Wrecking Ball for that entire map where Fearless was absolutely going to town.
He's rolling around just like displacing people, which is obviously annoying, for the Outlaws to deal with, but then the Outlaws know that there's no help on the supports in the back line. So Surabasa will be the next map. We've seen a lot of actually New Junk City, but typically teams are trending more towards Surabasa. So seeing us go back more towards the norm here with this next pick.
Soul Infernal, this is your last chance. The Houston Outlaws are looming large and they will not be denied. It's now or it's never.
feels like this needs to be rescued, and indeed it does.
Look at how aggressive he's able to get right now. Everybody's dropping.
And it is just a field day for Zest again. Oh my god.
And then 3 has other plans. So MN3 has other plans, though!
One last hand to play for the Soul Infernal. And they better hope it beats the house and brings it down, because this team are looking absolutely ferocious. The Houston Outlaws stinging after a loss that sent them into this lower bracket. Have turned up the heat, and this man, the protagonist, his story is far from over.
Well, I mean, if you're going to play comps that allow them to just play Fearless and let him play Winston, they are going to be extremely thrilled with that type of setup. Will the Outlaws, because he has not lost a step across the entire span of his career in terms of his play on this hero. I mean, that right click that you mentioned, that alternate fire, I think we're going to catch it here. I mean, that is just sick stuff. I mean, nobody else is hitting things like that. And when it doesn't look good for the team, right? Players drop early, Primal, able to just make a play. Feels like he's always in the right spot on that Winston. It's just really like, hey, if we have to go to some other stuff, like can he play it at that high level against some of these other tanks now? They don't have to worry about that in this series, it looks like.
Suravasa is the pick for the Soul Eternal here. Two teams playing very different styles. I have to say, as always, the Outlaws with a really tank-centric look. It's quite often been Fearless gets the nano from Shu, goes in with the Primal, finds multiple kills. Mag has been harrying, harassing, haranguing his opponents from the flanks, but has never really been able to put pressure on them enough that has them turn away from the rest of the fight. They had the damage in spades, the Infernal, but they could not convert. And they got one last opportunity to do so.
Well, it's what I think makes the Florida Mayhem a tough matchup for the Outlaws, is that someone can just play all of it, right? I mean, there's no subs, there's no trickery. So each and every map, guess what? Hey, this is like, Doom is really working against us. He's in the game to just make the swap to Sigma, or whatever they need. Where for the Outlaws, it's very much, it seems at least, Fearless is going to be there to play the Doom, play the Winston. If not, then we're going to sub somebody else. But then you become readable for teams that are able to have, well, not many teams have somebody like someone, but you become readable in that you can start game planning against it. I don't know if the Infernal have that. I think they're very much...
I think they're committed.
Yeah, I think they're very much committed.
And again, they come out with the Iliari Baptiste backline. They have the anti-flank measure in MN3, but it's actually not guaranteed that the Outlaws are going to want to play that way. They do have Happy, yes, but looks like he might just play with the rest of his team and look to exert pressure via those railguns at long range. Very quickly, the Outlaws respond to the threat of Zest as he steps up.
Yeah, and MN3 on the Torb, so you can play a little bit more around the Ilari. That turret can be, pretty annoying for everybody, really, to deal with on the side of the Outlaws. No healing for him there. I mean, taking damage from everybody.
Slept Biode, completely blown to smithereens. And Pelican is such a scary prospect for a Wrecking Ball. The Focusing Beam annihilates that large health pool. And now Happy can play from the rafters. He does spot Zest going for the rest of his team, but if he keeps MN3 out of line of sight, that's got to be worth it. Oh, skewed!
I was going to say, they get Mag back in the fight, but now you've lost skewed.
Violet eventually gets dragged down. The stick, it's beautiful. Zest has found 2 kills in this fight. Will he get more? MN3 snatches that one away from him, and Soul are still in control of the point.
And Shu used the nano there on Happy, thinking he was going to be able to keep him alive through the pulse bomb, and not able to do so with that heal on the damage rush. I mean, that is definitely one that is going to turn the tides, where the Outlaws were not even able to flip after they get Mag down. Mag able to make it back in the fight is a good look at the start. Yeah.
I mean, Houston, they look like they were on the point itself. Zest, though, ripped into shreds. Still looking to be a threat now. Harassing. Happy's already been taken down by the turret, no less. And Zest strikes once more. Here come the Soul Infernal, and it's about time.
Signs of life from the Soul Infernal. They take our first flashpoint, see if they can do it yet again, but it seems like this comp a little bit more annoying, right? Now, if you're going to go into the back line and try and make a play, you're going to pay for it, right? With that Torb there, the turret, the Alari, the Baptiste, really just kind of being able to stay alive a little bit longer from all those characters makes a world of a difference.
Straight away. Mag towards the point, still another 5 seconds before the point unlocks, but Mag still looking to be an issue. Here's a bar driver occupying both backline as a follow-up is good. Skewed with the captive sun, stunned up though, in mid-air, he's punched by Fearless, and Pelicans easily able to finish the job. Here's the Molten Core, Fearless wants another environmental, doesn't find it, but comes straight back down, and that's a double from the Meteor Strike! That wasn't an ultimate, that was an extinction event!
I mean, he was about to find himself off the map if he does not pop that Meteor Strike, as some sick plays there by Fearless. Able to get that punch like in midair on the Skewed, and then the follow-up from Pelican. I mean, he makes that look so routine, and that is anything but routine. I mean, crazy stuff there by Fearless. Gets the Outlaws this next point.
25 and counting already here for Houston. Convincing first fight. They're contending with a pulse bomb here, and Zesty is on the hunt. Pressuring Violet's shield down. Gonna be crucial. Happy steps up now. Zest able to blink away. Mag to the rescue for a moment, and Happy's down to less than half HP. This is scary. He slides away, but Zesty's there. The stick is wide. Happy's kept alive for the time being now, and Fearless is on the scene again. It's Hyunjae who gets absolutely rolled, and Fearless is in danger here. He can't finish off MN3, who's able to get healed back up, but not for long.
Yeah, it's 75% now and counting, where it looks pretty good for the Outlaws to take this next point. Also, when was the last time you saw a Flashpoint game with no Lucio on either side?
Very
right? I mean, this is one where you're going to see these points go in like 2 fights because there's no speed to get everybody back in.
Mag swings back. He still has a chance to touch here. Overtime is getting a little bit slammed, and he can't get there. Oh my! Wish he had that one back.
Yeah, I mean, you only have like really one player in the position. I mean, obviously Zest can test, but Mag the only one around. He gets punched off. Nothing you can do about it.
Looked like such a convincing start for Sol, but the momentum has shifted through this second flashpoint. Mag can never land where he wants to, constantly being punched, slept, knocked around. He can't commit to Happy. That's an overclock coming his way, and Happy threads the needle. Mag is nothing but spare parts. Oh, what was that?
Dude, Happy is so much fun to watch. Like, Happy and Shy, right? Like, they kind of like, they have these moments where the rest of the team is so explosive and pop off, and then they just have these moments where he just pops overclock, just runs in there, just kills everybody, and you're like, oh, that guy.
It's 180 bangerang that for. Unreal.
I mean, he's been doing that for years at this point. I mean, think about like Happy on like heroes like Hanzo over the last few seasons. I mean, and then once you get overclock and you're consistently building up those rails, I mean, those are the types of plays you expect to see.
Nothing short of astonishing as Happy again delivers. Skewed wants to set up the healing pile on the periphery here and likely just wants to soften up the Outlaws. Here's the dupe. Pelican gonna be Torb as he sets the turret on the high ground, and instantly. Ah, that's riveting stuff, Pelican. Keep it coming, my friend.
Not even gonna get the
yes.
Didn't even look like a DPI, so you see that right hand, the wheel movement.
We say paint the town red for someone who's having a good time. I don't know what we call that. Forget about it. Let's move on. Zest getting dove on now. Pelican back in. Go for. And there it is. It's 2 flashpoints to 1. As the opponent again pull up short on the recontest, and Pelican is not impressed.
No, it's well, I mean, Mag is the only one who gets back, and he just rolls on in, and then he either dies or rolls on out. And now you have MN3 on the 76, so 76 obviously has some personal mobility, able to take more off angles. I think this gives them a little bit of a different look, right? You're not going to be able to kind of have that turret and play a little bit slow around these supports, but you can create some off angles and make it difficult for Fearless to decide which target to prioritize.
Here it is, Matt. The Soul Infernal have to win every flashpoint and then every map from here on out to stay alive in our playoffs. We have our fourth flashpoint set up in Garden here, and the Infernal are the first to the scene, but the Outlaws waste no time, and the Infernal are a little split right now. They've already had to use the Immortality Field, and the Skew is in deep trouble. He's hit with a Biotic Grenade, and he gets flattened. MN3, though, with 2, find a Helix Rocket connection on Happy. Fearless now realizes the rest of his team are absent, and he might have to follow. The legs get MN3 out of trouble. He was slowed up briefly, but Fearless does not have the health pool, and that is a healing pylon in play.
Yeah, some big kills early on. For the Soul Infernal, MN3 with a nice Helix Kunji setting up that Amp Matrix, right? As everybody's trying to come through. And the Outlaws, like, you know, the Amp Matrix comes down and they're like, well, we don't care. Let's nano Fearless and just send him, like, spear on in through it. Fearless, the only one to live on through all of that, where the Infernals are pretty lucky as well, because this is not a great point for Wrecking Ball.
Happy at risk of being burned to a crisp. They've got to keep him topped eventually. MN3 brings him down. Zest is being unattended right now on the back line as Shu desperately trying to focus his tank, keep Fearless in the fight, but now Violet's going to be under intense scrutiny. Zest runs rings around him, and that's a backline down to the Tracer.
So you really get 2 fights, right, without the extra speed in the mix. So it'll be the Soul Infernal taking us to just 1 flashpoint to decide this map.
They bring it back.
Trying to keep themselves in it. Oh, Pile Drive set up here. Pile Drive Pulse Bomb.
That could be huge. Popping someone up, making him an easy target could be massive, but Mag is slept instantly. The Bionade as well. He just has to run. Zest still waiting with his pulse, but he spots Shu, and he sticks it! He's not getting out of that one in one piece at all. Violet goes for the rally here, but who's going to benefit from it at this rate? He's low. Eventually, MN3 rolls on through and picks him up. What a time to come alive for the Soul Infernal.
Yeah, they'll win this fight. They'll get control of the point first. So nice Pile Driver even through the sleep and the bio, able to live. It's a nice Pulse Bomb, though, there from Zest. Takes out Shu. Pelican now goes over and plays the Sombra. So going to move off of the Echo, looking to probably try and find some of these hacks, right? Probably on the Mag. You're looking at, you've been able to punish Mag with some sleeps, but not able to finish him off.
You don't have a true answer to the MN3 flank anymore. Sombra probably not it. Minefield here looking for Happy. He's having to step away, though, but he's more than happy to stand and fight. The hack on Mag. This is dangerous. Fearless also punishing him here. This should be the Outlaws. Able to move back in.
Yeah, I mean, you lost Kunje in MN3 as we're going to have a brief Moira switch. It would look like maybe they'll just make it back, but it seems like they're going to concede. So not going to make that switch on back as you lose Skewed here towards the end. So this is going to allow the Outlaws to build up some more, but it was, I believe that was actually Shu at the start who was actually able to take out MN3, be able to pick up that kill. You know, Ana versus Soldier, where now they actually have the Orisa in play. So it seems like now that when they see the Sombra on one side, they go straight to the Orisa to be able to live.
Zest doesn't quite get what he came for there. Hyunjae hacked up. This dive with the Sombra looking effective now. Where is Mag in all of this? Ignored, not in position.
No, it looked like Mag was like kind of like wrapping around and maybe go through like the arches in the middle, and then they just get the nano. Stagger. They get the nano on the Fearless, and they just send him on the stagger. Would be horrible.
This is it. Soul Infernal now have one chance, EMP. And it's got to be here.
EMP, you're totally okay allowing to give up space here if you're the Outlaws. Get this EMP off, probably EMP bio, and then into Fearless.
Hyunjae! Scoot! They're all down! The last time you'll hear their names this weekend. The Outlaws move back in here, and we're into overtime. Who could touch it? It'll be Zest, the only player. He gets there for a moment. There's a Lucio on the way. Hyunjae wants to keep his team in this one desperately. He's hacked on the way through. Zest punched away. Overtime kept going for just a little longer, but it's just the dregs of the Soul Infernal. Nothing but passion that keeps them running here. Mag trundling through the doorway. It's going to be Skewed as well. And then 3 is brought down by Happy, who'll back away. Mag with a terror surge now, sucks him on in. Shu gets out. Bionade on himself just so he can escape. The spear doesn't quite connect, and Violet brings him down. The Outlaws don't just ride with the wind. Some say it's destiny that sends them forward.
And they looked very good today. I think that is a scary team for anybody to see as this tournament moves on, where the Infernal, obviously with a very strong season, but ends here at the hands of the Outlaws.
And for Houston, it's a return to the very things that made them great. Winston, bit of Sombra mixed in here, and a heck of a lot of hit scan pressure from Happy. What a game he was able to have, getting Shu on the Ana. Very, very hard to answer. Violet doing whatever he pleases. Keeping the hopes of the West alive here. The Soul Infernal have been eliminated.
And for Seoul, I mean, obviously just kind of playing their game, playing dive, playing aggressive. That kind of fits into exactly what the Outlaws want to do. After map 1, we saw Bernard. Bernard looks quite good, but they bring back in Fearless, and he turned up.
Having an option that can be game ready, wins the first map, getting subbed in and then brought out. And it's a seamless transition into bringing Fearless back into the lineup. Let's talk about your player of the match here for the Houston Outlaws. Someone who always leads from the front and definitely ain't afraid of nothing. It's going to be Fearless. You're trying to find an AMD player of the match. And he really put those Winston mechanics on full display.
Yeah, you know, after map 1, once it was clear that, like, hey, they want to play fast, like, they're really to challenge this, they brought back in Fearless, and you get 2 really good maps from him, right? Blizzard World is fantastic for Winston-based kind of compositions, and then same with Surabasa, but he comes out and plays the Doom. I mean, he had some nuts plays on the Doom on this map.
It's all Infernal, like their composition, right, it's very powerful. You know, it definitely has significant power spikes, but it all really comes on securing these kills, and you are going up against one of the most airtight backlines. I mean, you know, Violet and Shu being able to put Fearless in a position to succeed time after time, even in the most risky situations. 5 deaths, 5 on Surabasa. And he was not playing scared at all. He was very much involved in these fights. Incredible showing from the Outlaws, and many said, Houston coming into these playoffs, we're lost. Bringing in Bernard, maybe tipped the hand. People thought, are they looking to completely replace Fearless here? It looks like they found their feet, or maybe they never lost them at all.
And you never really truly know where the meta is going to end up going into these types of tournaments, right? You have an idea from scrims, but then once actually people start playing on stage, things change. So could have been maybe, hey, like, we're not performing well, we think the meta is going one way, now people are playing more, things change, and you get back to what you're used to with the Outlaws.
And I'm going to give the Outlaws a chance to set the narrative, at least have some impact on it. Let's head down to the stage with your boy Danny in a post-match interview.
Mitchell, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I am here with Houston Outlaws' very own Fearless, the player of the match. Fantastic job today. I want to start off this interview by asking you, about a little bit about yesterday. You guys unfortunately lost to the Florida Mayhem, but you guys came back strong today against Seoul Inferno. So what sort of improvements, what changes did you guys make in order to secure that win today? 자, 어제 아쉽게 플로리다전에서 패배를 한 이후에 오늘 또 굉장히 다른 모습으로 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데 어제 패배 이후로 좀 오늘 승리를 확정하기 위해서 좀 어떤 노력을 하셨나요?
일단 어제는 저희가 좀 못해가지고 그냥 손을 풀었다고 생각하고 오늘부터 뒤는 없다라는 생각으로 그냥 열심히 해보자, 더 열심히 해보자, 그냥 이런 마인드로 게임을 했습니다.
Yesterday, I think it was pretty clear. We were playing, to be really honest, we were playing really bad. So we wanted to consider that as just a warm-up, and now we have our backs against the wall too. And so we just really wanted to give it our all, try our best, and I think that was the key to the victory today for us to get the win. Now, looking forward, tomorrow, I think you guys will be facing off against either a rematch against Florida Mayhem or the Dallas Fuel. You guys, you played with the Dallas Fuel last season, so I want to hear your thoughts. Who would you rather play for your next match? Would you rather go up against Dallas Fuel or the Florida Mayhem again? 자, 좀 더 이제 내일을 한번 보자면 이제 경기가 플로리다랑 다시 재경기를 할 수 있던지 아니면은 달라스와의 경기가 될 수도 있는데 필라스 선수는 둘 중에 하나를 고르자면 좀 어떤 팀과 경기를 치르시고 싶으신가요?
저는 사실 플로리다 메임이랑 다시 붙어도 상관없고, 근데 댈러스는 이제 저의 전 팀이었기 때문에 댈러스랑 한번 좀 더 붙어보고 싶긴 합니다.
Alright, it really doesn't matter. I think, I sort of want to go up against Florida Mayhem again, but I would rather choose Dallas Fuel because they are my former teammates, so I really sort of want to go up against them. You did say Dallas Fuel, and you also mentioned that they were your former teammates. Do you have anything you want to say to the Dallas Fuel right now? to Dallas Fuel in front of the camera. 자, 방금 웬만하면 달라스 팀과 그래도 한번 이제 경기를 치르고 싶다라고 말씀하셨는데, 그럼 전 팀원이었던 달라스 팀에게 좀 한마디를 할 수 있다면 좀 어떤 메시지를 말씀하시고 싶으신가요?
기왕이면 이번에 이기고 그냥 위에서 기다리고 있으면 좋겠는데, 만약에 지면은 이제 각오를 좀 해야 될 것 같아요. 저희를 만날 각오를.
All right, Fearless says that, you know, it might be better for you guys to get the win and wait for us in the future, you know, just higher up for like the finals or semifinals. But if you guys lose today, you guys better be ready for the Houston Outlaws. All right, everybody give it up for Fearless one more time. Thank you guys so much. That is all I got here. Let's send things over to GB.
Thank you so much there, Danny, and of course, Fearless, and a huge shout out to the Houston Outlaws picking up the win. But I have a special guest here joining us today. You may know her from Calling All Heroes, Overwatch World Cup, all the goodness, an Overwatch caster through and through. Give it up for CB in the house here in Toronto. CB, it's a pleasure to have you here with us today. And first and foremost, you know, let's talk about this competition. How wild it has been. What do you make of what we've been seeing so far here in Toronto?
I mean, it's been incredible top to bottom. I'm all in on the Outlaws and getting to see them 3-0 right there. I want to see them go up against the Mayhem again. I want to see that one.
What do you think of London?
Oh, what a surprise. I mean, London's good. London's great. But seeing them 3-0 Atlanta Reign, the potential favorites, gone. Already, like, insane.
I think all of us felt collectively the same way as well. Now, you know, there's so much going on in the world of Overwatch here, but you obviously doing a lot in Calling All Heroes as well. Want to talk about that and like the positive, uplifting message that it brings to the table, especially in esports when we desperately need it, you know?
Yeah, there's a ton of talent there, both players and broadcast talent, and you know, just everything, top to bottom, that hasn't really been given a chance to shine before, but now they have a place to cultivate, and it rules. It's so good. You got to come out and support Calling All Heroes. The talent there is insane.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think we all can agree on that one too. Got to give some love to our community, Calling All Heroes as well. But where can people find you next?
I mean, obviously, keep an eye on the Calling All Heroes scene. You might see me pop up there from time to time.
All right, look at that. CB in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time, CB. Always appreciate it. And we're going to send it back over to the desk to break down what we just saw.
Thank you so much, GB, and to the lovely CB. Can't wait to see more of her and everyone who is joining Calling All Heroes action throughout the year. It's been phenomenal to watch them progress and follow that scene, but also it's been phenomenal to watch what just happened on that stage, which was a bit of a murder. Let's be real. Houston Outlaws' dominant performance on day number 2. That's exactly what we wanted to see from that roster. So let's talk about how they got it done. Starting off, we obviously saw some changes in the lineup right from the it.
Yeah, Bernard coming in here for the Houston Outlaws, showing that off-tank look that we were excited to see here in the playoffs. Obviously a new pickup. Bernard actually wasn't part of the Houston Outlaws in the regular season, but coming out here, showing some Doomfist, but also the Diva, showing the Sigma, and this is a look now that the Houston Outlaws can lean on. But the big story for the match, I think, really was Fearless coming in on map 2 and map 3 with a vengeance here, Jake, and really handing it to the Soul Infernal in a very dominant fashion.
Yeah, I think Happy was a huge performer as well. That was really vintage Happy for me. Had a great performance all series long, whether it was the Widow on map 1, the Sojourn, or whether he's a diver. He really has it all. So his flexibility, I think, really giving a lot of value to the Outlaws. I think that we would be remiss not to congratulate the Infernal on a great season overall. And I think in the end here, they found the comp that gives them the best shot. Like, maybe this wasn't the right comp in the meta in the end with the ball and double flex support, but they played it well. They made it close. I think MN3 and Zest had highlight performances, and they played to their strengths in the end. I think you can't blame them for that in an open meta like this. Just too hard to beat the Houston Outlaws.
And also Fixa not being here is very unfortunate. Of course, Fixa was a big part of the regular season for the Soul Infernal, but had to sit out because of injury. You know, had Fixa been here, maybe would have seen a better performance with Soul Infernal, because obviously he has more experience with the team in that main support role, right? So Soul Infernal, I feel like they gave us the Wrecking Ball, they showed us some Torbjorn, something we hadn't really seen so far in the playoffs. So it's nice to see these heroes come out, and you know, Zest had some insane pulse bombs, you know, even pulse bombing a Tracer. These are very difficult things to do, right? So some good moments from the Soul Infernal, but Houston Outlaws, I mean, they're a favorite to win the entire thing alongside For the Mayhem and those type of teams. So it was a bit of a gap there.
Yeah, I mean, they're not walking away empty-handed. Soul Infernal got themselves 3 Role Star nominations.
Four.
for this
Four.
year. So
Four.
four, actually.
Mac.
Four, excuse me.
Right.
Yeah, so that's incredible.
It's incredible, and also I'm a bit sad, to be honest, that Inferno is going out this way because I was secretly rooting for them just by the fact that, you know, like you mentioned, like I don't think we're gonna see any more Wrecking Ball and Tor.
Probably not. No.
I don't think so. And they had a really good run throughout the whole season. But at the end of the day, it's always the better team that gets to win and gets to move forward, right?
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking once again at the Houston Outlaws, though, as they will be the team moving forward. You touched on it just a little bit. Map number 1, we saw their absolute newest addition, just a week old, freshly minted out of the package, coming into play. Bernard, do you think this is a look we're going to see more of from the Houston Outlaws moving forward?
I think it is something we could see more of as the playoffs develop. Because remember, this is a pretty new meta, so things aren't necessarily set in stone. The look we saw from the Florida Mayhem yesterday when they brought out the Sigma with the Baptiste and the Brigitte, that is a really strong composition. And I don't really agree with the public kind of opinion that Fearless had to swap off the Doomfist. It's really hard to find the perfect hero to deal with the Sigma. So maybe Bernard here showing the Sigma against the Soul Inferno. Maybe this is Houston Outlaws also recognizing that, hey, this is a hero that we need to be able to play to match the Florida Mayhem if we want to win the championship. Not necessarily to beat the Soul Inferno, but if we want to make a deep run in this tournament, Jake, we might need Bernard in this lineup.
I think there's going to be maps where, you know, Fearless is going to be able to dominate, where the dive is going to take the lead. But I think you're absolutely right, Johnny. I think Sigma is a crucial hero in this meta with how strong Bastion is. There's very few tanks that interact really well with Bastion. And I actually see this online all the time. People talk, what do I do when they bring out the Bastion and the Reaper? Go Sigma, guys. This hero is really the counter to those playstyles. And being able to leverage both the Bastion and the Sigma in one comp as the Florida Mayhem do, for me, that's the scariest comp I've seen so far. Yes, maybe the Rhine Rush can beat it, but there's a lot of comps. The Doomfist, the Zarya, it looks really hard against that Sigma, and I think Houston are wise to start preparing for future options in the meta. I don't think they want to be limited to a dive.
Man, I'm so in love with these playoffs. We get to see compositional chess being played by those teams, and that makes all those matchups so very exciting. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're currently standing, as we once more had to say goodbye to yet another team. Soul Inferno, unfortunately, is out after a phenomenal season on their part. The Houston Outlaws now sitting there waiting for their next opponent. Will it be the Florida Mayhem or the Dallas Fuel? We will be finding out very soon, but for now, we are going to head over and play some more games in the winners bracket, because now we not get to send teams home, but we get to send them up to the semis, which is really exciting. And the first 2 teams who get a shot at that direct ticket are going to be the Boston Uprising and the Hangzhou Spark. And we will be talking about that matchup right after this break. what's up? You want to annihilate the competition in a new team skin?
Yes.
Ah, you're in luck. You can do it right now. Get the DPS bundle right now. Make sure to represent your favorite team with a team weapon charm as well. They are looking good. I'm actually quite fond of the bubblegum Genji there in the Mayhem
Genji?
skin. The Genji
Oh, the
looks
Mayhem
sick.
Genji?
Mayhem Genji actually underrated.
I think you just like pink, Zoe.
I am.
No,
maybe
there's
I
the whole
think you just like
colors.
The whole colors. And it's a good time to be rocking Florida Mayhem skins.
Florida Mayhem and also Hangzhou.
Yeah, maybe there's a trend. I can, yeah. It's weird. Growing up, I was not a pink kind of girl. I actually loathed it, and now I'm like fully embracing it. Maybe I'm just
Spark Ryan goes crazy.
It does.
Oh, yeah.
You have to rock the Spark Ryan skin.
It does.
It's next level.
Well, we get to see another pink team. That's the good news. So there's someone to root for. It is, of course, the Hangzhou Spark. This is the lineup, and we know and we love. And quite frankly, I mean, they were at Bracket Buster, right? They took Atlanta Rain to map number 5. They looked insane. And a lot of that was thanks to Shy, who was ducking on that server, okay? Like, that man was out of control. It was scary.
Yeah. That's one way to put it, Zoe, but that was very much what happened. It looked like Hangzhou Spark were down for the count, down 0-2 against Atlanta Rain, the best team we've seen so far this season. But no, instead, now Atlanta Rain is out, Hangzhou Spark reverse swept, and Shy went crazy on this Sojourn. It wasn't the first time we'd seen Shy go crazy on this Sojourn. Remember the mid-season madness last year, of course, when Hangzhou, he almost like single-handedly carried Hangzhou Spark across the finish line, right? He gets the support from his teammates. They do a fantastic job at taking care of Leave and Shy. And I mean, take a look at these skills. 9.2 charge shot kills per 10 minutes, 7 final blows, 57% charge shot accuracy. This guy is crazy on this hero. And now we're getting to a point here where you're playing the Boston Uprising, and maybe the Hangzhou Spark will just get away playing this Sojourn, Tracer, Winston composition. Gushue, a role star this year for many. He looks very much in his comfort zone. The Primal Blade is back. So the Hangzhou Spark are looking really good going up against their opponents here.
I couldn't agree more. But Boston Uprising, I mean, that is a veteran roster. We said it time and time again. They are so very stacked. Each and every single of these players is just absolute insane. And they have deep hero pools. Would you want to see a dive mirror here? Do you think that is something Boston Uprising want to or should be taking?
I think that's a huge question for the Boston Uprising. Philosophically, how do you approach this game? We're going to have to see when they start the match, but as I see it, there's 2 looks you can bring on Boston. You can bring one of these rush styles, speeding in Smurf, whether it's the Queen, the Orisa, these heroes that just rush into the enemy backline and make individual plays. Smurf is the best in the business right now at that style, but I think Boston could just as easily be confident in the dive meta and take them all the way. I mean, Shy is incredible, but Birdring, it can take that match. You know, Leave is incredible. Decay can take that match. So I really think for the Boston Uprising, they can come into this confidently and play the mirror. Maybe there's some map picks, though, that throw a monkey wrench in the works. Maybe you bring out the Queen. Could be hard for Gushue to deal with. Smurf has been insane on all of these skill-shotting tanks this season. We talk about a lot of ex-off-tank players. These guys are the specialists. They're going to do well in the aim heroes. For me, Smurf has been like the best mechanical tank player this season on those roles, the most consistent with his skill shots. And you can't I mean, look at the difference between Atlanta versus London and when Boston played them. Smurf is a huge part of that.
And then when you look at Boston Uprising and how they countered the London Spitfire, you tell yourself, okay, the Boston Uprising, they know how to take down a Reinhardt composition. The thing is, with their experience, they've had played Overwatch for so many years now that it's not just Reinhardt comps that they figure out. They can go into this matchup knowing that Hangzhou Spark is going to play Winston. They can bring out an Orisa, they can play Zarya, they can play Doomfist, they can pick all these different compositions. They just gotta figure out, well, what knife do we pick today? Like, what are we going to pull out against the Hangzhou Spark? Because with Smurf, like Jake mentioned, with Smurf being so mechanically skilled for a tank player, it just gives you so many tools, right? So you don't necessarily have to opt into the Winston matchup. I think that would be really fun to see. I think Hangzhou Spark would like to see a Winston matchup, but Boston Uprising, like, they can do whatever in this matchup because they are capable of playing so many different styles and so many different competitions.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see Spark being able to force their play style onto Atlanta Rain. I do not think this is going to roll with the Boston Uprising, though. They have the experience in each individual roles here on their roster. They can play it all. They've been showcasing that time and time again, not just this season, but all the season they have been playing. And that's why, for my predictions, I had to go with the Boston Uprising. I'm not quite a Spark believer just yet. I think Boston Uprising is one of the biggest contenders we have to end up in the finals at the moment.
I'm sorry, Hangzhou Spark. It's gonna be Boston Uprising getting the win against you guys this time around. They got all the grounds covered. Hey, dive mirror. I'm sure Smurf's gonna be happy with it. And even if they don't do it, like you guys mentioned, Junker Queen or Rissa, they have so many tools under their belt that they could just do whatever they want. And Reinhardt as well.
You know, I think Boston have shown themselves to be incredibly innovative. Even though they didn't get the direct invite here to the playoffs, they had to battle it out in the play-ins. They were the team to answer London. No one else has done that before, right? Or since London has started playing this run with a definitive comp that looks great. Boston, I think they've got the strategic answers, especially adding Karib to the coaching team. I really think they're the team to take this. You got to remember, Spark almost lost that series 3-0 to Atlanta. One sleep dart goes awry, and we are looking at a different bracket. I believe in Boston.
Boston looked really good.
Oh, no.
But I'm going with the Hangzhou Spark,
no.
baby. I'm on the train. I'm on the train. Come on. Shy, leave. Are you kidding me? We were promised this at the start of the year. I am ready for the Hangzhou Spark to make a deep run here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I love that you committed. Finally, you committed to it. Finally.
It took you
Finally, you're playing both sides. The crowd is clearly on board with your prediction here, but honestly, I don't really think that there is a wrong answer here. I think both teams have been showing that they are more than just a little competent heading into these playoffs. No matter if the meta changed, I think they've still looked incredible strong. What will be the big surprise for you here to see?
The big surprise for me? I mean, at this point, we know what Hangzhou Spark are capable of, so I'm not that surprised anymore. Again, we haven't mentioned Monk so far. I talked about the damage duo. I talked about Gushue looking really good on the tank role, but we didn't mention Monk and how impactful he was yesterday against the Atlanta Reign. The biotic grenades were crazy coming in from Monk, right? And Lengths as well with the armor packs. Again, this is a style that Hangzhou Spark has really excelled in, dating back to last year in 2022 in the midseason madness. So they know like how to pocket Shy, how to make sure that Shy can go for aggressive rails, taking care of the backline as well with Monk. They're so refined in this kind of playstyle that if they can get away playing Winston compositions, they're going to be in their comfort zone the entire way. Every member on this team, they excel in this specific meta, and this might be their chance.
I feel this is Boston's moment. I just think they're peaking at the right moment in the season. I feel like they were always a strong team this season. It was a little bit rocky in the middle, but they've conquered that adversity. As we've seen them of late, they've been in their best form ever. And I really think, like, honestly, with Atlanta going down so easily to London, you have to ask the question is, was that Atlanta at their best when Spark was able to upset them? Is Boston the stronger team, honestly, going into this match than Atlanta was? Is this a tougher test for the Spark than Atlanta was? I feel like that has to be an open question with Atlanta being eliminated already. We have to wonder, was it Spark playing out of their minds to the highest level? Or can we say that Atlanta wasn't at their best?
Yes. The Hangzhou Spark, they're playing at the highest level, Jake.
Both can be true, Johnny. This match is what's going to tell us really more about the future of the bracket, and I want to see that top 4 NA, baby. NA boosted.
All right. Well, here you have it from our desk. It is now time to meet the teams and to set the stage. We send it down to GB.
And let's welcome to the stage your first team, the Hangzhou Spark.
The Hangzhou Spark, 4th in 2019 and 4th in 2022. They are looking for their consecutive 4th placement here in the playoffs. This was going to be the year with Leave joining the team from Chengdu Hunters, pairing him with Shy for the most lethal Chinese damage duo we have ever seen. They reversed the Atlanta Reign yesterday, but it doesn't get any easier in the bracket from here on and out. Boston Uprising is going to be a very tough opponent.
And now, their opponent, the Boston Uprising!
This team is stacked from top to bottom, whether it's the support line, the damage duo, or the tank. Every single player on this team can make magic happen. They're a team that you can never count out of the fight. I don't care how many players are down, they will brawl back. They will make individual plays. Every single one of these guys is not feeling the pressure. They have been here before, time and time again. I don't think there's any fear on this team going up against the Spark.
And here we are. The stage is set for the Spark and the Uprising to clash and to settle the score here and now. How are we feeling, Toronto? Who you got? All right, let's try it again. Do you have the Boston Uprising? Little delayed response there. I'm curious what the second one's going to be. How about the Hangzhou Spark? Oh boy, the crowd is fired up. Everyone's ready to go. And I know our casters are ready for this as well. So let's send it over to your caster for this one, Vicky Kitty and Necra.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy Toronto! Thank you for welcoming me at my very first Overwatch LAN. I am so excited to be standing here with my duo Necra to bring you guys the Hangzhou Spark versus the Boston Uprising.
Toronto has been so fun to be at in terms of a city, the fan base that are here in the arena to celebrate incredible Overwatch play. And it is such an honor to be back after that summer showdown last season, especially to celebrate two of arguably the best teams at the playoffs right now going head to head.
I mean, after the matches we've already seen play out, Atlanta Reign nowhere to be seen. Hangzhou Spark reeling after that insane upset. Now to pair off against the Boston Uprising. The analyst desk covered it amazing, Necro. We see the flexibility from the Uprising. We see what Smurf can bring to the table. Are we going to see that match after their adjustment against the Rhine composition now dealing with the Spark and their tried and true dive comp?
What's really interesting is that our very first map pick for this series is going to be Lijiang Tower. Boston Uprising already want to try to give it to the Hangzhou Spark, especially when you know that they have been one of the top dive teams in the Eastern region. Whether it's been Gushue on the Winston or the Doomfist, he's shown up in such a big way. And he was a key piece of how the Hangzhou Spark even got the reverse sweep yesterday versus the Atlanta Reign. But it really is all eyes on the Boston Uprising. If we expect the Hangzhou Spark to come out with some type of dive comp, how do Boston Uprising decide to approach that?
I have goosebumps right now. Seeing how everything has played out, we've had so much diversity in all the compositions that we've seen thus far with our teams, sticking to what they feel like is the strongest for them. We've seen the Jugger Queen before from Smurf, Gushue, maybe rolling out on the Doomfist out here. Let's get started on our first round of Lijiang Tower.
The gates are open and the teams are locked and loaded as they head over to that central point. We're gonna see Boston Uprising beat the Hangzhou Spark to the punch as they start to get their composition set up. Knowing that Bergring is on the Bastion, they're gonna wanna try to place him farther away from the point so that Hangzhou Spark have the tough time being able to approach that Bastion, and just a huge source of damage for the Boston Uprising. This is going to be a little bit of a stalemate while Hangzhou Spark wait for those cooldowns to be online, but Decay is gonna pull the trigger!
Oh, they found the opportunity. They destroy the backline off the rip with Boston Uprising. An explosive start to take control over this point first. Dealing with the front line right afterwards. It's gonna have to be another reset here for the Spark. Starting things off strongly for the Uprising.
Uprising are going to take first control, and are they going to keep it? Birdring has been such a consistent threat looking at the compositions of the Boston Uprising have been playing. Whether it's going to be the Bastion or even one of those long-range hit scans, Birdring is such a force to be reckoned with. And Gushue is going to have a tough time. You need to invest all of your cooldowns on this Doomfist to be able to even get close to the Bastion. Especially when you know that you also have Izayaki as well to help bolster up the defense of Boston. Birdring is going to be such a tough piece to take down. So let's see if Hangzhou Spark can get it done this time around.
Saw the shout coming out already in the backline once again. The first two to go down. Boston Uprising have their priorities, and Monk going down again after the performance we saw from Monk yesterday. So important with those sleep darts and those antis being the first two alongside Lensa to go out in the beginning of another fight.
And this is where it starts to get really rough. Boston Uprising already almost have 50% of this first point. And when Izayaki still has yet to throw the amplification matrix at the mix, Hangzhou Spark, like, they gotta start throwing resources at this fast or it could get really out of hand.
Oh, especially with Bergrin right here in tank mode. Definitely lighting up the way, putting in the pressure, building up the space. Sound Bear from Lee Jae-gon as he goes in from the flank, finding Monk once again, who goes down. The duplicate was used up by Leaf right before getting booted out immediately afterwards, but the damage output from the Uprising, the pressure is way too much. Even with the rally coming in right afterwards, it's just a nail in the coffin while Boston Uprising managed their way to nearly 80% already.
It's just going to be a final fight so far, as Boston Uprising has had every single response in the book to deal with Hangzhou Spark have been able to throw at this situation. Decay does go down, not able to be able to deflect away that focusing beam, but Boston Uprising have such a commanding point presence. How are they going to deal with this when you've got a Rampage in your face?
The Rampage right through the doorway, through the choke, finding 3. Monk in the line of sight from the Carnage. The Smurf shout, overtime ticking away. No one in sight. They find these individual picks, but nobody from the Spark could even put a toe on that point. First round dominated by the Boston Uprising, 0-100.
Boston Uprising just played goalkeeper at that point. They were bodyguarding that away from the Spark, and what a dominating performance that we saw from them as well. I mean, Lee Jae-gon and Decay are 2 of the best duos to just go up against any team that they are in front of. You've got Lee Jae-gon on the Lucio to help speed you around, and Decay so slippery when it comes down to that Genji.
Smurf is just so good, Necra, at controlling so much space. You saw the setup with the window into the Bastion tank mode. It's so much damage to worry about here.
But this is where things start to get really tricky. We're heading over to Control Center. This is a classic map that you see teams come out of the gates with on a brawling composition that we're seeing from the Boston Uprising. But Hangzhou Spark, they're gonna play a little bit tricky. They've got the Wrecking Ball from Guxue out of the gates, hoping to disrupt some of this front line, but Boston Uprising aren't giving up an inch.
Look, it can be a little annoying. We saw it happen in our last series with Mag trying to disrupt the piece, but that did not work out for them. Monk does find the trade onto Decay, but the number advantage is in favor for the Boston Uprising, while they chase right behind Guxue, just trying to shimmy shade his way, slide over to the side, break up some piece, and the distraction. Although you already see Lee Jae-gon taxing along everybody else to keep them at this choke, with Birdring being set up and mowing down Shy as the first pick again.
Birdring has just been an absolute menace to even have the investment of the immortality field to be able to keep him alive. And that is just giving so much space for Birdring and to Decay to just continue to get these takedowns. Hangzhou Spark, they were able to walk away with a ton of damage in that fight. Leave is going to have a pulse bomb heading into this next one, and Guxue is going to have those mines up very shortly. So a lot of ways to be able to control the space in this territory, especially when this point is even more enclosed. There are not too many ways that Boston Uprising may be able to escape this, but Izyaki's getting ready to pull the trigger first.
Absolutely, he's got the window ready to go up, the immortality field as well. Leave does get that pulse bomb pick onto Decay, but through the window into their soul. They have to separate, giving away some of that space, even with the minefields behind their back. Guxue going around, they find a pick onto Lee Jae-gon, only leaving Iziyaki for the support until he gets taken out by Leave. Some signs of life being shown from the Hangzhou Spark. They use that minefield to actually sandwich him from behind so they couldn't rotate away. Minus that one window that was already controlled by the Spark.
It was fantastic positioning coming through from the Spark to be able to nail that, and it was just with an investment of 2 ultimates, so you still are looking at the Captive Sun, as well as the Amplification Matrix being online for the Spark, and that's what this composition does best that they're running. They're running a dive comp, but they're putting a heavy investment into the pick potential, especially in the back line.
Oh, no, coming down, coming in from the sky. The immortality field being used up as the blade is used. Too shy. Nowhere presence of Decay with the deflect. Finds Monk. Smurf follows up, and they clear the point in another teamfight win just to retake this point from the Spark.
Sometimes it doesn't matter if you've got those heavy investment ultimates online, if you just have Decay in your backline to be able to take you down. And now Boston Uprising as well with the point flip have so much else to be able to throw at this next fight. You're going to be able to see the zoning ultimate come out from Birdring on the Bastion, and Smurf just looking for the setup of the Rampage too.
Take to the skies as Monk dodges around there as Leave going in from the flank. He's got that pulse bomb ready. The Rampage coming in, finding Guxue and Shy. Brutality was used though, right to help them out, but it's not enough sustainability as Birdring comes in hand with his bestie Smurf to clear out the front line thanks to that window from Iziyaki. Again, it's that damage output that just mows down that front line.
There's just so few options that Spark have to be able to go up against this. If they want to try to sustain through it, I mean, what can you really do? You've got the immortality field, that's a great way to be able to help yourself, but you need more than that.
When you use the immortality field to deal with the Rampage, and now you have to deal with the window right afterwards, you're basically left with nothing but to just displace yourself, and that's what
Don't have a defensive ult.
Exactly. Trying to see here, DJ Gon's got the sound barrier ready, activates it already too to help out the Uprising, contain themselves in this pressure, finding Shy. Shout just to keep Boston Uprising from moving forward a little bit here too. Immortality Field used right afterwards from Izuyaki, but Spark blues out on 2. Shy now, overtime ticking away, burning away as a Hangzhou Spark with only Monk alive can't even touch the point. What a dominating performance on map number 1 for the Boston Uprising.
Boston Uprising, what a way to kick off this series, especially between two Titan teams that are looking to secure their spot in that final bracket. And they just basically didn't die. They just didn't die.
Their survivability was insane. Decay died 4 times, yeah, but he had to put himself in this vulnerable position to be able to get some utilization from the blade. But Birdwing, with his damage output, I believe died once or twice there. Lee Jae-gon also with only 1 death. The survivability in comparison to what we had seen on the other side, unfortunately could not compare. Love the way that they were also able to rotate the utility. We talked about the lamp. We talked about being able to option coverage with the window right afterwards when you have nothing else to help you out.
Helps when you're able to invest so much into your DPS to ensure victory. You could see how much the team was working together, whether it was some type of amp it up coming through from Lee Jae-gon to help get these key pieces into position, or even if you just saw an Immortality Field get popped down to keep Birdwing Decay alive in the front line. It was so much teamwork and such a commanding first map. Hangzhou Spark are going to have to come out with something special to be able to deal with this. I mean, Smurf is just in his element right now. This team loves to play aggressive. They're the only team that have been able to take down the London Spitfire so far, who also play an aggressive game.
Links are going down, and Decay being the insurance needed to make sure he absolutely was going to go down here. And then here comes the blade. Even right through that window, not caring, going right behind him in the deflect onto Monk.
That's dirty.
Beautiful. And then also, when you are forced to these chokes, where you have no other option, yeah, you could go over to the side, but Smurf is staring you dead in the face with that Rampage ready. Looking so good, opening up the series in such a dominating fashion.
I will say, one of the best things about this format that we have is that it is loser's pick. And Spark have decided to take us to King's Row. So maybe they do have something secret sauce up their sleeve just yet as we take a look at that pick.
Got some verticality. I'm excited to see how this plays out for the Hangzhou Spark. We're gonna have to see on the other side of this break. We got game number 2. a team full of MVPs, Roll Stars, champs, and pure skill on this roster. Can you expect any different? This team was always a team that I had my eyes on from the very beginning of the season. A particular player that I want to highlight, though, Necra, has to be Birdring. When we got to welcome him back after retirement coming into this season, we wondered, was he warmed up against the best? Well, absolutely. That's why he's here, standing here currently right now. 21 elims, 10 final blows.
Birdring is one of those players that when he got brought back into the Overwatch League, a lot of people weren't sure what to expect. It's been a few years. Does he still have that star quality power that he was able to show off during that inaugural season of the Overwatch League, where he was able to take home the crown? He's back, baby. He's back. He's back, man. And he's ready to perform. This is Playoffs Birdring that is sitting on our stage right now. And what a star performance from him on the Bastion to kick it off to just start this series.
Right through the window, too. I mean, we've seen this combo plenty of times before. We saw Bastion, Baptiste make their way in unison together, and it's an onslaught of damage that you have to consider, especially when you're forced through those chokes in Lijiang Tower. But we are moving on to King's Row, Spark's pick.
This is Spark's pick, and I want to see what they do to be able to deal with this Bastion. It was such a big problem for them, taking a look at that very first map. How do you approach the Bastion? How do you limit its ability to just sit in the front line? You have to be able to close the gap somehow.
Let's talk about the comp that brought them the success against the Atlanta Reign. They had the Tracer from Leave. We saw the Sojourn Shy with the nosebleed after the pressure of their first match. Gushwei coming in on the Winston after originally opening things up with the Orisa. Lengsa coming in obviously with the Brig. Monk on the Ana, performing to the best potential that they can. And with the verticality that King's Row provides here, Necro, I can expect to see this echo persist here.
I don't think that they're going to end up continuing with like the specific thing that we saw come out on that very first match for them. Like, that reverse sweep was great, but even you heard Jake bring up on the desk, like, was that something that we can attest and attribute to the strength of the Hangzhou Spark, or is it something that remains to be seen, just given where Atlanta Reign ended up falling in our standings already? But Hangzhou Spark, I mean, what a way to be able to put Shy on some of his best heroes, whether it's the Sojourn or the Ashe, is going to be such a great pick, especially when you take a look at how Boston Uprising like to be clumped together. But that's not what we're seeing right now. We're going to see that quick pick of the Widowmaker just to see if you can get a headshot, see if you can clear somebody out of the lobby right away. But it's going to be more of the dive, this time from Boston Uprising, bringing out the Winston pick.
Smurf getting melted down just a little bit. Jagon as well. Looking right through the window, it's going to be Shy, taking onto the high ground on this Ashe. Gushwei also taking a good amount of damage as the bubble has already gone down for Smurf. DK also trying to find a flanking angle right behind Lengsa. Shy wanting to hold on to this high ground while Smurf is also trying to contest for that space. Dives right on top of Shy. They get the trade off of Birdring. Boston Uprising have a spawn advantage right behind their backs. Gushwei also navigating away here as Izayaki finding Gushwei in the back over to the side room. Gets the anti, but the trade would lead right behind him, and the focusing beam is going to be able to melt down the back line here for the Uprising.
Huge takedown of the back line there is going to send Boston Uprising back to spawn to figure out another attack attempt. And Hangzhou Spark are playing this so smart. You've got Monk set up in the back line where he's not super accessible, and even if he does get dove upon, you have Leave playing that aerial unit in the Echo just to help try to chunk somebody down, whether it's with the focusing beam or the sticky bombs. But we're going to see a bit of a reposition here from Smurf as he tries to jump onto the high ground, and well, you just take care of one piece of that problem.
You deal with Leave, and although you missed that pulse bomb here, Smurf gets put to sleep. Gushwei had used a meteor strike, gets the finish. Lijiang going out. They trade that as Shy meets his demise. Leave is about to have the duplicate, and the rally coming in as Monk had used up the nano boost earlier on. An anti though with them stuck in the side room. Lengsa can't get away. Smurf is finding them in the pits. All hands in the air. The backline get taken out from the Spark, and the Boston Uprising with all this extra space and the bubble by the choke point are going to be able to get this payload moving out of the garage.
Yeah, that's going to be first point captured, as you just see. Izayaki making sure that that's going to get right underway, and with Boston Uprising now, they can play around this overclock from Birdring. Sojourn has been such a strong pick for him, And with that overclock available, you're just able to set yourself up around this very first corner, make sure you've got that strong positioning. But that's why Leave is trying to focus him down first.
Also using duplicate immediately, but Lijagon answers right back with the rally, controlling some space. Burberry has that ult online here. Decay nearing that pulse bomb. Backing away as Gushri takes a quick little nap here. Activates it, boots Leave right out of the duplicate while Decay finds length, so they trade that brick for brick, but the numbers are not in favor for the Spark. Gets hit against the wall, but where's your team to follow up? The finishing blow comes in from Decay, cleaning up 3.
That's what it takes when you have these dive compositions going against each other. You're going to have to give and take a little bit when it comes down to your backline as well as who is going to be dealing that damage in the front. So maybe you do have to sacrifice somebody to be able to move that payload forward and actually get to the greater good. But when it comes down to both of our teams now, you've got Shy on the Sojourn. So let's see how the Sojourn versus Sojourn works out. Leave is also switched off of the Echo to go over to the Tracer. And so it's just classic dive out here in this mirror match.
And with the nano boost, that's going to be the green light to go in as the K wraps around. Is the other side of the sandwich. Gets the pulse ball pick onto Gushue. Monk may want to hold on to that nano for the next fight because Decay is going crazy. Finds another 3 lined up like a stack of dominoes as Boston Uprising non-stop have now taken this payload beyond the second point.
Now they've got over 4 minutes to work with to be able to capture the third. And that is a ton of time, especially when you look at them already being on that rotation of ultimates. Hangzhou Spark just switched over to this composition, not only a team fight ago. So they're still trying to figure out how they're going to actually get this rotation through. With Monk having the nano available as well as Shy and the overclock, this could be a way for them to do that as Monk goes ahead and donates that nano over to Gushue.
Fighting inside of the bubble, duking it out as Gushue has to back away after the nano boost runs out. The rally from Langsa, but Shy gets called up, domed by Burberry with a charge shot there on the back. Smurf activates Primal, waving around all the Spark, displacing them from the back. They do lose out on Izayaki and Lijagon, almost about to survive before Leave gets that melee, then finds Burberry right afterwards. Leave coming through to save the day for the Hangzhou Spark. Gushue had used that Primal earlier on and was Shy and Leaf still holding on to those ultimates, taking a quick little nap, trying to get away and avoid that anti taking any more damage.
This is where Hangzhou Spark are in their element. This is the composition that you called out at the very beginning of this map, saying that this is one where they were able to reverse sweep the Atlanta Reign. And it was because of how dominant Shy was on that Sojourn. He, at the end of that match yesterday, ended up having something like 56, 57% charge rail accuracy. And that is elite right there, being able to get that pick on the Lijagon too.
Just trying to block off their exit route here. Shy has that overclock ready, just waiting around the next corner. So that charge shot while Burberry tries to navigate away. Controlling so much of the space here in general. Leave and Shy are still holding on to those ultimates as well, but Uprising has a plethora to work with here. Burberry activating the overclock immediately right afterwards, tries to block Shy from the very back. Shy trying to retaliate right afterwards. Got the window right to his left. He needs to navigate away. But you have Shy finding Decay. Leave with the pulse bomb. Going crazy is Leave. Consistently holding them at this choke alongside Gushue. Boston Uprising is back to the drawing board. It's the comp that they were able to find that success with from the Spark.
And you can see why it's working again. Look how much difficulty Burberry even had juking around Shy and just trying to take his head off in that match. Now you have to go back to the drawing board. Boston Uprising, they have lost half of their time bank entering into this third point. Decay does have a pulse bomb. This is where Boston Uprising can really start to open things up, but Decay has got to hit this onto somebody, or at least disrupt them enough for Smurf to be able to use his Primal Rage.
Always love seeing me some Tracer 1v1 action happening on the other side. The Primal activated from Smurf gets put to sleep. Nice shutdown from Monk. This is what we like to see, but Shy goes out from Lijagon, fighting in his space. They trade that for Izayaki. Decay still holding on to the pulse bomb here, but it's about clearing that space around that next corner here. While Decay had sent out that pulse, didn't get the impact that they were looking for. The rally being activated may actually buy them even more time. If you take a look, 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock for the Uprising.
The pulse bomb did net them the rally, so that is a very valuable ultimate off of the board that Hangzhou Spark no longer have the ability to work with, but that doesn't stop the fact that they have 3 more in their pocket. So when Leave is now the one that has that pulse bomb in his control, and he popped off yesterday.
He actually managed to get away, but the same cannot be said for Leave Burgering. Knowing exactly where he wants to blink away. Izayaki fighting Lexa. The numbers in their favor, even after Monk had used that nano boost onto Gushue. He's going to want to hold on to that primal around this next corner because here comes Burgering.
And he's got the straightaway now too. It's going to be a scramble for Hangzhou Spark to get back out of the spawn. You can see Smurf starting to body block that door. They're going to have to try to go around to the left side, but Gushue has his Primal Rage to help start to stall this point.
Here comes the rally and the nano boost from Izayaki here. Smurf hugging those spawn room doors, jumping in with the primal. It's gonna be Gushue, gets put to sleep from Izayaki. The numbers as they go down. It's Smurf finding Monk, finding the backline from the Spark, only leaving Gushue. And nobody left to contest the point. Boston Uprising take the payload to the finish line.
And they've got a couple seconds to spare as well, so they are not in danger of not getting that next chance. Now it's Hangzhou Spark up to the plate though. And I want to see them come out with that Winston composition right away. It felt like a bit of a mistake not being able to pull that out in favor of the Doomfist. Doomfist does have a few more corridors they can work around on that first and second point, but the Winston, that was what Gushue really showed up on yesterday with, and you can see how well he's able to control that space and also work with his Winston bubbles to help deny that healing potential coming through from Boston.
You're also just dealing with the Uprising backline if you do try to ever roll out with that Doom. We saw how constantly they were getting shut down by Izayaki with his sleeps. Lige gone, constantly there, babying Izayaki too. Smurf with the backup to help heal for that backline. Seeing right now, Boston Uprising sticking to what's worked for them as they should here. Wondering if the Hangzhou Spark may end up sticking to what we've already seen the success reap them the benefits with.
I think they need to. If Shy, especially on the attack, is able to get one pick, it's like the Widowmaker effect. If you can get one, that is a great way to start to snowball your push. And if you can keep that up, then maybe you're able to just go ahead and sink it in a little bit faster than the Boston Uprising. But you do have to capture all three of those points. So let's see what happens as these gates start to open.
All right, everyone's gonna taxi up onto the high ground before making the swap potentially here. Leave is going to be going right back to that Tracer. We saw so much success on that third point, but Decay had opened up so strongly and Shy opening up with the first pick. Huge, despite even the ante. Doesn't even matter. Boston Uprising dropping and allowing the Hangzhou Spark to speed run their way to get this card. Shy with another one. Gushue following up. The entirety of the Uprising nowhere in sight.
That's the Sojourn effect right there. See, when Shy is able to play the Sojourn,
Shy
let's go. You can see how much support Shy has in the arena right now, and it is for picks like that that are going to just blow these doors wide open. And Hangzhou Spark, they've got 5 minutes and 40 seconds now to be able to work through this second phase, and they are also starting to get those ultimates online.
Ooh, I love how aggressive Boston Uprising was in taking this position, though. This is the difference maker. When they got the car out of the garage, they were able to clear so much space with Smurf. The same cannot be said for the Hangzhou Spark by this choke.
And that's the benefit of dying so early, is that Boston Uprising are able to play such an aggressive game. They wiped fast and they regrouped so that they could have this closer defense. And take a look at Smurf's positioning right now too. He's just gonna go ahead and try to jump down top of them, but Leave already took out the back line.
Oh my, with Gushue and Monk popping off Leave. Finding the last end of the Uprising. Monk is having another one of those games that we had seen earlier on yesterday, now replicating that before our eyes.
That's the power of the Ana. I mean, you were able to talk about that from Izayaki's point of view, where Izayaki was landing such critical sleeps onto Gushue when he was ulting, or even just taking a look at some of these other ultimates coming out from the Spark, shutting that down. But take a look at Leave. Sneaky Leave.
Oh,
he's got that pulse bomb. He wants somebody in the back.
Finds Decay, who manages to get the health pack first, though. Forces him to use a recall first. Uses it second, so that way he can have the advantage before retreating right back to the point. Nano boost now from Izayaki onto Smurf, who has so much survivability potential here. He's got the primal that he's forced to activate after getting hit with an ante. Spark lose out on Lexa, who would have had the rally for this fight. It's about managing backing up at this point, giving this team fight win over the Boston Uprising, but huge ante right before Monk gets taken out for first.
I mean, look at how much respect that Boston Uprising have to give over to Shy Sojourn as well. That was a primal rage into a corner plus an ante that came through just to be able to take out that player in particular. And now you have to look at another setup, but Hangzhou Spark, they have yet to use any of their ultimates right now. Boston Uprising, they've been playing smart. They've had great conversion, and there's another one.
Oh, going down when he would have had the overclock here. The cheers from the crowd as Leave, with the success off the pulse, just managing to get the space that they need around that next corner. The rally to answer back from Lee Gun. Now using the shield bash, bubble on bubble, looking like a compare and contrast table out here before sending out some more space for Smurf. Taking good amount of damage. Decay going out from Leave, winning the 1v1 Tracer duel over to the other side with some help alongside Monk. Still holding on to that nano boost, by the way, and Gushway being able to have the number advantage. They're going to hold on to it for the next fight.
And that's just going to be a point capture here as well. There's not too many more opportunities for Boston Uprising to start this cart from rolling over that finish line. And you're going to get that payload unlocked. And now let's enter into the third. Boston Uprising up to this point have done a great job of whittling away at that time bank. But now, onus is on them. That's going to be an over 4-minute time bank that they're going to have to stare down the barrel of as Hangzhou start to wrap around that first corner. Birdring has the overclock. How much can he get done with this ultimate?
So what has he done before? Nano boost onto Gushway though, trying to contest. Birdring can stare at his face, but he's safe right behind Lee Jae-gon while Izayaki put the nano boost onto him. Rainbow's coming through, and it's the respect given from the Spark as they navigate away. Patience paying off as they find a pick onto Decay. Leave now, trying to come in to retaliate right alongside the rest of his falling teammates though, with Smurf taking a good amount of damage. Leave being able to get to that health pack. Smurf was just dancing around the edge of the shield, and Leave is going to have to leave him alone.
Another defense coming through from Boston. Have to go back to the drawing board, but Hangzhou Spark, like, they're still playing this so smart. Both of these teams, they have to jockey for position here. You're gonna see Smurf take control of his high ground for now, but Gushway is gonna square up to him to try to wrestle that away. Boston Uprising don't have a choice here except to start to back off and give up some space to the Spark so that they are not caught out of position. Look at where Leave is. I mean, yeah, Smurf is not the perfect target for that false spawn, but I think he could also take it.
A few mosquito bites before Gushway jumps onto the high ground, activates the primal right afterwards, disrupting the piece and forcing them off from the high positional advantage. Birdring though, with the charge shot, fighting shy. Legion still holding on to that rally. Spark understands playing at that number disadvantage though, backing away before they used Lengsa's rally to then retaliate, re-engage. But it's the patience from Boston Uprising wasting away from the rally that they could be getting positional advantage from.
Oh, there's the nano too?
Nano boost, yeah, Decay having the pulse bomb, trying to nail down Lengsa, gets the stick though onto him right afterwards. Perfect positioning, and anti onto Smurf, but no follow-up potential as the backline from the Spark gets deleted. 2 minutes, less than 15 seconds on the board for the Spark.
Boston are just having fantastic ultimate conversion. Every single time that they use one, it's either getting a player down or they're pushing the Hangzhou Spark back. And Spark there, like that rally felt so minimal in comparison to what was coming out from the Boston Uprising. That's such a key defensive ultimate as well that you would love to be able to have for something like the overclock, but now you just have to scatter.
Oh, overclock from overclock, Shy!
How shy to go?
Putting himself on the board, making a statement. Not only finding Birdring, but Lee Jae got on top of that. Gushway says, look at me. I'm here too, and the Spark now gets to clear this corner.
This is starting to look really tricky too because now it's on Boston Uprising trying to get out of these spawn doors to come in for the recontest, but that's a huge anti!
Nice anti from Monk onto Birdring and Lee Jae-gon, but nothing to follow up just yet. Leave is about to get the pulse bomb online. Minute and 20 seconds. Look at the payload as Decay manages to contest while looking at Gushway jump onto the high ground. Calm before the storm here.
Give it a second. Decay's hunting. He wants it. Leave is gonna have a swing and a miss.
Yeah, I think I got hit by that anti earlier on for Lengsa. Retaliate on. Smurf holding on to that doorway though, having to back away. Gushway dangerously low just at first, but had Monk and Lengsa in that side room alongside him. He's about to get the primal here, so that survivability is going to be on point with less than a minute on the clock here.
This fight is going so long. Birdring's gonna be the first kill.
That's a huge first pick here for Birdring. And Decay getting the follow-up onto Lengsa. Boston Uprising having Decay here to clear the way, to clear the push from the Spark. Now they have less than 30 seconds, and look at Smurf's positioning.
And that's the danger of that fight going on for so long, is now that time bank is starting to expire, and Boston Uprising are getting the upper hand here. Take a look at their ultimate economy. They've got so much to throw at this final fight, and Hangzhou Spark have nothing. Monk's gonna have to give over that nano to try to get Guxue into the front line, or just to save somebody, and that might not be enough firepower to get anything else online.
Monk has that nano boost.
5 seconds.
5 seconds left for them to touch here. DJ Gun activates the rally, forces up the recall, but Leaf drops up from the high ground. But your backline gets annihilated. Easy Yaki, Leisure Gun, throw everything at Smurf had the primal. Like you said, Necro, they had everything ready for the spark. Hasta la vista for Rio Guxue as Boston Uprising successfully hold back the Hangzhou Sparks for map number 2.
That was such a clean defense. That was such a clean defense coming up from Boston. We're starting to look a little bit tricky on that final point there on their attack push, but they were able to get the job done, and that was exactly what they needed as well. Now they're at match point. They only need one more map win, Vicky, and they go to the final bracket. That's what they're playing for right now.
Playing for the money, Necro, because once they move on, they're in the top 4. They are guaranteed money at this playoffs. So much on the line, because also the loser would have to play against the London Spitfire.
Yeah, I don't want to be there either. I don't know what team right now wants to play against London Spitfire after that incredibly dominant performance earlier today. But it might not be Boston. And Boston was the only team that has been able to find that success to take them down. And maybe London's also going to dodge a bullet here too. But Boston, there has just been such clean cohesion, teamwork. They have great target focus, and they are locked in. They know what they're playing for right now, and if they get to that final stage, that's gonna be such a relief off of their shoulders. And it's not been easy though either.
No.
Like Hangzhou Spark has put up such an intense fight in this series already. And now that they've gone over to that composition that they beat the Atlanta Reign with, they've looked even better on Kings Road. That was so competitive.
The individual pieces on the Uprising have always looked like titans out here, and they are looking to continue on this domination as they currently sit at match point. We are moving on to our third map onto Suravasa. That's going to be coming to you guys on the other side of this break. Boston Uprising, riz up, because they're here. This team with insane talent, here to stay, Smurf the GOAT, really putting on a performance here, showing that flexibility to shine through for the rest of the flexibility that this entire team provides and brings to the table.
Smurf has played so many different heroes this season, but one of his absolute brightest has been his Winston. And you've got the stat card to be able to back it up too. I mean, so many great exhibits of his play in this, even just this map of King's Row, where like, just take a look at how busy he's keeping the back line. Like Hangzhou Spark, poor Linksa and Monk are getting bullied back there. Like, I can't even get away. Like, every single time, like, they're just getting absolutely stomped by these Winston jumps. And if you're getting distracted by the Winston, you're not healing.
No, Monk was playing Frogger, trying to get away from the pressure of what we were seeing from Smurf. Decay coming in on the other side, not letting him escape. But it's that pressure. He put on so much damage on the board, had like 42 elims in that last game. But we are moving on to Flashpoint, which is the Spark territory here, where we got to see them doing an insane reverse sweep against the Atlanta Reign, game number 1 in yesterday's day 1 match.
This is where that reverse sweep all started. And maybe they still have that buff in them yet. They have not lost a Flashpoint so far since this game mode has been released. And they have had some tough opponents as well. They've been playing this in such high intensity environments as well. They were there for the knockouts. They watched the play-ins. They've seen other top teams have to perform on this map. And they were able to take down the Atlanta Reign yesterday, even when their backs were against the wall. So Hangzhou Spark, let's see if they can do it again. Shai's already hovering over that Sojourn that was so impactful in that match yesterday and even made that King's Row game so competitive. But Boston Uprising, they're going back to their roots. They're going back to the brawl that started it all in this match. And let's see if Decay can come out and perform on the Genji once again.
The Decay Genji, always love to see the Smurf, Junker Queen as well, already moving out, rolling into that middle point here onto Market. Let's not waste any more time. Guxue as well being on the Doom.
Doomfist versus Junker Queen. This didn't really work out for the Hangzhou Spark on that very first map. Boston Uprising rolled them on Li Shang. But this is a much different environment. You have to play around so much architecture on Flashpoint, and this is so fast-paced that even one wrong move, maybe even one pick from Shai, could completely turn things around.
Oh, and the follow-up from
Fake
Lee
of the devil.
onto Birdring. You whisper it to the air, but Decay has other plans. You see some trades coming in, but nobody left for the Uprising other than Li Shang gone, saying he's actually gone for real here. Guxue backing away. Now you see him, now you don't. Literally a frog out here as the Hangzhou Spark take control over the point first.
Great control capture for them as well, because that gives them such an edge when it comes into these next fights. You know that Monk, Shai, and Linksa are not going to be too far behind to be able to join them in the fray, and that's going to be a clean 5v5. And when you're looking at Shai just needing that distance anyway, this is a great setup for him. He's got to find this off angle, though. You can use those power slides to help change that rotation. And Boston Uprising now have to try to access somebody with this rush, but Decay's already anti. You can't deflect that, Birdring.
And the follow-up with the focusing beam into the duplicate right after losing out on Monk, only leaving Linksa for the sustainability for the rest of the Spark. But the numbers being in favor for the Spark out here, bring him right back. Guxue going crazy, finding the support lineup here from the Uprising. It's another reset here for Boston, while Spark win another team fight.
Leaf has been so creative with these duplicates as well. Looking at the Bastion on the other side when Birdring was playing that on Li Shang and then going ahead and taking the Junker Queen. It's just been so smart when it comes down to the picks of what to use that duplicate for. And every single time it's about the value conversion of those cooldowns. That's why we saw a lot of teams opt to try to duplicate the Ana, because one sleep, one nade, just one extra skill can be such a huge boon in these fights.
Yeah, with the shout and the Giant Blade to bring you all the way back. Like you're in a horror movie out here. Monk finding Smurf. not having the funnest time out here. The backline meet their demise. Meet Smurf right back in the spawn. Gushui punching his way to annihilate the rest of the competition. The Spark dominate on this first point of Flashpoint. How do they keep doing this?
Gushui has been so good on this Doomfist, and you can really tell how the architecture of that first Flashpoint helped him out when it just came down to using all of those punches to just bash people into a wall. And now we're gonna head over to that top left corner of the map. It's gonna be Ruins. This is another small Flashpoint. A lot of great areas to try to punch people into. And Decay's got this blade though, but can he get anything done?
For the shout to put them into position. Decay from Sound Barrier using the blade, slashing his way to find Shy. Alongside Birdring, who's about to get the overclock with the charge shot, finding Leave. Boston Uprising finally gets some room to breathe while managing to maintain their positioning on that second point.
But this is a point that's much easier for the Hangzhou Spark to get access to. You have a lot of characters that can just fly around the architecture. Take a look at Leave on the Echo. You can just go right over the top and try to return the attention away to the actual point. But Boston Uprising, they are going to play a little bit more far forward and aggressive, but Gushui's not going to have too much trouble getting in there. You can see how they are rotating through these skills, like the Disruptor shot there from the Sojourn, just because Boston Uprising don't want to sit there, but Birdring's just going to get that snipe.
The overclock shooting ducks in the sky, but wow, what an anti from Monk after he used a nano boost, finding 4 out here, then putting Smurf to sleep right afterwards, but is it going to be enough? Gushui to help him out, also the Meteor Stick to reposition just in case. Birdring trying to navigate away after getting hit with an anti. Make way, it's Gushui. Sorry, Smurf, trying to navigate away himself, but then gets punched alongside Decay in this side room like a shish kebab, served on a silver platter. It's Gushui making his way onto the point, but he's got to deal with Lee Jae-gon, who's stalling for as long as he can.
He's going to stall for a long time, too. I mean, that is just a player that had a very hard time actually getting down from the rafters. But now Hangzhou Spark will be able to start taking control. Boston Uprising walked away with 99% though. And with the Rampage as well on such a small point, that could have huge value. So Hangzhou Spark need to play around this. They don't want to stay on that flashpoint right now, especially when they're just gonna line up in a row.
Oh, but Gushui taking a much more aggressive position with the Rampage right through the choke. Here comes Decay right alongside Smurf. The dash and the reset into finding Shy. Birdring finding Leave next. Boston Uprising had 99%. It was going to be so difficult for Spark to rotate through those ults, and now we are moving on to the next point.
It is really hard to play around the Rampage. There are very few opportunities for you to actually get to that point that you're not walking through a tiny doorway. But now we do rotate over to a point that's a bit more favorable for those spawns of the Hangzhou Spark. Going over to Garden, this is going to play a little bit more open territory. And so this is a little bit better for Gushui to start kind of rotating around the point. But look at that Disruptor shot. That puts everybody in such low range here, especially when they get anti too.
Oh man, with the anti too, Izuyaki had just put down that window and instead Gushui breaks right through it. Leave with a focusing beam onto Decay. Izuyaki makes a swap over to the Kiriko. And while Lee Jae-gon is gone again, he will be able to re-engage in that next fight with the Sound Barrier as Izuyaki actually swaps right back over to the map.
The Kiriko would have been nice if you expect that fight to get prolonged a little bit more. You get back a little bit faster with a swift step. But that Baptiste is providing just so much utility when it comes down to the immortality field. And that's going to be really important as well when you just look at the fact that that's great. A great response for Gushui, just kind of accessing your backline here. But Decay is another blade. This did pop off last time.
Oh, Monk! No way, Monk! You're insane! And with some help from Lexa in the rally, the backline from the Spark survives! Shy sits down Lee Jae-gon, ties a rock to his foot, sending him right back to the spawn. Hangzhou Spark, what an explosive answer to the blade that tried to open things up for the Uprising.
Hangzhou Spark are just fraggers. They're so good at being able to secure these picks.
And there's no more Sound Barrier too. They try to put Decay into that position. No blade, no Sound Barrier. Birdring has that overclock online for this next fight.
Birdring is gonna be able to get that online, but is it fast enough to be able to be in a position to use it? Smurf is already antied. The immortality field has already been forced out.
Overclock used up too. The duplicate from Leap once again copying the Junker Queen. Gushue finding Izayaki, catching him in the middle of the air once again as he tries to jump away. Leave comes in, and Gushue finding Lee Jae-gon before he manages to get away again. It's about sending a message here for Gushue as he moves all the way up after they get that point, already putting themselves into position for that next checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, that is a statement right there. We're already heading over to that 4th flashpoint, and Hangzhou Spark could seal the deal here. We're gonna head over to the top right corner. And we're actually gonna just meet in the middle here. The fight actually might take place before we even get to that point.
As usual here for Flashpoint, finding some of these skirmishes, team deathmatch-like fights in these corners.
Big rotation.
Huge here with the Rampage ready. Izayaki with that window too. Gushue to answer back. He's got that Meteor Strike to reposition. My eyes have been on Monk this entire game. Nano Boost in the window here, onto the high ground now. Gushue finding himself around the lamp. A way to distract them as the Rampage comes in from Smurf. Shy try to get away, but Bird Ring with a nail in the coffin following up from that Rampage. Smurf can't survive through that. Beautiful anti in position from Monk, so that way Leave could profit, eat after whatever Smurf had left, and the Boston Uprising managing to get to that point first, at least navigating themselves up to 35% before the Hangzhou Spark take over.
Still finding the opportunity to do that though, but Boston Uprising have a lot of fight left in them. Lee Jae-gon's gonna hit the sound barrier.
Sound barrier, Decay's about to get the blade here too, but they're gonna hold on to it for that next fight because they clear the points from the Hangzhou Spark. They go out with a team kill in the favor of Boston Uprising, and Lexa will have that rally as well as Shy with the overclock and Leave having that duplicate for the next fight.
Boston Uprising are just in such a great position right now though, because with Decay having the blade, you can just pull that so early as soon as Hangzhou Spark already make their way in. Lexa may not even have time to be able to use this rally to save anybody, but watch Leave. Leave is flanking around. Pay attention to this backline. They are in danger.
Oh, and it's because he's got that duplicate too. He could put himself in a riskier position as Lexa had used the rally. Tries to go in again, but Monk is his nemesis. Staring in their face is Gushue, punching his way through Izayaki and Bird Ring. They get the trade onto Shy, but the number advances as Spark finally get back to this point, but 99% in favor for the Boston Uprising.
Bird Ring is another overclock. That is a tool that Boston Uprising could use to get back into this one and tie up this flashpoint, but the past few times that he's popped that, Shy has just strafed. He stayed in the line of fire, and Bird Ring has been taken down before that ultimate has been able to convert over value. Maybe this is going to be a little bit different this time, but Smurfs over to the Doomfist too. Disruption at play on both sides.
Very quick here too, with Decay making the swap over the trade, so they know that they are not getting much off the blade. Here comes the duplicate. Decay, as I said that, pokes his head out once and gets shut down by Shy. Bird Ring had retaliated, but Gushue once again finding this backline with another team fight win could immediately reverse this point.
This is looking dire. I mean, Lee Jae-gon has to go back over to Lucio just to be able to get everybody back to this point. And they're starting to run out of time. We are just 5 seconds away. Can anybody get there?
Oh, just APAC things, overtime ticking away, 99-99. Smurfs got that meteor strike, so does Gushue here, putting himself into position, trying to navigate to the problem. Monk and Lexa, no more pressure, but Shy gets caught into it. Smurf finally finds him, and the backline is out. Overtime ticking away, and the Boston Uprising have done the deed to keep this flashpoint going.
Monk just got punched into another universe right there. Absolutely battered, but it does come down to this 5th and final flashpoint. As we head down to that lower left corner, let's go over to Palace and see who can settle the score. Teams are pretty equidistant from it too, but it does look like Boston may be able to beat them to the punch, and that's where you start to get this nice setup. Boston with this new flavor of composition they came out with. Gotta get Decay set up here. Bird Ring wants to be on that back of point, and it's gonna be a little bit more telegraphed where Hangzhou Spark can come from.
So forget it, this is match point for our final 4 here. Boston Uprising trying to punch their ticket into that top 4, into the money. Izayaki's got that nano boost ready. Decay sends out the pulse, doesn't find the stick or the pick just yet, but with the nano boost onto Smurf here, Gushue navigating away from the meteor strike, but Monk puts him to sleep again. Wasting away the nano boost, perfect timing onto this, but Gushue doesn't get the help that he needs. It's a trade for trade though onto Gushue and Smurf, and Lee Jae-gon have the sound barrier. Is the rally enough from Lexa as a Spark with the pulse bomb may have put a stop to that run. Boston Boston Uprising, nowhere here as Leave is forcing them to the exit.
Hangzhou Spark were able to sneak that point away under Boston Uprising noses as well, so they're already going to start racking up that percentage. And they are so close to being able to get a map under their belt so they aren't just sent down to the lower bracket of their group, as Leave also has the duplicate. There are a lot of great targets to choose from on the other side. We'll have to see what he decides to select, as these duplicates have been so good and so creative. But it's starting to come down to the wire. Can Boston Uprising get it done here, or can Hangzhou Spark get back into the game?
Monk's got that nano boost here. The duplicate has Leave got put to sleep. Once again, Monk navigating away lengths to the right boss. The nano boost as they all funnel themselves in this side room. It's easy pickings for the Hangzhou Spark, nearing down 90% here in their favor to take another Flashpoint map that they found so much success on.
Smurf is going to have to go into touch with Decay, but it's going to leave him so vulnerable to that sleep that came through. It's not going to be able to land its mark, but can Boston Uprising even contest this as a full team of 5?
They have to deal with Monk. He's been the problem, the consistent problem. Decay's got that pulse. Izayaki gets hit with an anti, using that recall. With overtime taken away, but Smurf gets called out first. Links up with the shield bash. They trade that for Leave after Birdring made the swap, but no healing as Gushue slams down on Birdring. Izayaki gets hit, manages to try to get away, but he's literally won. Nobody to touch the point. The Spark keep themselves alive.
This is where it started versus Atlanta Reign. Flashpoint is where it all started for that reverse sweep to come through, and now Spark have got themselves on the board. And that dream of that reverse sweep is still alive. This has been a banger of a series. Ever since Hangzhou Spark switched back over to that composition that they were able to reverse sweep the Atlanta Reign with, things have been so close.
How do they keep doing it? They're so good on Flashpoint, and it's that momentum swap that keeps them alive. Spark taking a breather before we figure out where we're going to be moving on to next. Right after this, in that first series that they played in, they went to Esperanza, and it was a very close game for them too overall. Finally taking a map here, we got to see a very strong opening for our team.
The question is what Boston Uprising want to pick to try to close this out. Because they get a chance to pick this next map for the first time in the series. And do we decide like to go to Esperanza? Like, do they want to try to give Hangzhou Spark that opportunity? Doomfist just plays so well there. There's so many incredible rollouts. And when you know that Gushue has been this huge threat in your front line with this Doomfist, I don't know if you want to give them that.
I feel like Monk has been that problem too, just with some help from Gushue, but shutting down the Genji Blade. And then Decay pokes out his head once, just to get shut down right after that. Gonna have to see where we're gonna be moving on to as we move on to map number 4. It's gonna be our push map. This is where it all started for the Spark. The script writes itself. And we are moving on to the 6, right at home here, going onto New Queen Street.
Ooh, New Queen Street, that's spicy. We see a lot of teams like to play Doomfist on this map. So maybe we get a chance to see a little bit more Doomfist coming off from Smurf as well if they want to try and match that. But
we have the flexibility, Necker. It could absolutely happen here for Boston Uprising. They just need one more game to lock their way into the top 4 of the playoffs. We have to see if they could close it out, or we're going to see another reverse sweep from the Spark. Find out on the other side of this break.
Proud partner of Toronto Defiant. Bell, the official network provider. TD, the official bank. AMD, the official PC partner. EPOS, the official audio partner.
Hangzhou Spark refuse to lose. They need to give us more action, living their life on the edge in the best way that they can. Hangzhou Spark takes Suravasa and having such an amazing record on Flashpoint, highlighting Monk and Gushway coming through on the Doomfist.
That Doomfist looks so good. And Gushway is one of the best to ever do it. I mean, he got robbed. I'm gonna say point blank, he got robbed the World Star. That's all I'm gonna say. Because Gushway has been able to play just so well on the front line. And if you watch how he manages those cooldowns, you can feel his presence in this server. Yeah, I think the fans like that too. I'm here the fans like that too.
Spark says, you ask, we'll deliver. Love being able to maybe see a potential reverse sweep. This is literally the same exact situation that we had yesterday in the Spark series versus the Reign. Actually crazy to maybe see it repetitive here, but it goes down to what the Boston Uprising are gonna bring to the table to secure themselves into the top 4. There's a lot of money on the line, Necro. That's gonna guarantee you $80,000. That is what's on the line here for these teams, whether it be the Spark making the reverse sweep once again, or it's the Boston Uprising sitting at match point.
And it's a weight off your shoulders too, because you know that you don't have to play the London Spitfire to get back into that bracket either. So that's definitely a huge weight off of your shoulders. As we take a look at our next map in this series, Boston Uprising up to pick, and we're heading just right across the street to New Queen Street.
Love to see the continuation of the East versus West. New Queen Street is where the Uprising are taking us. Seeing how this is going to play out back into their favor, especially after seeing some swaps at the very end from the Uprising. Saw the Doomfist mirror coming in at the very end.
And that's something that I'm really excited about watching in this patch in particular. We all didn't really know what to expect coming into the playoffs because we have a brand new patch. A lot of our players are also playing to their own individual strengths, but they're also playing comfort compositions. And so a lot of that, when you look at like the Hangzhou Spark leaning more into like the Winston and the Doomfist dives, Boston Uprising has shown us so many different looks. But we're just gonna have to see what they decide to play because Hangzhou Spark, it feels like a bit more of a known quantity. You know they're gonna play some aspect of dive, but what do the Boston Uprising decide to do to match that? And they've shown us just like already like 4 different compositions, 4 different flavors of that with DPS picks.
Every time they try to focus on the backline of the Spark, Monk and Lenksa have something else to say, which has just been different when Monk hasn't missed these sleep darts in all of Suravasa, basically, for what it looked like, denying a lot of opportunity away from the Boston Uprising, forcing them to change.
Shy is going to be on the Soldier. That's going to give you so much rotation power when it comes down to just running around the map. Shy as well also makes him a little bit of a more difficult target here for Burgring to hit. Burgring is already against so low.
Nice little anti onto Gushway and Lenksa, but it's the time and space that it buys in. It's Gushway. Gonna have to restabilize here. But this does give advantage, just getting a little extra push at the very beginning here for Boston Uprising on the bot.
That's okay though. I mean, Hangzhou Spark are willing to bide their time until they see that perfect opportunity, especially when you know that they're gonna be trying to go after Legion to the back. He gets so low.
He gets a little bit of whiplash after getting whipped down from Lenksa. Shy with the follow-up immediately as Smurf trying to retaliate. Gushway clearing the bridge. A nice wipeout as the Hangzhou Spark, they do it again.
They just gotta be patient. They just gotta be patient. Gotta wait their time. Like you said, they like living life on the edge a little bit. Feel something. And they're feeling the heat right now. At this point, Spark, they do have that pressure of having to get themselves more back in the series. They already took that first map of Suravasa, but now they have to even up the score, and this is one way to do that. They're gonna start to round this first quarter as that first checkpoint is fast approaching. And Gushway already has an ult. Monk not too far behind, he's got a pick too!
Oh, you thought Decay can't harass my backline as a post from Leave. Finds Lee Jae-gun, he's not gonna use a nano boost before going down, but there's no opportunity to follow up. That's a Smurf meeting the rest of the Uprising in the spawn room doors.
Boston Uprising picked the Doomfist map. I think they're feeling the hurt of that right now, as Hangzhou Spark are going to be able to grab this first checkpoint, unlock those forward spawns, and that is all within 2 minutes of this map. They've got 57 meters under their belt and counting. As Hangzhou Spark also didn't have to throw too much at this, and look at Shy behind you.
Oh, good, gets put to sleep immediately after trying to take a back-end position onto the flank. Guxue gets shut down by Birdring on a charge shot here. He's also about to get the overclock. The rally used up from the Uprising, but it's the space as they were playing split up here to Spark to have to recoup together. The reset as Shy finds him in the window before getting backed away. Finding them is Decay coming in, finding Leave and Shy.
That was a great first pick to open things back up, and now Boston Uprising can start to make that progress of their own. Hangzhou Spark 2, Leave did get that far spawn, so he's going to take a little bit to get back in. Smurf that gets left though, this is going to be a high octane fight here, Vicky.
Here comes that overclock too from Birdring, though, backing away right through that window, getting some progress on the bot. Good rotation as Leave comes in too from the window, jumps in from the heavens to land a pulse bomb onto Lee Jae-gun. Smurf gets put to sleep. He does have the bribe, but he can't even use it. He gets nailed down from Shy, finding this fight in that side room, phone up together, reaping success here for the Spark.
Spark are gonna get that bot back over that midway point, reopen those spawns, and Boston Uprising have started to look at how to deal with this pretty quickly. We've got another meteor strike coming through from Guxue. Boston Uprising gonna play a little bit far back. Izayaki is on the docket.
Oh, giving them a little taste of their own medicine before coming in on the top. The meteor strike, but they lose out on Lengsa, only leaving Monk as he's getting juggled up like he's in the circus. Smurf finding all the rewards over here on the side, trying to contest him. It's gonna be Guxue. He can't even escape. There's no health pack to his back. And Boston Uprising win another team fight here with this back and forth to get some progress on that bot.
They need to get 2 team fights at this point. Try to match that progress, get that bot over that first checkpoint, and they're starting to be in a position to do so. Decay has a pulse bomb. That could be a great piece to help take down Monk or Lengsa in the back, but they've been tough to nail down. That has been a slippery backline, and Monk and Lengsa have always had some type of response, and Decay doesn't even get a chance to use it.
Oh, but the nano boost at least onto Smurf, while Shy and Leave were trying to rotate from the back end here, managing to get away as Smurf dumps away. Guxue tried to follow him right afterwards, but it's about stalling as long as they can, if they can, for the progress that Spark already have on the bot.
They can just start to play a defensive game. They don't need to make any more progress. It really is Boston Uprising that has to step up to the plate, show us what they've got. And that's gonna have to be dealing with Guxue with that nano.
Nano boost, he does get hit with the anti, but Leaf comes in, swooping to find a pulse ball pick. The backline torn apart. Lee Jae-gun would have had the rally in that fight if it would just be elongated just a little bit, finding some of these trades, and now the Spark have cleared the next corner.
Decay still has yet to be able to use that pulse bomb either. And that's where things start to get really tricky, is do you even get afforded the opportunity to use these ultimates when Hangzhou Spark just keep pushing the gas? That's gonna be another huge anti. That's gonna force out the rally from Lee Jae-gun now, so at the very least, he does have that ultimate to help preserve that backline.
How about Izayaki at least a little bit? And like you mentioned, Decay still holding onto that pulse in the pocket. Birdring about to get the overclock as a visor from Shy on that bridge. Decay can't even poke, but Lee Jae-gun goes out and Birdring finds the mark onto Monk. 2 out for the Spark, and Lengsa was living his life on the thread before getting taken out next. Guxue was harassing the other side of the bot before getting shut down himself. Uprising with some help from Decay shut down that Spark attempt.
There you go, Decay's on fire now. He's been able to do so much, able to lock down that back line of the Spark and just kind of dishing out a bit of their own medicine against them. Where if Monk and Lengsa are also being preoccupied, then they can't focus on making sure that Guxue can do his job in the front to help create that space. But it's still going to be a battle over this middle point. We're gonna be fighting in the neutral, just looking at Birdring to set up some of these picks You're not gonna want to stay in this rail car right now.
I don't want to put myself in the narrow line of sight of Burgering there too. Gushue does find Decay here, who once again tries to harass that back line. Still holding on to the overclock while Izuyaki's got that nano boost just in case to have Lee Jae gone or to help Smurf stay alive in this next fight. Here comes, oh my god, what? This ends for Burgering now. In this case, that overclock getting absolutely nothing down. This Leave is going to be able to walk away from that, and Lexad just used the rally to put the Spark into the best position.
That was such a huge shutdown. Burgering is frustrated. He's off of the Soldier and he's going over to the Sombra. Just anything else to be able to deal with the power of this Doomfist that Gushue is bringing to the table. A quick hack onto something could be able to shut down those cooldowns, and Gushue is going to be that primary target. He's got to play safe. Nano over to Smurf.
Nano and Smurf, now the difference maker here in this side room, finds Smunk. The problem is he goes out with the nano boost, not able to put it down. Gushue here on the other side finds Smurf with some help from Lee Jae Gun, who clears the side of the room. He also is going to have the rally for the next fight. Taking control over this fight is going to mean a lot here for the progress on the bot, narrowing down less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Boston Uprising, they've got to get their grit together. Maybe Birdring having this EMP potential could help swing these fights in their favor, but as it stands, Hangzhou Spark have been able to play keep away with the spot for so long that Boston Uprising, if they don't win this next fight, they are in a huge world of hurt. Decay has this pulse bomb. Can he use it?
Oh my god! He got tossed left and right. Was not able to even find that mark. He was looking straight up at Lengsa, but with some help from Gushue and Lengsa together, they were able to force him back the ante and the follow-up to find Smurf. Beautiful here. Gushue using the meteor strike to isolate Izuaki. Why are you running? Find you in the side room exactly where I want you. Taking control over this fight with some help from Lee. Boston Uprising are running away.
It's going to be another minute off the clock. Minute and 10, already in the neutral. Birdring has this EMP coming online, but he has to be able to find a way to use it. And even so, Hangzhou Spark keep pushing this spot forward, but can they look behind them?
They have to know. Less than a minute now on the clock too, and he had swapped at the perfect time since we know the Sombra's EMP charge is slower now here. Waits to utilize it, finds 3. The follow-up from Smurf. Perfect communication and in unison here, finding 2, and they go out with some ultimates of their own, but they have less than 40 seconds now on the clock for this next fight.
That's still going to be 2 fights if Hangzhou Spark can get back fast enough. Gushue is having a hard time getting away though, and with a hack, that could have spelled disaster. But Hangzhou Spark get a chance to come back into this final fight with 3 ultimates on the board, and that's going to be 25 seconds and counting for Boston Uprising to get this first checkpoint and be able to close out this series. But Hangzhou Spark are set up for so much success here.
Oh, I'm getting a sense of deja vu right now, looking at how close this is. A nano boost onto Smurf. Shy with the visor. Over on the other side, staring at Smurf straight in the face. He's about to get the meteor strike. He gets away. He forced out the rally from Lexa to help out Shy in that situation. Navigates on top of the bridge, playing extremely passively with overtime ticking down.
That overtime could expire so quickly too, and it's just gonna be a rotation of bodies from the Boston Uprising on top of this bot to keep that overtime going. And Decay is hunting. That's 1 down. Can Boston Uprising keep it up? Decay finds 2, make it 3. Goodbye, Gushue. Izuyaki's the only one to go down with 4 in the pocket. Decay clears out the Hangzhou Spark. Overtime ticking down, but they have to get this bot over to that point where we currently see the Hangzhou Spark sitting in. And Hangzhou Spark still have 1 more attempt at this one because that bot is still going to take a second to be able to get moving again.
The pulse bomb. Oh, he missed. The anti forcing out the recall. He had to back away. That would have been such a big pick because Monk's got the nano boost. And Gushue finds the K. No way, this comeback. Lee Jae Gun with the rally, the anti onto Smurf. The nano boost onto Gushue as he comes down from the heavens with the meteor strike. Lee Jae Gun literally won. He gets taken out. Gushue isolating Izuaki. The Hangzhou Spark are doing it. Are you kidding me? EMP, the last saving grace with nobody left, and the Spark even out the series.
2 versus 2. They're doing it again. I can't believe it, Vicky. This is another map 5er for the Hangzhou Spark when all odds have been against them. They reversed swept the tournament favorites, and Boston Uprising right now have dropped 2 maps. Hangzhou Spark are really starting to pull things together, and maybe it's not a fluke that they were able to beat the Atlanta Reign and show us what they've got. It's 2-2. It's a 5-mapper. It all comes down to this.
I can't. I am appalled right now. The script writes itself. Gouche went absolutely insane. That was crazy. How do the Spark keep doing this? They just want to give more maps to their fans, obviously. They want to make sure that their fans get what they're here for their support, evening out another series.
It's looking good for them. They're getting it done because they are a team with incredible players. We've highlighted Gouche, we've highlighted the backline. Monk and Linksa are doing it all. Especially when it comes down to how good Linksa is on the Brigitte. You saw those whip shots, you saw those shield bashes to stun those members of the Boston Uprising to make them even more vulnerable. And when you have so much CC coming at you, it's really difficult to stay on your feet if you're Boston. There's just so many things that you have to play around. And especially if you're just getting got pincered, like poor Birdring over here just popped the overclock and all of a sudden Leaf is punching you in the face. It's not the doofus.
And then the Birdring was so close to the EMP at the very end. Imagine pre-patch Sombra right here would have already had the EMP for that fight. What a difference maker that would have been. Boston Uprising, even with the adjustments, falling short in a very close push map. Hangzhou Spark, can they do it again? We are moving on to our final map here in a tied series, Necra.
And Escort is tough because what can you pick that's not a good dive map? And Route 66 sure is one of those maps.
This is where they beat the Reign in a close 3-2 on Route 66. This is where they close it out to be exactly where they are right now. Can it be enough to be in the top 4, to be able to get in the money? Well, with such an intense series on our hands, we're gonna have to see. We have a break coming to you guys soon, but when we're back, we got Route 66 on the horizon. Everything on the line on this final map here in the series to determine which of these teams will be sitting in the top 4 of playoffs, who will be able to sit in the money, or who is going off to face against the London Spitfire. This is where it all comes down to, against the Boston Uprising and the Hangzhou Spark.
This match is going the distance as well. It is another map 5er on our hands. And it's the only situation that Hangzhou Spark know to be in. Both teams, Spark could get that reverse sweep under their belt just like they did to the Atlanta Reign, or Boston Uprising can finally close out the series here and secure that spot. It has been a tough road for both of these teams so far in this match. Boston Uprising was off to such a great start in those first 2 maps, and it was up to the Hangzhou Spark to make those adjustments, to put Shy back on the Sojourn, just to be able to keep up the pace. And now Boston, they have got to get their acts together as we go to Route 66.
The crowd is ready, and so are we. Top of the gas station to power up just a little bit here. Hangzhou Spark have all the momentum in their favor here, Necra. Boston Uprising coming in from the gates in such a close push map. It all started with Surovasa all over again. It's another break of deja vu here for the Spark. But this is where it all comes down.
Have a bit of a mirror match on our hands. The gates are open, you heard the countdown. And Boston Uprising are first up to take that attack push. They've got Smurf on the Winston, no more Doomfist versus Doomfist. And it's gonna be a fight for this high ground over Big Earls and the Mines. Let's see if we can get set up for position to make that dive onto the back line. Izayaki and Leisha gone for Boston. Hangzhou Spark has Monk and Langsa ready for that ambush.
Combo for the Storm as they wait on the high ground. You see the ping coming in just in case a flank opportunity is provided for Decay. As Smurf tries to jump onto the high ground, gets immediately bonked as Langsa making sure to take care of that. He does get hit with an anti from Izayaki earlier on as Smurf gets retaliated on from Monk. Ushui still trying to hold on to that other side though, but Smurf finding the opportunity, and with a bubble to isolate, Langsa gets the first pick. The follow-up from Birdring to find Shy, head after head, finding Guchui right afterwards. Boston Uprising with a beautiful opening from Birdring, finding 3 before clearing the space beyond this first checkpoint.
Boston has always had a clean dive, especially when they have very strong attacking and defending sides. If they can get set up, they can ride that momentum. And they also have a chance to breathe. A lot of our previous map types, they've required a high level of intensity and focus. But Hangzhou Spark are back. They don't want Boston Uprising to get this first point.
Oh, they try to speedrun their way all the way over there, and although they missed out on that post, it's still the pressure as Decay finds Guchui. Taking a nap from Monk, it's only the backline left. Unfortunately for them, Spark get cleared out in another team fight win for the Boston Uprising.
It's gonna be first point captured, and now those doors get to open, and Boston Uprising are looking at an opportunity to set up on this high ground. Hangzhou Spark can't get out of the gates just yet, and that's going to provide valuable time for this cart to start to round that first corner. But Birdring has his overclock, and that can be such a big difference maker and a huge key. You see him set up on that bridge right now. He's got great vantage points over to where the Hangzhou Spark might want to defend from. Guchui stuck!
Oh no, Guchui. The nano boost is forced out from Monk onto Guchui, surviving as Leaf comes in, finding Izayaki. You know he was screaming for help right there. Birdring taking out Guchui, but gets the trade as Shy was able to claim his life right afterwards. The backline from the Uprising holding on to these ultimates though when they come and re-engage for this next fight against the Spark, holding on to the high ground.
There's a nice swap from Guchui as well, recognizing that the Doomfist was just not going to be able to get as much space as what the Winston can provide. And those bubbles, again, such a huge piece of Winston's kit. And the way that Gushue uses them is just so beautiful to help shut off the healing, but you're also shutting off the sight lines.
Oh, the nano boost and the rally though coming in from Lexa and Lijiang gone, but the difference was Uprising had that survivability with the nano boost in their favor first. With Monk going down, Gushue pops the primal here to keep themselves in this fight. No overclock though, no impact. As Decay shuts down Shy. It's a little bit of revenge at the same time for the Uprising here while clearing up some extra space. Birdring's been that consistent problem here as they clear out Gushue, but they're just staggering through here. Boston Uprising looking great while they Birdring takes that high ground advantage.
Gonna be one more attempt for Hangzhou Spark to get back to this cart and have a defense of the second point. Leave has a pulse bomb. Maybe help to open things back up here, but Boston Uprising get to still maintain that aggressive position. As you can see them body blocking the door, Gushue is having a hard time getting out, and he's gonna be stuck up a creek without a paddle.
Oh, the whip though to force him off the high ground, but Leave with the pulse bomb until Lijiang gone. This is usually how they get things started here. Izayaki won before Leave harasses the backline, takes them out, leaving Smurf susceptible and vulnerable to getting beamed down by Leave. He goes out with the primal in hand still, and Spark finally reel back.
Oh, 0.01 meter. 0.01 meters. Expecting the C9 to happen. It can't in a playoff match.
The pixel away.
Pixel away. But that's sometimes what it comes down to, and Hangzhou Spark in the nick of time are able to maintain that defense. This point is still much easier for the attack. You can see how many routes of entry that Boston Uprising have to be able to get back to this card. And while it does start to go in reverse, Smurf is already back, ready to contest and get this attack push moving again.
Okay, has that pulse ready, looking at Monk, who will have the nano for this fight. Trying to see where he can approach from the high ground, and instead finds the stick, though the save! Actually insane from Monk, the reaction with the nano boost onto Shy. Lengsa has the rally to try to keep them alive, but with an anti onto Monk, it isn't gonna be enough. Izayaki meets his demise, but he went down with the nano boost ready while Leave gets a 3K on the board. No more backline, make it a 4K. He's hungry for more. And they force back the Uprising in another attempt, but they'll be able to come back with the backline ults.
Yeah, but it's now just a minute left. Hangzhou Spark have been able to whittle away so much time off of this time bank. Gushue is gonna have a Primal Rage that is a great sustain ult to just help juggle this cart a little bit longer. But Boston Uprising, like the Nano's great, Birdring has that overclock, but he needs a setup here.
Oh, the anti though, Birdring he can't set up! Gushue finding the opportunity to capitalize off the antis before finding Izayaki right afterwards. They had used the rally for what, with less than 35 seconds on the clock. They'll have the overclock, and they will have that nano boost at least going into this next fight. This final fight for them to work around.
One more fight, an attack attempt here for Boston on the second point. Birdring is going to try to wrap around through the mine shaft, see if he can get the overclock into a nice angle. This does push the Hangzhou Spark back towards the cart, but Shy has one too.
Nano boost though, the overclock, Shy jumping away. Birdring though, trying to get into position, while Gushue has the primal, forcing them off the high ground initially. Gay's still holding onto the pulse bomb too, overtime now taking away. Having to be careful, Uprising have nothing. Meanwhile, Monk is about to have the nano boost here. Lee has the pulse, he finds Birdring. No more problems. 4 left for the Uprising, putting down the pulse bomb. The follow-up, finding Smurf. Lijiang gone, absolutely gone. And the Spark successfully hold back the Uprising when they were a pixel away from getting to that second choke point.
Fantastic defense from the Spark, and that second point is so hard to be able to defend as well. That was a huge time bank that the Spark had to defend that card from. You can hear the arena. All the cheers for Leave right now.
As he should. As he should. Out of the 3 pulse bombs that he attached, he was able to get 4 kills off of it. The follow-up potential has been amazing. The reaction from Monk into the save onto Shy with that nano boost was chef's kiss on the timing.
Oh, I mean, look at that. Oh.
I love this side-by-side while we take a quick pause real quick, looking at Monk and the comparison to Izayaki. Survivability from Monk coming through, but it's the consistency on playing in an aggressive position, enabled with help from Lengsa, to allow Monk to shut down every dive attempt that we have seen from Boston onto this backline.
It is rough. I mean, out here when you are playing the support line in a dive versus dive mirror, you are so focused on whether or not you have to trade your life or if you're able to get away with more value. We have a lot of fans here though for the Hangzhou Spark. They've been very loud and proud in this match so far, and they are one round away from potentially being able to get that reverse sweep, but we are in a bit of a technical pause. We'll get back into the game as quickly as we can. Boston too, I mean, this is still potentially like a winnable position for them, but not if Leave is gonna end up continuing to play the game like this. Leave has just had such an outstanding performance, and this was the call that you made earlier today, Vicky, the 4K.
Look at that, 1 by 1 like a row of dominoes. He was feasting. Leave put everybody in the coffin at the very end here. You'd love to see the retaliation that we're seeing from Leave. And the 1 by 1 fight that we currently also have between Leave and Decay. Leave just real quick takes a little shot before making the swap. Just through the cracks, never know.
Oh, it's a great thing to come out of the gates with. You're able to put that Sonic arrow down, you get a little bit of intel on what the enemy team is running. They get confirmation what they expect Boston Uprising to be on the defending side with, and it's going to be the exact same as what we've seen before. Boston Uprising right now on the defense are set up on Big Earl. Smurf is down already, and Hangzhou Spark are gonna move quickly on this.
Oh, the Spark with Gushue moving in over to the other side. They want to capitalize off of this. Forced off the high ground originally from Lee Jae-gun, now makes his way right back up. With a barrier too, just clearing up the space to prevent it from going over here, but Birdring ignoring Gushue, giving him a haircut while Shy was right on top. Finding Shy in this, it's a pick for pick. And they're able to move right back onto the high ground with Smurf making his position advantage.
Fantastic awareness from Boston to just be able to take that trade and wait for Smurf to come back.
Wow.
And Smurf is going to be putting in the work here as Monk does get shut down, and Boston Uprising are going to send Hangzhou Spark back to their spawn with their tails between their legs to try again. But Boston need more fights like this to keep it up.
Oh, Shy felt his shoes were on fire real quick, just navigating away from the line of sight of Birdring, who's about to get that overclock soon. Izayaki with the nano boost as well in this next fight. All lies in Decay. Survivability is absolutely insane here so far in this game. About to get the pulse bomb ready.
Shy's gonna have to keep tap dancing a little bit more just to make sure that that soldier can keep putting on some pressure. Izayaki has that nano ready to go, so let's see where he's gonna give that over.
Trying to nail down on Gushue. He's also about to get the Primo Monk as well with the nano boost to match out with Izayaki. Also survivability from both sides, a long fight awaiting on the horizon here, jumping onto the high ground before getting booted up, activating the Primal. Everybody gets tossed around. The nano boost as Birdring activates the overclock with the nano boost on top of it. Nails down Monk, then next to Shy. Who else wants a piece of Birdring here as they're forced to navigate away with 1 minute and less than 55 seconds on the clock for the Spark.
Spark used a lot in that last fight as well. You saw the Primal Rage and the Nano, 2 ultimates that are supposed to provide over a ton of sustain. But Boston Uprising were still able to chunk through that. Now it comes down to the DPS of the Hangzhou Spark. Can they get this pulse bomb online? Shy's gonna have the overclock, the disruptor shot to try to move Boston Uprising away.
Ooh, Leave. He sent out the pulse bomb. Lengsa gets taken out. Izayaki with the yeet of the nade finding him. And funneling him in this side room, Smurf denies the health pack, forcing him to back away, wasting even more time from the Spark. About to be less than 1 minute on the clock, but Decay is feasting once more.
Boston Uprising can taste it too. This is with that top 4 spot on the line. And Boston, they've got their fans in the arena. Want to see Boston shut it down here.
giving them the energy that they need as Gushue tries to jump onto the top, but he gets not only slept, but shut down from Decay. Shy activates the overclock, but they get the trade as Birdring finds Leave. No backline left for the Uprising. Alexa had the rally. This may be just enough here to force Spark to finally get to the top point. Why are you running, Birdring? As Shy finds him right next. Decay sends out the pulse and forcing themselves just a bit back before re-engaging here before that first checkpoint.
Boston want to try to shut it down now, especially knowing that Smurf has the Primal Rage. That is something that they could invest into this fight. And you're going to see Decay try to trigger the stop of the cart. But can Boston follow it up? If they're able to do it here, that's going to be a huge shutout here for the Spark.
The stall in less than 5 seconds now on the point, sends out the pulse, the Primal activated, but Lee Jae-gon goes down when he was so close to rally. No overclock chance for you. Birdring as Shy finds him next. The Uprising are falling. Smurf does get that pick onto Shy, and while Gushue was literally a pixel of health away, manages to survive. Overtime on the clock. Better late than never, as I always say, and they are able to get to that first choke point.
That came down to the wire, but Hangzhou Spark were able to get it over the line. And now we look at 2.5 minutes added to that time bank to see if Hangzhou Spark can complete that reverse sweep or if Boston Uprising can shut the door on them. As Hangzhou Spark now, the momentum is in their favor. The wind is behind their sails. Monk has a nano. Gushue is going to have the Primal Rage. And that is so much firepower to be able to push forward onto this high ground. So Boston Uprising have to respond to this with that nano of their own. Lee Jae-gon has the rally. Hangzhou Spark fans hoping for that reverse sweep. But let's see them go toe-to-toe as this next fight is raring to go.
Can it be done? Can they close it out? The nano boost onto Smurf. Looking at Lee, but isolating Lengsa and Monk with the barrier before jumping onto the high ground. Birdring gets that first pick onto Shy. The bit of extra time that the Spark have built up for themselves, now dwindling away before their eyes. For Gushue jumps right back onto the high ground. The survivability is there with the nano boost and the primal ready for the Spark.
But Boston are buying so much time off the clock right now. It's already going to be 1.5 minutes. And now, Hangzhou Spark, they have to start pulling the trigger on some of these ults if they want to try to get this over the line with another attempt. They can't fall here. Shy says no.
This is where it all starts. They just need to get this payload before that second objective. Going in with the nano boost. Shy activates the overclock. Whoa, finding Birdring. And with the round of Lee Jae-gon, it's not going to be enough. No backline, no Uprising. It's only Shy. And in the game of Shy, Hangzhou Spark have no issue peeking, have no issue looking at the golden box of victory before their eyes.
45 seconds left and Boston Uprising still have one more attempt, but Gushue has that primal rage. You can see them going into their faces. Decay's gonna have to step out to be able to touch the card, trigger the overtime, but Lee Jae-gon is down.
They find Lee Jae-gon first. Izuyaki was close to the nano boost. Smurf pops the primal, but Gushue was ahead in time. They get Shy, but it's not gonna be enough with an anti-on to Smurf. How long can he stall before the rest of the Uprising find their way on this point? Before Lee Jae-gon is gone himself, Decay uses the recall. They can't touch the Hangzhou Spark. Punch a ticket into the top 4 with another reverse sweep in the playoffs.
Where are the APAC doubters now? That is 2 Titan teams that Hangzhou Spark have defeated to be able to secure that top 4. Atlanta Reign, Boston Uprising, the West are in shambles, Vicky! Shambles!
Welcome to the East, where the Hangzhou Spark, by the way, only scrimmed 1-18 since arriving in Toronto, apparently, by the way. Making 2 reverse sweeps, taking the Boston Uprising 3-2, where we will see Uprising face off against the London Spitfire.
Oh, the run back. That's gonna be a great grudge match, and I cannot wait to see that, but congratulations to Hangzhou. Every single player on that team popped off today, but one above the rest had to be Leave. You heard the cheers, you heard the crowd. Every 3K, 4K, post bomb, you name it, that Leave was throwing at this match. You could feel that impact. And Leave, at the end of the day, He did everything in this match.
From the 4K at the very end to Necra, I cannot believe the Spark do it again. The Nano Boost 2 onto Shy on the overclock. Both Leave and Shy having their individual beautiful moments, but it was Leave coming in. My goodness. 4 pulse bomb kills, 5 deaths, and that's comparing him where Decay was surviving for so long, but the eliminations, the follow-ups were there for Leave and the rest of the Spark.
And that was just Route 66 also.
Yeah.
That's not even counting the rest of that series. That was so close. Until Hangzhou Spark saw their path to victory, their path to success. And they got it done. That's another West team that has fallen to Hangzhou Spark. One of those teams that also just did fantastic at last year's playoffs. They made it to the mid-season this year, be able to play another international competition. West in shambles. That's all I gotta say. They got the pink buff. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, maybe your hair happens to contribute to it. I don't know.
Hair's
but the
powerful,
Spark,
full of secrets.
I don't know what the script is looking like, but obviously the Spark have it in their back pockets and always wanting to give their fans more when it comes to giving their fans even more maps. I mean, it's actually insane to see what we've had from the Hangzhou Spark, bro.
Yeah, I gotta keep them on the edge of their seat, right? Like, yeah, give the other team 2 map wins and then just pull the rug out from under them. But I mean, Boston Uprising, they played a phenomenal match today too. And I think now this is the second time and the true litmus test to show that Hangzhou Spark really is a team to beat and a force to be reckoned with. And I cannot wait to hear more from this team as we head over to the stage for an interview.
Hey, 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 look at this, guys. Give it up for the Hangzhou Spark. Wait, actually, before I start real fast, hold on. Let's just do this real fast, a little reverse sweep. There you go. All right, we're good now. We're good. We can start the interview. Okay, guys. Wow, unbelievable stuff. And of course here with Jesse for the translations as well. And how have you guys managed to do this again? 0-2, and you make the comeback happen. Was it nerves? Was it something else that put you in that position? And how is the Spark doing this yet again? Another reverse sweep.
对，就是你们今天又面临0-2的这种情况下，你是怎么把这个比赛翻盘又拿回来的？就是你们开始是紧张吗？还是有其他原因？你们是怎么做到的？
首先我觉得我们是一个非常慢热的队伍，对，但是慢热并不代表我们没有击败那些队伍的能力。我觉得我们现在可以战胜任何队伍。
So we are a little bit of a team that has a slow burn, and even though we do take a little bit of time to warm up, that does not mean that we don't have the abilities to defeat the other teams.
Wow. All right. Hey, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. I totally agree with that. Now, coming up next, you'll face off against either the Dallas Fuel or the Houston Outlaws or the Florida Mayhem. And I guess the question that everyone wants to know is who would the Hangzhou Spark rather face between those teams?
你们下一场比赛，要不就是休斯顿，或者达拉斯，或者佛罗里达，你们更想就是跟谁比赛？
我觉得。都可以。现在对我来说，对我们队伍来说，现在任何队伍都可以。我们准备好接受任何队伍的挑战。
Doesn't matter. We want any team. We are ready for any team to come and face off against us.
Awesome. Last thing. We have so many fans here for the Spark. Anything that you want to say to them right now because they came out to support the team?
就是我们今天有这么多杭州的这种粉丝在这支持你，你们想跟粉丝说点什么？
就现在情绪有点激动，但我想说的是，我们会再带着 CNOW 再冲一次。
So I'm so emotional, so happy to be here, and I just want to tell all the fans that we are going to try our best and come in with all our strength at the end.
That's all we can ask for. Thank you so much. Congratulations, well deserved. You earned it. We'll send it back over to the casters.
Oh man.
What a right there.
Of course, the emotions are running high. Another reverse sweep. It's got to be emotional. This is incredible. I mean, if we weren't Spark fans before, we got to be now. They're taking down one Western team after another. Can they repeat that again? It's crazy. Obviously, you were always a believer.
Jump on the train. It's not too late.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
Come
I should have left for Spark. Dang it.
And look, Danny, I promise they won't have to face the London Spitfire in the semis. So, it doesn't matter, right? Come on, you can be a fan of both. Come on, Danny. Join the Hangzhou Spark.
I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
I don't think you need much convincing. I think they have a lot of fans out there. I mean, you know, X is blowing up, of course, with all sorts of reactions to the matches we get to see from Spark these days. Kenobi, a true stan, a true believer. Surely not again.
Yes,
but,
surely.
Oh, yes. Again, indeed. And why not?
I mean,
why not?
But it's,
so,
I mean, it is crazy. Like, what are the chances of a team reverse sweeping back to back? Has
that been done in the grand finals before? I don't think we've seen that in the playoffs before.
Max once we've had back-to-back reverse sweep, but I surely can't remember that. This is unique.
It's one of the most emotional things you can go through as a player, to be playing in front of a live event crowd that is cheering you on, right? This is like, Hangzhou Spark feels like the home team here in their matches. The crowd is behind them. And for you to pull that reverse sweep off, to you know, feel that other people believe in you even when it looks dark, and that you can actually make that real for your fans, for your teammates, for the people supporting you. That's one of the greatest things a player can experience. And to do that twice in a row against juggernauts of the tournament, I don't know what they're feeling back there in the team room, but this is the type of emotion that can turn a team into a champion. And I really think if Spark can roll with it, I think you're up 2-0 against the Spark. You're like, all right, guys, let's focus up. Everybody don't mess up now. Like,
don't get complacent.
Seriously, you can't, because these guys fight even harder with backs against the wall.
It's also like a huge emotional hurdle to know that you can bring it back. You go down 0-2, and that was in pretty like disgusting fashion. You were down 0-2 there. Lijiang Tower wasn't even close, right? And as we go through some of these early maps, it really did feel like Boston Uprising had their number. First of all, this Junker Queen composition coming out from the Boston Uprising, you're like, oh, okay. Well, I guess Gushui, he just can't play Winston into this composition. So forced over to the Doomfist. But from kind of like map 3 on, Gushui and the Doomfist had like some insane performances. Forget about the Primal Blade. It's all about the Primal Punch from here on out. Gushui had some fantastic...
let's go.
Doomshui, I'm fine with that one too. So Boston Uprising, they had some of these tools to be able to take down the Hangzhou Spark. But like I said, towards the end of the series, it's Boston Uprising playing Hangzhou Spark's game. And that's when they felt most comfortable.
I think Leave was a huge X factor here on Flashpoint, able to copy this enemy queen from Smurf time and time again and get that queen ult off in crucial fights. And I mean, you add a queen shout into the comp that Spark is playing, and it can really get out of control quickly. That is what we saw on this map. And although Uprising, I think they didn't look beaten. At no point in this series did they give up, did they give in. Spark had to fight for every single inch. It wasn't a momentum shift and Spark running away with it, right? Boston kept fighting back. They're a team full of veterans that doesn't give up no matter how far the match goes. And for Spark to stay ahead of that, stay on top of it, is incredible.
I think Flashpoint was very important, because I think that was a point where sort of Spark forced Boston out of that Junker Queen, and they sort of brought them to play the dive, whether it was a Winston at the end, or even the Doomfist as we're seeing right now on New Queen Street as well. And I think, I just gotta say, the last map, we were talking about how great Leave was, but Leave just was lights out. Look at this guy just getting kills left and right.
This is unbelievable.
Amazing.
This is why he was the 2021 Overwatch League MVP.
Yeah.
MVP performance.
Not real.
Right
Not
here.
real.
But I mean, on the other side, we saw a lot of standout moments as well from the Boston Uprising. So it's not like that they just crumbled and stumbled here, no. And quite frankly, if I were the Boston Uprising, I'd feel pretty good about my next match coming up.
Honestly, I was thinking about that. They're going up against London Spitfire again.
Yeah,
Danny,
thus far, that's been working out for them. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're currently at in this tournament. I mean, why not run it back? Every time the Boston Uprising faced off against the London Spitfire, they won it in a convincing manner. What will London do here? What can they throw at them?
I mean,
Ryan Rush.
I mean, there's only one answer, right?
2 series in a row going basically the same way with Boston running away 3-1 with that comp that Boston runs, so suited to their strongest players. London, I mean, they have some answers, they have some strong plays against it, but I felt that Boston played even better in the second series. So London has to turn that momentum around. And I don't think Boston are going to feel defeated after that series with the Spark. They're still going to feel confident going into this.
Yeah.
London has to bring something unexpected out. Probably not in comps, though. It's got to be play style. It's got to be some new way to play. But it feels like, have London not just explored every single bit of this Rhine comp? Is there more depth to discover? I don't think so. I mean, I can't imagine. But maybe.
I think they just bring confidence. They beat Atlanta Reign.
They're
on the high. Just go it again for the 3rd time. But I think it's going to be hard because Boston is going to be very angry because they just got reverse swept. They're going to go in.
Well,
they might just go.
Atlanta were angry too, but you know.
That's yeah.
It was so we said. But.
Yeah, but Atlanta didn't face off against an opponent they already absolutely demolished just a day before. So, you know, I think Boston Uprising shouldn't feel too defeated, even though it was a reverse sweep. Hangzhou Spark has been looking incredible. I'm very excited to see how far they can take it. For now, they are finding themselves in the semi-finals, and we have to determine a second team today, which will move on to the semis, and our next match will be fought out between the Dallas Fuel and, of course, the Florida Mayhem, and we will break it all down after this break. And as the sun sets over beautiful Toronto, Two of our teams are only just now getting started. They are fighting for a spot in the semifinal. Dallas Fuel and Florida Mayhem could be punching their ticket to the semis right now. I am going to be so excited to find out which of the teams will move forward. Dallas Fuel, we've seen some great looks from them thus far, but we weren't entirely sure if they have been truly tested just yet. They were running with the Zarya comp, something we expected to see from them. But if they're going up against the Florida Mayhem, is this going to work for them? Will they be running with this again?
This will be a completely different test. Yesterday we saw them just like demolish the Soul Infernal, who tried with this Doomfist composition. Now you have Hanbin on Zarya, on the Dallas Fuel, trying to force this composition against a Florida Mayhem that can play the Sigma, they can play their own Doomfist, the Winston composition, really all kinds of stuff. So Dallas Fuel, they are experts when it comes to this composition. Eerily similar perhaps to the Lona Spitfire rocking the Reinhardt composition. And it really is going to tell us whether this Zarya composition can bring home the championship for the Dallas Fuel, or if they will have to adapt moving forward.
And I think the adaptations are going to have to come thick and fast because they're going to be up against the Florida Mayhem. Someone, for me, has been a highlight of this entire season, able to handle any tank in Overwatch 2 at the highest level, no issues. So I think in contrast to what Fuel was able to do yesterday, play slow, poke it out, now you're up against Merit, you're up against someone. They're going to be able to pressure you so much harder, and I feel that Dallas is going to have to get aggressive. They're going to have to put pressure on the backline of the Florida Mayhem because Florida just has too many shooters and they like playing these slow comps. They like poking it out. And I wonder for Dallas, can they replicate their success if they're forced to play a Genji, forced to run in with a Lucio? And I think against Sig and Bastion, you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to be aggressive and take the space away from Florida, and they don't make it easy.
No, they really won't. And as we talked about this team time and time again, you always have to mention the versatility we're seeing. I think they will be happy to take any mirror or go way out there. They've been showing up with some interesting comps throughout the season, and I feel like if there's one team which is willing to switch things up for the playoffs, it's got to be the Florida Mayhem. They have been so creative and versatile.
Yeah, I mean, I think that versatility is their biggest strength, right? Aside from their personal strength or their mechanical skills, it is their teamwork plus their versatility that really gives them their color, and that's what they're good at. And I think that's what makes Florida Mayhem so scary.
You know, I think the Rhine comp is even something they could pull out, right? They tried to run it against Houston on Lijiang Tower. It didn't work there in that matchup, but I think Rhine, historically, a great answer to Zarya. Doesn't mind getting grabbed all the time. It can be okay. Rhine can sometimes survive that ultimate ability. And so I think for the Dallas Fuel, it's going to be many different styles coming at them based on maps. I think a team like Florida, you better believe they've got all their map picks prepped. They're ready to take you on some new wild ride, Gunbo's wild ride, right? Every single time they get a map pick, you're going to be up against something unexpected and difficult to figure out. So hard to answer in a playoff scenario when the pressure's on.
Yeah.
Speaking of maps, actually, can you walk us through which would be the ideal maps here for Dallas, or what they want to avoid, rather?
Well, I think you pretty much have to like hedge towards the maps you're having the most success on in practice, because with the Florida Mayhem, like you never know what they're gonna pull out, right? So for this Dallas Fuel team, you just gotta do what you're comfortable with. There's no like joking around here, because Florida Mayhem, they will have one composition for every map. They can bring out the Reinhardt, that like Jake just said. So not only, okay, you gotta take them down on the Sigma composition. Okay, well, they're gonna flex over to the Reinhardt composition. So this Dallas Fuel team, they gotta be ready every step of the way to face something different. At that point, just hedge towards what you're the most comfortable with. So the maps we're going to see from Dallas Fuel in the map pick, that's going to be their best maps in the pool.
Yeah, and sticking to the comfort zone has been something which worked out for teams like London Spitfire very well thus far, not just in the playoffs, but pretty much for the second half of the season. So I'm going to be super interested to see what we're going to see from both of those teams. For now, we're going to take a look at our Preds. I had to go with Florida Mayhem. They're just so much fun to watch. They're explosive, they can play aggressive, but they can also really play it slow and defensive. I think the fact that they can switch it up and play so many different compositions is going to give them the upper hand here.
Florida Mayhem could play it all. They're unpredictable, and they're fun to watch as well. I'm going with the Florida Mayhem as well. Someone, I love you.
I've got to take Florida here. I think they're the favorites for the tournament right now in my eyes. I think they can handle all these different comps that are being played in the playoffs. This is the first time in Overwatch professional history we've ever seen this kind of diversity in a playoff. And I don't think there's any team better situated to make the most of that than the Florida Mayhem. They can play it all, and at the highest level, they're not pigeonholed into any comp the way pretty much everyone else in this playoff is.
I'm too going with the Florida Mayhem here, and I agree with Jake. I think Florida Mayhem is the team to beat. I think Florida Mayhem is the best team here in Toronto this weekend with a chance to win the championship. And this is just another step in their path.
Well, they certainly got our votes, and I know for a fact that there's a lot of Mayhem fans in the crowd as well, so I hope they get loud and rowdy. For both of these teams, Dallas Fuel, of course, a championship-winning organization, which is trying to get that title once more, so let's see if they can get it done. One of the two teams will advance to the semis. Let's find out who that might be, and for all the action, I'm going to send it down to Golden Boy.
Let's welcome to the stage, the Dallas Fuel!
Dallas Fuel, your reigning champions, let's not forget. And I do feel like people sometimes forget what this team is all about. Their coach is named Rush for good reason. This team plays fast, they play aggressive, and they're going to get into your backline. Yeah, they're playing Zarya, but Bliss has had a fantastic season on Lucio. He's going to speed boost this team all the way forward, and that might be something that Florida Mayhem aren't accustomed to.
And let's welcome to the stage, the Florida Mayhem!
Florida are the undeniable favorite, I think, today in this match. They can play it all. Yes, Dallas is an aggressive team, but no one has been better at weathering the storm of a Rust pump than the Florida Mayhem. I think Brig and Bap, that's their bread and butter. Someone's going to play the perfect tank for the situation. And then on this DPS lineup, Checkmate plays every single hero in the game, it feels like. And Merit, for me, one of the best hard hit scans in the world right now. And this is only his second year in the Overwatch League. There's so much more to see from Merit, and I think this match is a great start.
All right. It's time for our last match of the day. I want to do something a little bit different with the crowd here in Toronto. So if you guys will indulge me for a minute, can we do a little fun clapping? Let's try this out. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Everyone up there. You guys standing over there. Go. There you go. Keep going. Faster. Do it. Let's go, because this matchup is going to be hype. We got two fantastic teams, Dallas Fuel facing off against the Florida Mayhem, and boy, oh boy, I couldn't think of two better casters to call the action than Achilles and Avril.
Thank you very much, GP. It is an honor to be back up here once again to dive into this cast. We saw the Dallas Fuel take down the Soul Infernal just yesterday. Now they have a significantly harder task in front of them. Florida Mayhem, a lot of teams would say now very much the clear favorites for the entire tournament. Now that Rain is out of the way, are they up to task? We're about to find out.
Up against the Dallas Fuel, as mentioned, defending champions here, and one of only two East teams remaining. Hangzhou Spark punched the ticket into the top 4. And now Dallas Fuel, then we see if they can maybe do a little of the same, but their opponents very, very tough on the other end as expected.
Desk was talking about it. A lot of different things that Mayhem can do, but I don't think that they have to worry about figuring out what Fuel wants to do, because we know exactly where they want to go. They want to go for that Zarya, something that helped get them the win just yesterday. Hanbin back onto it, slotting in, just feeling that comfort right off the rip. But is that Zarya, as dominant and as scary as it is, enough to take down this squad here in the Mayhem?
And the Mayhem is exactly the opposite, mate. We look at stylistic differences here. You have essentially a one-trick team in the Dallas Fuel, but that's been working for teams like the Hangzhou Spark. They were able to ride that horse into that top 4. You have the Florida Mayhem, who are probably the most flexible team in this entire playoffs. They can play it all across the board. They have every single composition mastered. They have players in reserve as well to come through for extra versatility. Realistically, Florida Mayhem, they're the most well-rounded team. They're going up against Dallas Fuel, which might be one of the most rigid teams. However, in the rigidity is some masterfulness.
Oh, we already had another miraculous reverse sweep of the previous series. Maybe here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, miracles can happen again. Toronto, make some noise. Let's open up the gates and get this match underway.
No surprises on board for the Dallas Fuel. Hanbin on the Zarya. You got Edison on the Bastion as well. Mayhem, they showed us the Sigma yesterday versus the Houston Outlaws. 3 maps worth that looked damn good. Someone right in the face of Edison straight away.
Tons of damage there into the back line. Merit going to be taken down to about half HP. Immortality Field going to be exchanged now. Sparkle going to be eliminated though. That first kill being found, but there's a trade back. Hanbin coming up with one MCD, another. The tank now gone away from the side of the Florida Mayhem, but the inside track still there over onto the point where they're looking to get the cap.
Yeah, 3 members still alive for the Florida Mayhem. Hanbin looking to walk up here. Bliss might be taking too much damage. Whoa. Barely survives on 1 HP. Has to be a little bit careful there. Dallas Fuel still needing their Edison bash to come through. Checkmate down is pretty big though.
Hanbin getting on top of him, managing to find that kill. Now the Immortality Field not going to be enough to save RuPaul. They burned through it so very quickly. Hanbin continuing to excel when it comes down to building up this energy. And it's a very fast take here for the side of the Dallas Field now, and controlling someone. That kinetic grasp is not going to do a damn thing for you, son. He gets burned down with the help of Edison.
Yeah, the pacing for Dallas Field's been amazing so far. Hanbin in the face of someone. Can't really get too much damage done. Low on the ult charge so far. Has to save kinetic grasp mostly to block out the damage from Edison, but in situations like this, Hanbin on full energy can just run him down. MCD's been in the kill feed as well. He's got that ult available.
Trying to push their way forward. MCD, the window at the ready. RuPaul not quite there with one of his own. The push up, looking to utilize it, but there's the artillery fire in response to try to peel off some of this pressure. A bloody back and forth here with 2 members gone on the side of the Dallas Fuel, but the cleanup is there. Mayhem just checkmate left standing. He needs to be careful here not to show too much, as he will get caught for a late little stagger, and the Dallas Fuel maintain control.
That's brilliant for the Dallas Fuel. Again, they get their ultimates early, and they are able to use it mostly to successfulness for the Dallas Fuel. I mean, they wanted to push down Florida Mayhem right back into spawn again. That's how they want to be able to play. Put Hanbin in the front, keep someone behind. Now it's Edison's time to artillery.
The drop down, a bit of damage there onto someone, but not going to be too upset about it there. Shakes off the scrapes. Hanbin looking for the setup, lobs in the grab, managing to get multiple catches. Checkmate popping the Duke, trying to get those iframes out, but now the Immortality Field's been cleared out. Sparkle is swiping with the blade, doesn't find too much of anything, gets zoned back there by the Flux. Someone buying some space for his team, as Checkmate now looks to build up a grab of his own. HP bars low here on the side of the Dallas Fuel, everybody taking low. Blitz cannot survive, MCD and Hanbin the last one standing. They cannot stand for long. Flip will be there, Mayhem back in control as the team kill comes through, but it's 84% for the Fuel.
And everyone threw ultimates in that fight as well. It looked like a really good grab, but rally in play, Immortality there for RuPaul. Checkmate with the extra bubbles being deployed from the duplicate Azari meant so much good defensive prowess from the Florida Mayhem to survive the onslaught of the Dallas Fuel. That should have been probably a clean fight win for the Fuel. Couldn't get enough value on the blade.
Window V artillery, as we hear the ladder now getting opened up, and the HP bars are already so low, and hell rains down on top of the Fuel. Merit collects 3, Chorong 1 on the back end, and they shut down that approach.
Catch-up time now, really important. Merit finding a lot of success on the artillery. We saw that a little bit earlier on as well.
That's window lost. MCD burning it there in the fight, not ready for that much explosive damage. So now one of those tools to try to get the point taken away from them.
And RuPaul in position to find this next window as well. Dallas will look like they might want to go coast here, might not have the opportunity to. They're going to get cut off by Merit's damage.
Zone back, deflection going to be used there from Sparkle just to try to mitigate some of that, push it back over towards the way of the Mayhem. Immortality Field now going to be coming through, someone down low on HP, but Sparkle has been felled, as has Edison, the damage dealer's gone. The cleanup continues, and Florida Mayhem are getting that much closer to retaking a lead.
And this is the problem with Zarya sometimes as well. Now that you're in the spin cycle, losing fights, you're getting your energy reset to 0 every single death. It's been slow going for Hanbin now. He was able to really put the pressure onto Mayhem before. Someone looking for a new Flux and potential final fight offering here as well. Lots of ultimates online for Florida Mayhem.
See them lingering just around the corner here. Artillery from Edison can do some scouting. Someone looking to try to push up and maybe even cancel out that ult, but he cannot quite get it done. Duplicate now going to be coming through. Checkmate again, putting another Zarya into the mix. The Flux dropping them down to the ground. Blitz and Edison, MCD. Everybody on the Fuel falling to the wayside as Hanbin. He'll get the grab online, but he won't get the opportunity to use it. 184% night market. It goes the way of the Mayhem.
Yeah, they had so much to play through there. The Florida Mayhem able to lock in the Fuel inside their own base, same as what we saw from Dallas Fuel earlier on in the round. But far more successful towards the end there. Shield in front for someone, Flux in tow was all hard for the Fuel to get around it. And as mentioned, once you start losing on the Zarya composition and you can't get the energy back up, your frontline damage really does start to suffer.
Now we move into Control Center to see whether or not this one can go the distance, with the Dallas Fuel potentially getting ready to tie things up. See Checkmate going to shift over here on towards the May. Someone bringing out the Queen. at least for the rallying call at the start, and now the Reinhardt going to be coming in.
And I think that's the other really good look. We actually didn't really get to see much of this from Mayhem previously, but Control Center, famously home of the Rhine compositions. And Mayhem, they practice this. They're just waiting for the right opportunity to bring out the Rhine.
And they've got Blitz locked into the corner, looking for the pin. Not quite going to happen, but it doesn't matter because Edison has already been dealt with. Chorong able to pick him apart. RuPaul as well, finding Sparkle. And Hanbin just trying to backpedal as much as possible, but the final shot from the Icicle will take him down.
Sparkle has to consider whether he wants to go towards the May as well, but Genji's actually pretty decent into the Rhine matchup specifically. Deflects 4 Merit on the Bastion as well. But this is a great look coming through from Mayhem. I mean, Ryan, it is a really good counter to the Zarya. We saw this even a year ago. Remember when Dallas Fuel very similarly rode the swords of the Zarya on Han, but kickoff clash, losing to LA Gladiators when it was Reiner who pulled out the Rhine, and the same issues can still arise in this sort of matchup now.
Already though, RuPaul now. Amp Matrix at the ready, and he's going to utilize it. They push out onto the corner of the wall, raise up. Sparkle using the deflection, try to buy himself a little bit of extra time, but Edison in place already dealt with right off the rip. The cleanup continues. Back to the spawn room goes the Dallas Fuel.
And they're not getting anything done, unfortunately. Really low on the ultimates, completely slowed down. No one can get enough damage, and no one can get enough healing in as well. The team fights are going so damn quickly. The Dallas Fuel still lagging behind. MCD now only barely on 90. At least Hanbin's done a decent amount of damage. I mean, he just needs to hold shield, allow Merit to do most of the work. Checkmate, cutting off any sort of rotations and cutting off players from the Dallas Fuel as they want to walk up. This is the first moment for the Dallas Fuel where they can get out of spawn and maybe walk in.
Artillery opened up, Merit. He's painting the floor pink. Sparkle gonna get tagged down low. The Immortality Field keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but now the May ult is down on the floor, and once again it's Edison and Bliss dead off the rip. The cleanup continues to quick reset. Dallas Fuel realize that this is the last opportunity. They need to get this next fight, and they need to take the point.
I mean, everything Fuel want to do. MC puts down the window, instantly blocked out by the May wall. You can't shoot through that either because he layers it directly into the window itself. Follow that through with brilliant Blizzard coming through from Checkmate. Hard for Dallas Fuel to move around the map. Now they spawn camped again.
Grab is at the ready, and that's the sound barrier out in front of it. Chorong dropping the beat here to try to keep everybody alive. Artillery up on top. Edison able to find one. The Immortality Field going to be dealt with on the back end, but so far it's only the one casualty. Someone will get dropped. 2 kills going to be found here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, but they have to get their way over to the point. 94% right now here. As the cleanup comes in, they will be able to get this touch, they will be able to get this flip, but how long they can hold it, that's a completely different question.
I mean, Fuel needed that so badly. A big grab to come on through. Decent damage from the artillery to layer on top of the grab. But as you sort of mentioned, now they're lagging behind. The good news is Sparkle has played where Chorong does not have beat. That is going to be a potential difference maker. Getting past MO Field is going to be important for Sparkle.
Very good early damage, and Sparkle's completely contained. Bubble comes in, Hanbin actually bails him out. They keep him alive, the blade now going to be pulled, looking for a target, but Wiley is going to be zoned back. Now the sound barrier comes in, Hammer gets dropped, 4 people on the ground, and the cleanup continues. Pin into the wall, MCD taken down. And that is going to be the team kill coming in as Florida Mayhem will regain control. They will have the overtime bleed down, and they will be taking our first map of Lijiang Tower in 2-0 fashion.
Too little too late from the Dallas Fuel, I'm afraid. Kiss the spawn door challenge completed by someone as the Florida Mayhem look good. 2 rounds, and the second one was not particularly close. Mayhem, as expected, they're looking damn good out the gates.
What a dominant beginning in here for the side of the Mayhem. Fuel from the outset on Night Market, looking like maybe they were going to have this one in the bag, maybe. They knew how to kind of pilot around what Mayhem was bringing to the forefront, but as soon as they got control of that point, they did not really let it go away. So a dominant start, one that Fuel gonna have to think about during the break, scratch their heads, figure out what map they want to go to, and see whether or not they will be able to tie things up.
It's just a tempo shift coming through, right? Dallas Fuel able to get that initial neutral win on Night Market. Shove the pressure directly into the Mayhem spawn. And, well, once Mayhem take control, they're able to do the exact same thing back to the field.
And this felt like the death sentence moment, the commitment on the Amp Matrix into everybody just getting annihilated from the Fuel just by that one ultimate setup from Merit. And from there, as mentioning, you know, just that energy, that death cycle coming through. Hanbin unable to find his footing again. And there's put them right on struggle street.
It was an important fight where Dallas Fuel, again, they had the spawn control against the Florida Mayhem. Big grab from Hanbin, but it was blocked out by every single ultimate, every single piece of utility that Mayhem had. Checkmate with the duplicate. Double bubbles coming online, shield up from someone. Yeah, Rig Rally in there as well. And that was a really important fight that Dallas Fuel needed if they wanted to continue that momentum, but it just couldn't get it done. So 2-0 so far in our opening map, 1-0 in the series. Kings Row, the fuel pick, something that will favor the Zari on the ground.
Just a bit, but we'll see if it's going to be good enough to get through the defenses here of the Florida Mayhem when we come back, so don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few. And we are back. It's time to get ready to go into map number 2. Florida Mayhem kicking things off with a dominant win on Lijiang Tower, 2-0 to them. Dallas Fuel onus now on those players to answer back and look to tie things up.
It's going to be Dallas Fuel. They need to find an answer to the two main compositions that the Florida Mayhem have got on board for us. I mean, the Rhine saw that a control center. Sigma yesterday played a lot versus the Houston Outlaws. Night Market, pretty good look for the Florida Mayhem. Did struggle a little bit at the start. Good tempo from the Dallas Fuel, but again, once momentum started shifting towards the Florida Mayhem, they were the ones spawn camping, and it was very difficult for Hanbin on Zari to get any sort of leverage. No energy, continual deaths. Now to Kings Row, flat map on the ground. What you want for a rush team, what you want for a brawl team like the Dallas Fuel.
See if the pick is going to be good enough to go ahead and get the win, or Fuel are going to be trying to set themselves up for some more of that reverse sweep voodoo magic that the Spark have been using. Either way, I don't think they want to get put into that position. They got a clean win just yesterday. They want to try to turn things around starting from now.
The thing about the Dallas Fuel as well, I mean, spending a year in the East, there isn't the same level of brawl versus brawl type of matchup that they can practice. I mean, you're going up against Florida Mayhem, who look extremely well practiced on the Rhine, something they've been preparing for this particular tournament in the playoffs, knowing that Zarya was going to be good. Look, someone could play Zarya, or Rhine is pretty damn good into Zarya as well. It's going to be the Sigma choice again. And these are the two comps, right? It's either going to be the Sigma or the Rhine versus the Dallas Fuel. Fuel, at the moment, pretty much just going to play the one thing. There is another option I could considerably imagine for them. Maybe Harmon goes back to the Junker Queen, play a little bit of the TP coming through, get into the back line, run past someone, commanding shell, get Sparkle deep in there to finally take down the back line of the Florida Mayhem. That is still an option for the Dallas Fuel a little bit later on, but for now, they want to see if they can make the Zarya work one more time.
No changes necessary here for the side of the Florida Mayhem. And Dallas Fuel, Edison just going to go for the opening shot. Now back over onto the Bastion. Sparkle off the Genji here with the Symmetra, wanting to have that mobility, wanting to be able to take this high ground away. TP now going to be set up. They go for the rush up onto the high ground. Barrier out, and Edison going to be taken down. Sticky bombs out from Checkmate, find the kill, and the first volley. It holds no water at all as Merit will collect 3 on the back end.
Florida Mayhem just turtle back, go towards the choke. Dallas Fuel, they can TP on the high ground, but the problem is you can't TP behind the Florida Mayhem when they themselves can walk backwards, keep someone in that front line. And for Hanbin, Junker, we talked about this could be a possible look, and a single fight, a single TP play, it's back to Zarya. Now they've slowly grind out the fight on the ground. The Florida Mayhem, high ground controlled. Merit's going to be difficult for Fuel to dislodge.
And some steps here onto the point, someone getting tagged up, but Chorong and Rootball not going to be too upset about that. Just go ahead and soak up all that extra ult charge to try to get that window online. Edison getting taken down low, Sparkle as well as he tries to contest up top. Breaks that line of sight, pulls back away, gets top back up. First tick getting ready to come through. We'll see if the contest is going to be there. It's just checkmate at the moment, but now it's going to be joined in. Someone drops down to low ground, and Merit will find Hanbin. Without that tank, without those bubbles, trying to approach this point becomes nigh impossible here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. You can see Edison trying to do something, trying to backpedal, trying to escape. The accretion will go underneath of his feet. Doesn't get stunned up. The respawning Hanbin will be able to rescue him a bit with some of those bubbles, but still, it's Florida Mayhem barely giving up anything at all.
And now with the lack of the Symmetra TPs as well, Dallas Fuel, they have to consider their strategy. Last time what we saw, Harmon tries to solo pressure away the point itself. Sparkle doing a decent amount of poke on the sides. They want to go up on top, but Florida Mayhem, they just hold their positioning. Now they got damn near 5 ultimates. MCD needs to sit up for a window, can he?
And there's the first one. The Flux comes in. We've been seeing this combo throughout the weekend, and no bubble is enough to try to save Edison. Sound barrier a bit too late there from Blizzard, trying to keep that Bastion in the fight. Window set up here onto the high ground. They're pushed around a hotel side, but trying to get out of this position. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it. They're still rushing forward. Hanbin still getting tagged up. Has a lot of energy. Someone's still trying to just push forward up into his face, but now he's overstepped. He gets taken down. Checkmate with the dupe on Lucio. Not sure if that's what he wanted to have. Either way, he's going to be broken out of this one or have it expire pretty damn soon. He tries to buy himself a little bit of time. Sound barrier does get built up. He drops it. It's a solo ult for himself, just so he can try to slide the hell out of this point. Ticks now coming through for the side of the Dallas Fuel, and it seems like maybe finally they can go ahead and take this for themselves.
And Mayhem had the right idea, right? You see the window drop down from MCD. Someone pushes ahead of it. You want to get in front of the window, run into the hotel possibly, but Dallas Fuel, they just hold on strong. They allow someone to come in. They start surrounding the Florida Mayhem. A couple of late deaths there means no real opportunity for the Florida Mayhem to go for a retake. Difficult to do with the Sigma anyway, especially when you've lost the ultimates. Holding strong there, was looking pretty tricky when they lost Edison, but Harvard says we can still move up.
Just scouting, trying to see if there's somebody hiding around that corner. And there is. Blade now going to be pulled. Bubbles to try to escort Sparkle forward. Immortality Field going to be coming down quickly down with his Hanbin. Manages to beam it out of existence, but Merit has the return fire. Finds Sparkle. Finds Edison for 2 quick kills, and Hanbin cannot escape. They try to set up for the play, but it ends up falling flat, and once again, Dallas Fuel find themselves in a respawn room.
You only get one opportunity there. You get one blade and then into the bubble. You can't bubble Sparkle again for some time. And if he gets whip shot backwards, I believe Chorong does connect that one. You have Florida Mayhem walking backwards with someone holding up the hand, despite Hanbin being able to damage through it. Nothing else really can. Even Sparkle slashing blades at someone, it's not going to be enough. He's got to get pocket healed. So Dallas Fuel, they could not close up into the backline of the Florida Mayhem. That is the issue right now. And Hanbin, he's got to grab. Has to make sure it doesn't get eaten away.
Needs it to not get eaten, but also needs to try to build up some energy here to go alongside it. Does lob it in, but it's going to go wide. Doesn't manage to get the catch on anybody. Now someone takes out Edison. Hanbin dead on the back end. And it's all crashing down at the moment for the side of the Dallas Fuel, who failed to find purchase once again. MCD, well, they'll do him a little bit of a service there by taking him down. They could have staggered him for way longer, but either way, the time is ticking. It is draining down rapidly.
Just a bad read, unfortunately. Harvard thought there were members inside the room on the left, but not the case yet. They want to run past the Sigma. That was their one opportunity to lock. Someone's pushed up. We don't have to get this guy. No reason to risk the grab being eaten away. Even if you go on to someone, he's going to get pocket heal, run to the back line. You need to get Chorong on RuPaul, but time and time again, the supports from Mayhem end up evading.
Window committed to try to escort them forward here into the choke, but now the Flux is coming through. Sound Barrier dropped in from Bliss, trying to keep them alive. Hanbin's still going to be very low on HP, nearly gets picked off. But despite the ults invested, Dallas Fuel have still not broken through this choke point. Artillery fire up over the top, looking to try to take somebody down, but the rally's going to be rolling from Chorong. He keeps them all alive, the green HP. Pushing forward, just empowering the rest of his team, and Dallas Fuel still on struggle street. Every ult they throw at this choke, none are helping them break in.
And there's more cycling ults coming online. I mean, look at RuPaul nearly onto another window. Checkmate can copy the Zarya, offer up some frontline support. Might need to do it now. He's looking at Hanbin. Hanbin's half HP as well.
Stuck into the corner, but the sticky bomb's not going to be able to do enough damage for him to try to push forward and get the beam out. Now the window's going to be coming through. RuPaul investing that one. Immortality field taken away from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Stuns there on to Edison. The cleanup kill comes across. Now Checkmate in around the back, laying the bombs down at their feet. Hanbin will be able to answer one in response, taking the Echo out of the fray, but he himself is isolated, dealt with, dead. And the chaos, the carnage continues at the hands of the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, they're losing members too quickly here, despite the high energy onto Hanbin. There's no teammates alive. Grav is nearly there once more, but they struggled to use that last time, and they're getting outcycled on ultimates. It's RuPaul that has a window earlier, MCD only getting it now. But on the offensive side, look, Dallas can force a window location. They can force the angle. Florida, they can pull back. You can give up payload distance just to make sure that MCD doesn't get value on his ult. Sparkle's already half HP.
Artillery coming out, Sparkle taking low. Bubbles come across and try to keep him alive, but again with that artillery layered in on top, Edison cannot survive. Sparkle finds nothing. Hanbin finds death, and MCD and Bliss find themselves running to the hills, trying to escape, but they cannot. Taken down, 8 seconds remaining. The respawn still coming through. Edison desperately trying to swap over, trying to get this touch. A couple seconds remaining, drops down, gets Force back, and I don't think he's got it. No, he does not. That is where the cart will rest. That is where the Florida Mayhem need to go to take this 2-0.
And I think Florida Mayhem, pretty sure they knew that if Dallas Fuel would have had ultimates in that fight, possibly Graviton Surge. I mean, Hanbin hasn't used it for a while. He's been doing damage. He's been high energy charge as well. RuPaul knows, okay, he's used his window, which means the next window coming up has to be MCD. The way y'all play the Dallas Fuel is say, someone, Flux, guarantee value on the Flux, find Edison, lift that bash in the skies, drop down the artillery strike coming through from Merit, and that's enough. That's how you enable those kills. And then MCD finally drops window. It's too late. Too many members are down. Too many members are caught out. Sparkle Blades on half HP. That's the level of desperation, unfortunately, for the Dallas Fuel.
We're just seeing the panic buttons getting hit consistently. The Dallas Fuel not finding their footing, not finding that comfort that we saw from them just yesterday. So we'll take a look back here at Sparkle. Like you said, low on HP, down to 69, pulls the blade. And from there, the ult combination comes in for the Florida Mayhem to just rip them all asunder.
Yeah, and he can't really go into the back line, doesn't have the support. Bumble's already been used. Obviously isn't going to get any healing there. Sees the back line of the Florida Mayhem, switches target back onto someone, and we've seen this play out time and time again. They cannot access the back line, they refocus target onto the Sigma, and they cannot kill the Sigma.
I think we know that the far up likely going to be swapped off. Would love to see it, but just a couple shots, a concussive blast, but we do see Hanbin making an adjustment here. Comes out for the defense with the Sigma.
And that's one thing that Dallas Fuel can look towards because he's a brilliant Sigma player himself. In fact, he should be better than someone on this matchup, given this historical context of their hero pools. But are Dallas Fuel practice? I don't know how much Sigma they play.
Rushing forward, Accretion comes in, someone going to be stunned up the Immortality field, thrown down from the side of the Florida Mayhem, but the fight widely still looking to go the way of the Dallas Fuel. Some damage across, however, it's Sparkle going to fall, and that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade-up. Now equalizes, Chorong will get taken out by Hanbin, but he himself is low. Tucks away inside of the The shield comes in, the timing from Hanbin, absolute perfection. Checkmate cannot find the elimination, and with the cleanup on to Merit, it means that Dallas Fuel will be able to stave them up for the first volley.
It's been a long time since we've seen Hanbin lock the Sigma, but it looks really good still. Crucial timing on the shield there to block out the extra damage, surviving that fight despite so many members of Dallas Fuel looking low. They were looking like maybe they're going to lose that fight if Hanbin dies for sure. The point is probably lost. Another opportunity here. MCD finds the first window. They're going to look for the off angle.
Well, TP up on top of the theater. Edison not quite going with them here, just looking to create a bit of a crossfire. Someone does get knocked low. Immortality Field again going to be coming through. RuPaul now offering up his own window to try to counteract. So far, not much value going to be found. Bliss stunned up. The accretion hit from someone nearly finds the elimination, but Edison will take down Merritt. Someone dazed as well. Ends up getting cleaned, and that's going to be the team kill coming across as Dallas Fuel continue to hold the line.
Yeah, now guess what? Hanbin and Edison can play that combo that Someone and Merritt were doing a little bit earlier on as well. The damage difference so far between Hanbin and Someone on this new round is very much in Hanbin's favor. 4 ultimates online, MCD with a window that didn't buy them enough value, but it still allows them to win the fight regardless. RuPaul burned his earlier though, so hey, it's still 1-1. Florida's still down ultimately.
Someone again, you can see all the approaches here, getting taken low. Flux gets the catch onto Wan Chorong, trying to pop the rally, try to stay alive, and Merritt ends up falling to the wayside. Edison cleaning up that kill. Backpedaling now, Hanbin still just looking to hold the front lines and keep everybody protected. Shield Bash sets up for the sticky bombs to come across, but not enough damage, and Checkmate now isolated off into the side room. Can they hound him down? Can they get rid of him and find that stagger? We'll have to just wait and see. Push forward out through the hotel. You can see Edison trying to find a target, but Checkmate somehow finds Hanbin, and now Sparkle in a rough spot. Stuck between far too many shells. Gets taken down alongside Bliss. And Florida Mayhem now manage to break through, get their own team kill, and get the cap.
And that's double support ultimates online for Dallas Fuel. So I feel like they had a little bit more to play through in that particular fight. Nothing extra ended up coming on through. Photon Barrier from Sparkle would have been useful. But the Flux into the artillery combo, once again, Merritt finding value, and now comes the Ryan. I don't think Hanbin can stay on the Sigma very much
longer. He's unscouted. No one's noted him so far. Bliss, he was just facing this direction. How have they not seen him? Secret agent Checkmate still unnoted. Hanbin, he was just glancing in this direction. They finally identify that he's there, and he gets taken down. I was gonna say it's either gonna look genius or it's gonna look foolish. Unfortunately for him, he's overstayed his welcome.
Dallas need these ultimates to be giving them big value because neutral in this fight, you favor the Ryan comp. The Ryan comp is going to be able to beat down the Sigma more times than not. Both teams, window available. A lot more damage coming through from Hanbin's team composition, given they have the Sigma as well.
He's up over the top, TP back away. Cart opened up a little bit of space now. Duplicate here on the Sigma. Checkmate gonna try to get that Flux online. Taken low, nearly broken out of this one Kinetic Grasp. Gonna be used. Merritt in the meantime, TP'd on top of Sparkle, finds the kill. Stun across onto someone. Checkmate now onto the low ground. Gonna be broken out of the duplicate. And the Dallas Fuel will be able to clean things up, once again staving them off. But the card is just 3.4 meters away from that box of victory, and there's 2 minutes and 40 seconds left for the Mayhem to play with.
Really good TP coming through Dallas Fuel. Get that off angle in play. Careful not to C9 in that situation as well. Here comes the Checkmate May. See if they can catch Hanbin off with a well-placed wall. They have their own. Oh, they have a sound barrier, maybe the artillery coming online soon, but it's not really going to be enough. A lot more online for Fuel at the moment.
Photon Barrier now going to be coming in, full charge here for Sparkle. Focuses down the Immortality Field into the Ice Block, goes Checkmate trying to stay alive, gets a little bit of health back, but someone going to be taken out. Now Merritt falling to the wayside as well. MCD going to be the one casualty thus far for the Fuel. But it seems like the rest of the team should be able to stand firmly, but no, Sparkle going to be taken down, Bliss as well falling. That's that taxi that could have gone back to try to recover MCD, now gone, and now the rest of the team is someone is pushing forward, rushing back over. Flux has to be used in desperation from Hanbin. There's the artillery though. Edison striking from the shadows, finds two. He completely shuts down the retake.
Yeah, Dallas needed that for sure. That was really close. Someone comes in to save Checkmate, who ice blocks away, and that could have been player advantage for the Mayhem.
They need to heal him up. They're just trying to push him away from the car with the artillery fire. Immortality Field going to be dealt with now. The beat's going to be dropped on either side with the shielding already expiring here on the side of the Dallas Field. Blizzard nearly there. Sparkle, Hanbin struck down. The shatter hits the floor. And so too do the hopes and dreams of the Dallas Fuel.
Took a while to get there, and it was getting a lot more tricky for the Florida Mayhem towards the end. But the payload distance on Dallas Fuel's attack was simply not enough. They needed a lot more distance to play through because it seemed like the Dallas Fuel were finding comfort in the Sigma, but unfortunately, eventually, the Ryan Cup might just squeeze them out. Hanbin gets low, start walking forward, take some space. You don't have any space realistically to give up with your Dallas. Hanbin has to come back in, and it all breaks down. There's a long time for them to hold us off because unfortunately for them, A was not the best defense for Dallas as well.
Certainly not. Now, the Fuel find themselves in a very uncomfortable position, one that they wanted to avoid at all costs, like Hangzhou before them. They need to try to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to stay in this upper side of the bracket. Otherwise, it's going to be down into eliminations for them. That's an immense amount of pressure that they don't want to have to try and deal with at this point.
I mean, I like what Dallas are trying to do with the Sigma. Good comfort pick for Hanbin, obviously. They still have the TPs, creatively using the TPs, or they won fights with that. Unfortunately though, Mayhem, I think they've got the better countercomps. When you see Hanbin on towards Zarya, someone will play the Sigma. You see Hanbin decide to go over towards the Sigma, someone swaps over towards the Rhine. Dallas need to find a winning matchup. They need to be able to either win those mirrors cleanly, which they've been sort of able to do, or if you do force a swap onto Mayhem, you have to beat them when they are counter-comping you, because otherwise, look, you could go back to Zarya, that's not really going to work out. Ryan is probably decent in the matchup anyway. You have to believe that Hanbin can beat the someone Ryan in that particular matchup, use the creativity of those TPs to get yourself away from the Ryan, somehow survive against these Merit barrages as well. That artillery from Merit, with or without the Flux, they've been deadly.
They absolutely have been, and cleaning up during that previous highlight. And someone just ending the map in style, but this is one of the things that we were talking about. One of the things that the desk was talking about is that flexibility for the Florida Mayhem that's a little bit more lacking on the side of the Dallas Fuel, but something's got to give. And it needs to start on Saravasa if they want to try to turn this around, at least pick up a map win for themselves. Otherwise, it's looking like Mayhem might just deliver us a blowout.
This is a fast map as well, and Dallas got some decision making to do. Do they just want to roll out on the Sigma straight away? Because I think Zarya has been figured out. That is becoming a bit of a liability for the Dallas Fuel. As you can imagine, one of the easier teams in this playoffs to read in terms of what Dallas are going to play. And well, now that both the comps have been kind of figured out, they need to decide what is going to be their game.
Well, Saravasa on the horizon could very well be the last map here of this series and of the day. Unless Dallas Fuel have something to say about it, we'll see what they've got when we come back from the break, so don't go anywhere.
feels like Sinprisa are just defaulting through that far too quickly. Too selective.
Ungodly connection there with the Rampage. And Harbin, he's come up with the goods again. And Fielder goes down. It's going to be a Sal Barry ready for 4. Michael's down. Went 3. The Dallas Fuel Overwatch League champions.
Visions of a bygone era and one that the Fuel would love to find themselves in once again, trying to lift the trophy for back-to-back seasons. But right now they find themselves on struggle street, down 0-2. And the Florida Mayhem have just been in the driver's seat for the entirety of this series so far.
Especially on that first map, it was not a close league jung, unfortunately, and Kings Row start to get a little bit more competitive once you start to see the Dallas will switch up the compositions, but Merit's been enabled a lot by someone. When someone plays a Sigma, especially you look at the Sigma versus Zarya matchup, what someone is able to do is put himself in the front lines, use kinetic grasp to really absorb the damage of Edison, and that allows Merit to win a lot of these trades. And these opening fights as well, we look back at the Dallas Fuel trying to rush down this Florida Mayhem defense by TPing into them, group your entire team backwards, put Merit into the turret form. And Dallas Fuel just can't walk in, and we saw a lot of these moments on the Dallas Fuel attack, but they just could not access the backline. You can't get to Chorong, can't get to RuPaul, could not find Merit, and then on top of all of that, all the combos as well. Whether you have the flux or you don't, you're seeing the value on the artillery strikes.
At 31 eliminations and only 6 deaths, that is some damning statistics for the Fuel on the opposite side, who just have not really been able to deal with him, to displace him and try to get him out of these fights. But now it all comes down to this for the Fuel. Servasa needing to be the turning point for them if they want to pull off a reverse sweep or even just get a map win under their belt.
Need to do something here. They looked good versus Infernal yesterday, but the Mayhem are a far different beast. Far stronger beast as well, heavy favorite to win the entire playoffs, and currently leading the series comfortably as well. No map completion onto Kings Row, but we did see a glimmer of hope. So what can the Dallas Fuel do with that glimmer? They need to figure out what their comp is going to be and if they can actually counter somehow the Florida Mayhem.
See what they're going to be piecing together as we get ready to take a look at these compositions. And right now it's looking like maybe we just end up with that Sigma head-to-head once again.
That looked to be the best so far for the Dallas Fuel. I think if you're someone on the Florida Mayhem, you default to Sigma as well, because if you end up getting that Sigma versus Zarya match, you know you're comfortable, you know that's good for you. If it's a Sigma versus Sigma, that's still fine. Florida Mayhem can possibly beat out the Dallas Fuel in that mirror. If all goes wrong though, Rind is still in the pocket for someone. The Florida Mayhem have 5 points potentially on this map to make that change happen.
All right, gates now going to be opening up for what could very well be the last map of this evening, but I think everybody here in the audience wants to see some more. We'll see if the Dallas Fuel can in fact deliver.
Sparkle needs
at the ready.
Sparkle needs to be very good with these TPs. Get the off angles in there, because otherwise Checkmate is going to find the off angles with the Echo. Burning down members, huge kill straight away. Merit is exactly what the Fuel want.
Yeah, right off the rip, Edison giving him a taste of their own medicine. His man on Chorong. Now someone all going to be falling, a triple kill over to him. And Sparkle and Hanbin will get a piece as well as the extended team kill comes across, and Merit instantly moving over onto the Sojourn.
See if anybody else changes here as well. Yeah, there's the Ryan, like I said. If all goes badly for the Florida Mayhem, if they don't want the Sigma matchup, they will go over towards Orion and a brawl matchup where they're not even going to think about the Bastion anymore. I don't know if that's the correct move for Florida Mayhem. Typically, I think you still want the Bastion here, but they value the speed, the precision, the one-shot capability of Merit. Let's see if we can find it.
Tagged up a bit. The barrier already going to be dealt with here from the side of Hanbin. Wall up to try to cut off their exit path. Rail at the ready. Merit trying to time his shot, trying to find an elimination. So far, it's just going to be the Immortality Fields exchange on either side. Checkmate someone. Both going to be taking low. Merit now knocked down to half HP, and someone dealt with as Hanbin comes up with the goods. Checkmate will be able to get on top of Edison, finds that elimination for his squad, but the window's set up from MCD. Just looking to continue to shove back the Florida Mayhem, not give them purchase on this point with Checkmate falling. It seems like Dallas Fuel are very well poised to go ahead and take this first one for themselves.
See who else falls here as well. Some are still on the way back, but there might still be late deaths. Fuel not finding it at the moment. TP been burned there as well. Someone has to learn his lesson. You can't just try and pin into Hanbin, but you can pop the window down. Merit finds a kill.
And that's
Blitz.
Blitz.
Sparkle is too late.
Very close to having that sound barrier available. Now Troran can take the lead and potentially have it, but no, Hanbin cleans up someone before that ult can get built up. Now RuPaul going to be taken down as well. The healing cut in half. Merit up onto the high ground, has the ult available, but ends up falling to MCD. The cleanup will come through, and this first flashpoint goes the way of the fuel.
Yep, it was going to be slow going for the Florida Mayhem. Remember, they had to change composition, which means they were going to be slower on ultimates. Some are getting bullied out as well. A lot of space for the field to play. This is where Sparkle on the sim is really nice. You can get yourself out of dodge, you can find the off angles, and if the Mayhem Rheinkamp wants to get aggressive, you have the accretion to stun someone out of the pin. That's very important for Hanbin to hold on to. Sparkle, you can TP your team backwards as well. And I think you're starting to see as well the Sojin pick for Merit. I mean, this overclock better be really good, because otherwise, Bastion in the neutral is far superior.
Very early beat coming through here from the side of the Florida Mayhem. The shielding now going to be expired. The Flux gets dropped in. Someone hits the floor, but managing to stay alive. Artillery fire from Edison, just cleaning up that immortality field, but you can see the HP bars right now just continuing to get dwindled here from the side of the Florida Mayhem, but Merit again finds Blitz with a rail shot. Opening kill, but is it enough to try to get them forward here onto the point? Wall comes up, Checkmate finds Edison. 2 eliminations now found, and Hanbin corralled into the corner, dodges out with that ice block to avoid the accretion. The cleanup comes in, Florida Mayhem can now take control.
Crucially, just before MCD found ultimate there as well, you have Dallas Fuel looking like they were forcing the Florida Mayhem back, but someone gets away on 1 HP. There's no trade kill for Blitz going down. 4v5, and Dallas Fuel, they want to walk forward, but someone's been healed up now. Shield has been recharged to full. Merit Sojin pick, finding value there, justifying the swap from the Bastion onto the Sojin, and now Mayhem, they have that Blizzard on point.
Just continues to pick Bliss off. Checkmate, forcing the ice block, wall comes up. Burned through here by this windowed up Bastion.
They gained no ground, Dallas Fuel, they popped an ultimate, they can't walk forward.
Nade was big, but Immortality Field was there to try to keep everybody safe. Someone down about half HP. Now, barrier out from Sparkle. Someone cannot keep that shield raise. He ends up getting taken down. Blizzard is layered in, but the kill is looking far too good for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Checkmate is only able to find Sparkle on the back end. 68% built up here for the side of the Florida Mayhem as he and RuPaul look to answer back. Bliss going to be taken down, and Chorong drops the beat, just shielding up he and RuPaul to try to keep them in this fight, and Hanbin falls to the Lucio's hands. Up into the front lines goes Edison, up into the air goes Edison, and as he hits the floor, he will be able to take one with him, but someone takes him down. He will take him down, eventually. Stagger on the Bastion, there you go. Chorong will get it in the end. And that's going to be us tied up now 1-1.
Just as the point is capped there for Florida Mayhem, as well, even with someone down, all that pressure put on towards the Rhine, it's the support line of Chorong and RuPaul that clutch it through. And Chorong held on to sound barrier. He could have even saved it. He felt like they could win that fight. A 2-man sound barrier only for the sports was enough.
Oh, the TP out. Hanbin getting away, taking that ult out of their hands, but it doesn't seem like someone is not bust about. It still has that right little smile on his face. TP back forward now. To try to pressure out the Florida Mayhem, who have the inside track here onto the point.
No vision though. Look at the Florida Mayhem hiding beneath. The window doesn't see anybody to actually get kills. And Edison might have been caught out.
It was used onto the high ground, and they all had the drop down now. Overclock popped here from Merit, looking for a target. Cleans up that teleporter. Bliss going to be taken down, and someone manages to get the pin. Flux going to be invested, but Immortality Field is there to keep somebody alive, so the Reinhardt still does not fall. But Edison eventually managing to find him, but then gets taken down by Merit's nade, who doubles up for another kill. Hanbin gone. The Dallas Fuel wiped, and the third point in the hands of the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, Florida Mayhem, they just completely out-rotate away from the window. MCD, you got the advantage. That's what you want to be able to take the point, but Florida Mayhem went beneath the Dallas Fuel, and Edison as well on the sidelines. He somehow ended up on the side, away from his team. Looked like he was going to die. That was Lamp Force, I'm pretty sure, from MCD. With Bliss down early, it's not a lot of members left for the Dallas Fuel. A lot of pressure put onto MCD to put the remainder of the healing in. Now it's RuPaul's turn.
Swinging around the backside. Immortality Field dealt with. Now they have to backpedal their way off the point. Sound barrier going to be invested, but there's the Blizzard on the entryway to the point. Checkmate trying to slow up this attack. Blitz going to be frozen. Can they get the kill? They're looking to try to confirm it. Looks like he will be able to stay alive, and Hanbin's already been dealt with. Now Edison joining him in the grave. Sparkle only able to find one, and Bliss has to make his exit swiftly. Something shot sent out. Bliss trying to go ahead and pave some kind of road out to safety. It seems like narrowly he will be able to avoid the lion's share of the Florida Mayhem members, but MCD is not going to be so lucky. RuPaul cleans him up. Sparkle now going to be gone. Bliss getting bogged down, taken out. The second point now, match point in the hands of the Florida Mayhem.
Checkmate's Blizzard is just such a tempo break for the Dallas Fuel. They finally able to walk on towards the point, find themselves priority in that fight. But as soon as the Blizzard comes on through, your frozen members, Dallas will end up being split. And Florida Mayhem, easy pickings there. Member after member. Hanbin down early and no trades, trying to get the kill into someone. Doesn't end up happening. And now the swap. As Dallas Fuel know they're in trouble, it's back over towards the Jungle Queen. They're not enjoying the Sigma into the Rhine, and that's the purpose of Mayhem going over towards the Rhine. But can the Jungle Queen be enough? This still isn't really that comfortable of a matchup. You want to brawl on the back lines. I mean, someone's ready to swing. In fact, he's got a shatter available. It's a free shatter as well.
And he's going to drop it, finds Hanbin, puts him on the floor. The whip comes in, pushes him away from trying to get that pin, but now Hanbin's still low on HP. He's just backpedaling, trying to stay alive. MCD and Bliss just pumping out as much as they possibly can, manage to keep him sustained for the time being, but Florida Mayhem are already ticking up here on this point. TP across, window for window, awkward angles being exchanged. Bliss managing to find one, someone getting Sparkle, a 2 for 2 thus far. Hanbin and the supports left standing. And Checkmate still here, however.
It's a stalemate.
It's a stalemate in the end, but it's one that Florida Mayhem are profiting from because they already have control. They're moving up past 40%, and now Bliss is down on the back end, and MCD is no hope in hell for him to try to survive. Someone might end up getting taken down. Hanbin's desperately trying to find this kill, but RuPaul is just spamming the right clicks, and now they're staggering the Queen.
Yeah, this is a brutal stagger zone. He wants to run off the map, find a little bit more ult charge. At least the Rampage will be available. I mean, Dallas Fuel, they got Chorong down early as well. They removed the sound barrier from that fight, but even then it wasn't enough. A 3 versus 3, but it was supports in Hanbin, and we got to go early here. Overclock straight away, looking like another fight win.
And Edison's just pushed up into the wall. He gets taken out. Someone finding that kill.
That's it, that's the last fight.
That Rampage, it's available, but can he actually utilize it? Can he get into a position to try to turn the tide of a fight? Because now it's just 3% left to go, and somebody needs to touch the damn point. No one can do it. And in catastrophic fashion, it all comes tumbling down. Florida Mayhem, however, will hold their heads high, delivering another dominant showing and keeping themselves in the upper bracket.
That looked too easy for the Florida Mayhem. They knew exactly what matchup they were going into. They had all the counter comps ready to go. And you could tell from the Dallas Fuel POV that they did not have the answers for the Florida Mayhem, whether it was going to be the Zarya, countered by the Sigma. You want to play some Sigma too? Fine, we can play them, but then I'm going to play the Rhine. What do you have then? Go back to the Jungle Queen, not fantastic, into the Rhine. And the flexibility of someone, the flexibility of the Florida Mayhem in general with their preparation, their ability to play everything under the sun in this particular meta is why they are potentially the biggest threat in playoffs.
And that crowd goes wild for the Florida Mayhem, who continue their path of dominance towards a trophy. And for the Dallas Fuel, with this loss not out yet, obviously, this is not an elimination series that they just suffered a loss in, but this does mean that we get one of the oldest rivalries in the Overwatch League as an elimination matchup, the battle for Texas that the Fuel are gonna have to try to fight their way through. But here is your player of the match. It is, of course, someone.
Yeah, he has had his hands wrapped around the neck of Dallas Fuel basically the entire game. One of your MVP candidates for 2023. Looking damn good in this matchup, 3-0, had full control in the series. Played a bunch of different heroes, still has a bunch more that he could have played through unrequired versus the Dallas Fuel. And unfortunately, not a single close map there from the Dallas Fuel. I mean, going toe-to-toe with Hanbin, even in the Sigma, that's impressive.
And I think one of the things that impresses me the most about just Florida in general, but someone in particular, is the willingness and the swiftness that he has when it comes down to just changing characters, being willing to go to something else to try to get that counteraction. We're seeing a bit more rigidity from the Dallas Fuel, and Hanbin took a while for them to shift over and actually start running that Sigma that was looking so clean. But as soon as that comes out, someone says, okay, I've got the Rhine in the back pocket. So being able to make those fast pivots just looks so incredible for him and for their team.
Looking like a perfect team so far. I mean, honestly, they have the flexibility, they have the player talent to play through as well. They have an MVP candidate. What more do you really want from the Florida Mayhem? They're on point so far, and the Dallas Fuel unable to really even make a scratch up against the Sphinx squad.
I mean, I think if you're a fan of the Florida Mayhem, what more you could want is probably a trophy. And right now, they're on that road. They are looking good. If they can keep up that form that we've been seeing from them over the last 2 days, then by God, maybe it'll happen. But hey, I mean, you and I, we're here for a good time, not a long time. 3-0 for us so far. Maybe we'll get a long series. But now, for now, we'll go ahead and throw down to Danny, who's standing by for a post-match interview.
Thank you, Seth and Avril. What is up, everybody? I'm here now, joined by someone from Florida Mayhem. Great job. You guys have been killing it throughout the playoffs. I just want to start off this interview by asking you, it's against the Dallas Fuel. Did you guys have anything? Yes. Season MVP candidate. You know what? I'm going to change up my question. Why should you be the season MVP this year? 자, 질문을 받고 있습니다. 팬분들이 너무 원하는 것 같아서 시즌 MVP 왜 서먼 선수가 되셔야 될까요?
일단은 다른 지금 MVP 후보보다 제가 더 증명한 게 많은 것 같아요 지금.
It's simple. I feel like I've proven a lot more compared to the other MVP candidates, so it should be me getting the season MVP. All right, this match. I just want to know how did Florida Mayhem prepare for the Dallas Fuel today, knowing that they were going to start off the match with the Zarya competition. 자, 오늘 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요? 아무래도 달라스가 원래 좀 지금 플레이오프에서 계속 자리아 조합을 좀 많이 썼기 때문에 좀 다르게 한 게 있었나요?
일단은 저 조합은 저희가 제일 먼저 했던 조합이거든요. 그리고 제일 잘했었고, 근데 이제 안 하던 이유가 다른 팀이 그걸 다 파괴법을 찾았고, 그래서 그렇게 막 걱정은 안 했던 것 같아요.
The Zarya competition that Dallas has been running, it's sort of it's the competition that we started using, and it was the competition that we were really good at. But the thing that we stopped using it was because a lot of teams were able to find the solution to fight against that Zarya Cup, and I think that was a key to how we were able to defeat the Dallas Fuel as well. All right, and with this win, now you guys, Florida Mayhem, are in the semifinals. So, I want to ask you, why should other teams be afraid of the Florida Mayhem? 자, 다음 질문은 이제 준결승전까지 가시게 되셨습니다. 다른 팀들이 플로리다 메이햄을 무서워해야 할 이유가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
솔직히 딱히 생각나는 건 없는데 아마 탱커 차이 때문이지 않을까요?
I can't really think of a good reason, but I do believe there is going to be a bit of a tank gap between the teams. That is a fantastic answer. All right, that is it for us. Thank you so much. Let's head back to the desk. Zoe, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
우리 두 명 좀 느려.
백TV.
랩. 가자. 루시오.
I cannot be if they push. Okay.
올리 루시오 캔데 올리 루시오.
루시 밀었어?
잡자.
루시보다.
백TV.
나이스! 가보자.
Well, that was exciting. Yeah. Winning moments from the Florida Mayhem. We're back here on the desk. Danny joining us once more. Jake and Johnny here as well to break down all the action of the day. And what a day it was. We have to say goodbye to two teams, and two teams now advanced to the semifinals. Both pink. Throwing it out there in case you're interested in some color theory. But yeah, Florida Mayhem looking very, very confident and very dominant on the server. Someone once again making just a case for himself, not just for MVP voting, but just in general. What a guy. What a guy.
I mean,
what a character.
What a character. And the fact that he can play so many different heroes.
Yeah.
Because we're sitting here complimenting the Sigma.
Why?
Oh, come on over here, Danny. Come on, Danny.
That's our guy.
The Florida Mayhem.
It's our guy.
Danny was on the case with someone at the start of the season.
MVP.
They got your back.
You got him.
They want it.
Thank you guys. I see you guys. Thank you.
I mean, Danny did at the start of the season say that someone was going to be the MVP. So maybe that will be the case.
Maybe.
It's starting to look really good for someone.
Oh, yeah.
He looks like the obvious core of his team's success, but there's so many amazing pieces around him that I feel like are a huge part of that too. I feel like Merit's hit scan being so consistent from the snipers to a much more team play oriented hero like Bastion is a great asset for them, making them so consistent no matter what he has to play.
They just feel indestructible, to be honest with you. Like, they feel like the juggernaut. Like, what do you have to do to stop the Florida Mayhem? I'm not that surprised that they took down the star composition from Hanbin. And going into this match, I mean, we established that this was going to be dominant from the Dallas Fuel. But later on, as the series progressed and we saw Hanbin swap over to the Sigma, we go, okay, this is a look from the Dallas Fuel we haven't really necessarily seen before. We saw the Symmetra come out, and suddenly we got a matchup on our hands. And that's when someone swaps over to the Reinhardt. He can play the Winston, he can play the Ramatra, which he has done all season. but being able to bring out the Reinhardt as well and kind of already counter what Dallas Fuel, what was there supposed to be their answer with this composition right here. Like the Florida Mayhem, they just look on top of it. They just look comfortable, whatever their opponents bring them. And with this dominance, like they have to be the favorite to win the entire thing.
I mean, if you're looking at the compositions we've seen so far from them, do you actually think that any of the team could throw a wrench in there? Is there anything that would be uncomfortable taking the mirror in?
This is funny to say, but I feel like the one team that actually wants to play Florida is the London Spitfire.
Yeah!
Right now, with the way this meta has shown to develop, right? Okay, Florida thinks Sig can beat everything except Rhine. So as soon as Dallas goes Sig, Florida goes straight over to the Rhine. They want that matchup. They believe in it, which to me means for Florida Mayhem, all roads lead to this Reinhardt battle. And so we could see someone and Hadi clashing with the Deutsche Hammerman. I mean, you would think that would go towards Hadi, but someone has been electric this season and even more so in the playoff.
Deutsche Hammerman was German Hammerman?
Deutsche Hammerman. Yeah, that means German Hammerman.
German Hammer? Or German?
No, it means Hammerman.
All right, so
Hammerman
Korean
means
equivalent.
Hammerman. I know, it's crazy.
I'm trying to think of a Korean equivalent for someone.
Yes.
한국 망치맨.
Oh,
Yeah,
there you go. Korean Hammerman is 한국 망치맨.
Okay, listen, if you can barely pronounce it, I'm not even going to attempt it.
한국 망치맨.
Yeah.
That is.
That's the one. That's the one.
Thank you,
Well, hammers will be thrown down for sure because someone is still in it and London is still in it to win it as well. Let's take a look at the bracket to see what just went down in bracket number 2. Dallas Fuel initially looking very dominant against the Seoul Infernal, but then going up against the Florida Mayhem. Man, did Mayhem make quick process of them. So, yeah, that was a rough time for them.
And now, Fearless versus his former teammates, just like he said that he wanted.
We get a battle for Texas out
battle
here.
for Texas.
Yeah, fantastic.
I want to see what kind of look Houston brings in this battle for Texas. I think right now, with the meta that Florida Mayhem has shown, it seems like that worked insanely well against the Fuel. Can you just replicate that and do it again? One challenge, though, for the Outlaws is that I think Fearless would be the Rhine player, while Bernard would want to play Sigma. So if Fuel can find a way to catch them out on the wrong player in the right map, right, maybe that Sigma rush comp could work out. I think the Doomfist is very hard to play against it. However, even if you've got the right comp for the Dallas Fuel, I think the individual playmaking, I mean, Houston made even Florida sweat in a very difficult comp matchup for them. So I don't think you can count out players like Pelican and Happy on the Echo Sojourn.
Yeah, I mean, this match was a 3-0, but I really did feel that when Dallas Fuel made that swap over to the Sigma with the Symmetra, that they were actually cooking. They were cooking, and they might have not perfected it, but it is something.
It is a cope. That is a cope. that is a hard
An Outlaws fan saying cope?
No, that was a cope, though.
I really do think that
Gotta call a cope when you see it.
Dallas Fuel are still in this. That's all I'm gonna say. This is
All
going
right.
to be an epic battle for Texas.
All right, yeah, we're staying in the kitchen. We'll continue to cook, and so will the teams. Let's take a look once again at bracket number 1 to see all the insanity that went down here. Of course, the big surprise, the absolutely electric team, Hangzhou Spark, taking down one Western team after another. It was Atlanta Rain falling on their hand, and then the Boston Uprising right after that. Both of them 5 map bangers, and now the Spitfire have to once more go against the Uprising.
Third time's a charm!
Yeah, that's also cool. In case you needed a real cope display, this one is it.
I don't know. I don't even know what they're gonna. I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna go Rhine Rush, right?
That's
and
shocking.
I'm pretty sure Boston's gonna go with the Orisa, right? For the 3rd time. But hey, I don't know. London, have an answer, please.
So
this is high integrity Overwatch. This is it right now.
I mean, 40 uninitiated. I mean, Boston Uprising beat London Spitfire in the play-ins bracket.
3-1.
Boston Uprising beat the London Spitfire to start the playoffs.
3-1.
And now they're playing them for a 3rd time in like,
Losers
what,
final?
a month?
Yeah.
And London
like
London just doesn't have an answer. It would be a miracle if they take down Boston for the 3rd time the charm. Like, no.
But what
Surely
a
not.
script that would make.
I'm gonna be praying so hard tonight.
Yeah, pray. You gotta bring more than a prayer, I think, for this one. But we are sure to be in it for a treat. And of course, the big story has to be Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah.
They have exceeded everyone's expectation. Emotions running high. And I mean, you understand why. 2 best of 2 5-map series is there, reverse sweeping not once but twice in the playoffs. That is absolutely incredible what they've shown us today.
I mean, the one thing with the Hangzhou Spark is that it's starting to get a little bit tough to run these Winston compositions, because when we look at their potential opponents, right, it's either going to be the Dallas Fuel or the Houston Outlaws, right? And both of those teams have shown that they're pretty adept with these off-tank compositions. So yes, they took down the Atlanta Reign, who tried to match the Winston. They took down the Boston Uprising, who tried to match the Winston. And we're seeing what they're capable of when Leave gets to play the Tracer, when Shy gets to play the Sojourn. They might not be able to play that same style in their semifinals match. So Hangzhou Spark, they're looking really impressive. And they're going to have to defy the odds once again in their semi-final matchup, whoever it is.
But they did it once, they did it twice. I'm sure they can do it thrice.
Sure,
3 times the charm.
Exactly. I'm coping with you, my man. I'm coping with you. Let's actually take a look at the schedule, because tomorrow we're in for a treat. We're going to have more elimination matches. We know you love them. London Spitfire and Boston Uprising are going to battle it out. The Houston Outlaws and the Dallas Fuel right after that. So 2 very exciting matches. Which one are you most looking forward to?
Oh, come on, Zoe.
Not you. I know your answer. Like, I'm not even go there.
It's the battle for Texas.
That's what I'm talking about,
okay.
The battle for Texas.
Wait to let me down.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, wait, Danny, you can say London. I'm going battle for Texas, baby.
No, I'm going for battle for Texas as well.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I
We
guess
haven't
I
seen it
take
this
the
year.
other one.
Yeah. Oh, really? Wait.
Yeah, because they've been in a different region. And
Dallas Fuel
Season
were
Madness,
that's good.
For the other match, though, for London, it's hard not to have a sense of foreboding, right? It's hard not to feel, as a Boston fan, that, okay, like, we did it twice, just run it back. And honestly, that last series, the first one in the first round of the playoff, that was even more dominant than the playoff, or the play-in series, rather. So Boston looked like they're gaining momentum in that comp. Their confidence is going to be super high. You could argue maybe it's shaken by the reverse sweep, but for me, Boston never have looked out of sorts at any moment in the playoffs. Even losing that reverse sweep, as tough as that is, they didn't look defeated or resigned. I think they're still going to come back ferociously in that next series.
Yeah, there's too much experience on that roster. If you look into those players, this would not shake them up, especially not if they have a whole night to, recoup and just come back fresh tomorrow.
Right.
Let's see what London can throw of them the third time they're meeting. The drama, of course, is not just the matches tomorrow. We're also awarding the Alarm Rookie of the Year and Coach of the Year award tomorrow, so you really don't want to miss it. It's going to be an incredible day number 3 here in Toronto, Canada, and we can't wait to be back again with more action. We want to thank all of you for joining us here, not just in the arena, but also on stream. Thank you so much. We hope to see you again, same place, same time tomorrow. Goodbye.
안녕. Bye bye.